Mug as well. We are here. We're ready. We're live, Sean. We're live. How are you doing, my brother? How are you?
Dylan, it's a pleasure, my friend, as always. As
As
always.
always.
The coffee's brewed. It's a little overcast here in Naples. Beautiful weekend. I had 100 block on. I'm burnt again. I don't get it. I had a big boonie cap on that I used to wear in the jungle. Still got burnt. I don't know. But it's a lovely morning here. It's great to be with you. We're alive and we're kicking.
We're kicking. And
you know what they say in Spanish? Vito y coleando. Live and kicking.
Live and kicking. Well, you see, you learn something, different languages every day here.
Yeah.
What's going on? I think we're live anyway, Sean. Oh, we are live.
Thank God. I can see it behind me.
Can I just say, first of all, before I go into it, great show last night. I watched it this morning. Great show.
Thank you.
That's one of my favorite shows that you've done, if I'm being completely honest with you.
Yeah, I was getting, I think I told you in the show that I was getting these comments early in the morning about the disaster from the night before. And I just said, something, forget this. I'm going to go on. And I'm just going to basically tell the people from a different perspective, look at it from the federal side of things to give more hope to the people that may have been disappointed from the previous night, because I guess he lined up 5 people. They were anti-Karen people.
Yeah, I think so. I've not even looked at it. I've seen some screenshots. People were saying it's pathetic. It is what it is. Do you know what I mean? He stole an idea from Lauren. He ran with it, made a mockery of it, but whatever. It doesn't matter. People are here to hear you, my friend, not him. And that was really good last night.
Yeah, and thanks. And like I said, I just think we needed a little bump in the, in our emotions, right? Yeah. To say, hey, listen, we're on the right side of this, and just don't listen to the noise. The noise will be coming at us fast and furious this week. The mainstream media now will be picking up on this. They're going to be very anti-Karen. I get it. But there's still another story, and they'll find out soon enough. There's truth and transparency. Seeing that right there.
Well, we'll go through some comments.
Anyways, thank you for the comments, Dylan.
No, absolute pleasure. Honestly,
you're biased. Come on.
I'm biased, but no, I generally do say that. Though I do generally think that.
Like I said, I'm not the most articulate guy, but I try. I try, my friend. I try.
No, I saw in one of your comments, somebody commented saying, you said that you're coming on here today, and someone said, me and you, we're just the odd couple. And I was like, that's pretty much how you describe him. A guy from Wales.
I think we're cut from the same cloth. I don't see anything odd about us. I don't know. I don't have a beard.
Well, I've got a little bit. It's probably because I'm from Wales and you're from,
that's true. Yeah,
that's what I mean. Or maybe, but other than that, no, definitely.
Brothers from a different mother, right? Maybe.
Yes. So here you are, Flora. So hello, Tim. Tim's all in Denmark. Dennis, love Dennis.
Hey,
I do, my friend Dennis. Any pictures, any videos, then send them over. We'll play them as usual. They need 3 more people in the jury. They have 13. No, they have 12. They have 12, Christine. Christine's not wrong, though. They did have 13, but one has dropped out due to hardship.
Right.
And hardship is basically they can't afford it to be on the jury for 2 months. Now, until it's set, Sean, others could drop out because, I think some people have mentioned, whether it was mentioned on your show or I was listening to Resistance Silence last night as well. Somebody mentioned until it's set, people can drop out because over the weekend you might be going, oh my God, I can't afford to sit on this jury for 2 months. So, more might drop off. We don't know. Get the last jurors today, maybe open statements as well.
That's Tim, I agree with you. Or we might have Mike Morrissey come in and say, we're dismissing the case. You never know. Christine, I got yes, I found your channel. I did.
Yeah. And he'll come on to interview. So, no, you're not live. Hey, Mike. I do.
We're unalive. I guess we're unalive.
Unalive. Thank you for sharing my link, Sean. Supporting you both. Keep up good. Thank you, Truth and Transparency. She does great work as well, and we'll promote your channel. I know I'm behind when I do 4, and I can only recommend for people to go and watch the Brian Koberger stuff with Truth and Transparency. I do need to link up with you because, you've been very kind to me, Truth and Transparency. Thank you for popping in on Friday, and thank you for your continued support today. Thank you for that. Helena, handbasket. See, it gets me every time, Sean. It's the handbasket. It's just fantastic, these names. Good morning, Helena. How are you doing, darling? Sean, it felt like a pep rally last night. Let's go.
That's what I want. That's the thing. I wanted to just bang in some juice and get the juices flowing, the blood flowing. And thank you, Helena.
Like Rocky.
I need another cup of coffee. The pistons aren't on and all firing right now, but
we don't need it all now, right? It's tomorrow. Well, either this afternoon or tomorrow we need to go in. It's like Rocky.
No, we needed a good jolt, and I just wanted to give my knowledge of what the other side was doing. That's it.
Yeah. Oh shit! Hang on. Hi, Danish girl. Sorry. Hang on. Karen's arrived. Hang on.
Oh.
Hang on. Karen has arrived. Let me just share it.
Beautiful.
Love you.
I love the fact that she leads the pack. She's a pack leader. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. Let's go.
Look at that Grant with the
boss smiling during
it is.
walks instead of morning John. Karen, are you worried about the juror who lied about hearing about the case and then Aiden Kearney bragged about it?
Grant, shut up, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Morning.
Wow. Boy, she looked good today.
Whew.
Jeez, look at that, man.
Just
what a great way to.
Just Grant. I'll go back to speak about Grant in a second. We'll just go through some of these quickly whilst we go. So Danish girl, hello Danish girl. Welcome from Copenhagen. Wendy's in the house. Hello, Wendy. Good morning, boys. Hello, Wendy. How are we doing? Hope you're well. Lisa C. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning to you, Lisa. Thank you for being here today. So you're a couple now. Congrats. True Transparency says, I'm a Sean fan. People are sheep, but not I, said the fly. I'm here to raise hell and hold those in power accountable to doing this to an innocent woman. Free Karen Reid. Love Sean's knowledge. Thank you for that. That sums you up pretty well there.
Thank you, TNT. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
That's a nice message. Thank you for sharing that. Really does. You don't get enough credit. So I'm glad that people are starting to do that. And that means a lot. So thank you, TNT. Wendy says, heard it was great. First one we missed. Went and saw Matt Rife. He was hilarious. Need to watch Sean's show today. There you go.
Thank you,
it's
Wendy.
Well worth watching. Can I ask Sean a question about Karen Reid? Of course you can, Christine.
Sure.
Hey, Nanika. Hey, guys, keep doing what you're doing. Love you both. Thank you, Nanika. Appreciate you. TNT says someone needs to give Grant a wet willy. Oh, my God. Can you imagine? How they glorify her is out of my... How they glorify her, it is out of my reach. I'm not sure what that means. Karen looks like one of the attorneys. Does she? Maybe. I don't know. I don't look at stuff like that. Weymouth in the house. Let's fucking go. Donna. Sorry. My apologies for swearing, but Donna, welcome. Elizabeth. Why is Grant allowed to get so close to her when he doesn't even have a press pass? Didn't he get revoked? Why does everyone else have to stay behind 2 years? He did. A rumor was he did get revoked, but I think he's got it back. I think he got it back on good behavior. Is how I understand it, but I don't know. But he was shouting because Aidan had a guest on, Sean. I'm not sure we saw it, where a potential juror was on, and they mentioned the fact that they walked in with another potential juror who mentioned they knew about the case of Karen Reid, but didn't put their hands up when the judge asked, do you know about the Canary case?
Well,
But
that's the danger. That's the
Yeah.
danger you get. You know, you don't know what this person has in the back of their mind. I don't know. I
Don't know.
I didn't agree with it in the first place, but that's his show. So
hit that like button. Hey, Thomas, how you doing, Thomas? Thank you very much. DCRU, love truth and transparency. There we are. I've just found her. A few of my followers like her as well. So there you go. Di says, Sean, great show yesterday.
thanks, Di.
Lana's amazing. You guys rock. Love the fight for justice. Let's go. Thank you.
Yeah,
Also, Lana is your name. So, all right, fine.
Lana's
Fine.
Lana Del Turtle.
No, that's Lauren Del Turtle.
Oh,
Is it?
no, I think it's Lana. Lana
Del Turtle.
There's Erin Hack was all over it last night. She was great.
Erin Hack's all over everything. She is everywhere. If you think she's there, you can count. She is there.
Right.
She's everywhere.
She's great.
Morning. I was over in Tom's chat. Great stream last night. El Jefe. I closed chat to pay attention to the best stream yet. There you go.
Wow, that's
The
pretty good.
Hackster says the same. I think it's that kind of let's go mentality. Do you know what I mean? So thank you, Hackster.
Thank you, Aaron.
If a conspiracy is recovered by the FBI, what will happen and how will it affect the court system and the police force? That's a separate thing, though, isn't it, Sean? Your expertise, not mine. This one is.
Well, there's no doubt that the FBI has, in fact, uncovered a conspiracy. There's no doubt. And like I said, they are, I believe, my opinion, allowing this to play out as long as they can. To let's face it, these witnesses we know. For instance, Brian Higgins, he's testified. He's had a statement with the state police. He's testified in a state grand jury. He's had an interview proffer with the federal government, and he's testified with the federal grand jury, right? That's one of many who've done the same thing. I don't think you'll see him taking the stand for the prosecution, but you have Brian Albert, who's done the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
He has to take the stand, or he's going to plead guilty. I mean, not plead guilty, plead the fifth, okay? That's a Freudian slip, I guess. He's going to plead guilty, some kind of slip, I don't know. But no, it's definitely going to affect the trial. And as far as the police force, the state police, those guys are in trouble. The prosecutors are in trouble, right? The Civil Rights Division of the FBI is all over them. And I can guarantee those people are not the ones you want as a law enforcement guy, okay? You never want them to be on you. I can tell you that right now. Or be investigated, because once you get on their list, you're always on their list. You say they investigated you for whatever, and say it never came to fruition, they're investigated. You're always on their suspect list as a person to watch. So that's a little tidbit.
That's a good tidbit, by the way. We got a couple of things lined up here. Christine, forgive me, Christine, for a second. I'll come back to your question now. But B says, Sean, you asked why Jen was confident to turn over her phone.
Yeah.
Probably a combination of thinking she's smarter than everyone else, arrogance, and just being delusional from the Compton echo chamber. And maybe she thought her husband and his tech company expertise was enough to cleanse her phone. Lucky
Right.
for Karen, the other side is so dumb.
Yeah, I mean, that was a home run. But let's face it, she handed it over a day or two later, right? By that time, quote unquote, the investigation was a hit and run. Why would she hand her phone over? I still don't understand that. It was not a part of the fake investigation. They said it was a hit and run. She was not a witness to the hit and run. And even if she was, even if you're a witness to a hit and run, right? I've been a witness to an accident. I give my statement. I don't give my phone. I just give my statement.
Yeah.
So, like I said, that was a puzzle, and I'm happy she did. I'm so happy she did. That was a huge. Well, you know something? That was a gift. That's a God shot. That was a God shot. That opened up a lot of things. Let's face it. Think about that move. That was a bad move on their part.
Right, we got a couple of things here. I know, Christina, coming back to yours now. Sean, if you're the FBI, who are you arresting first? I think you've answered this.
we're if I'm the FBI, we're making a massive sweep. We're going to make a massive impact, a massive statement, and they're all going to have a big press conference with the levy, all the people flanked on the left and right, FBI agents, the Civil Rights Division, the assistant U.S. attorneys. It's going to be great. They're going to all get swept up. Big walk.
Jackie asks, would trial start Wednesday if they get the jury selected today? So if we answer this already, there's so many options that could happen here, Sean, isn't there?
Right. So theoretically, they need 4. Those are the 4 alternates. So they start at 9. All right. Say they go around and they go power through to about 11:30, and they have 3. Well, we could be starting the opening statements after lunch, but they do have, I think they have some motions to go through, but theoretically, I see that's the thing. Are the other 12 hanging around? That's what I don't know.
Yeah.
If they're not hanging around, all right, maybe the judge will say, okay, I'm going to bring them in all tomorrow. We're going to give them the blessing, the normal blessing, the rights.
The rights, yes.
Absolutely. If they get the 4 today, no doubt we're going to have opening statements tomorrow. No doubt.
Yeah, so she might swear them in tomorrow and do opening statements tomorrow, and that'll be the day gone because it's half a day tomorrow. Just so everyone remembers, it's half day on Tuesdays and Thursdays,
right?
And then full days Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. But the important thing is it could be motions, as you say.
Sure.
So she has to go through the motions as well and give a ruling on all of those. So that might be done today. But we'll get into that in a second. Ross's mum's in the house. How you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Lady Di is here. GOJ. Sean is such a respectful person. I'm so sick of the classless others. I know.
Look what they did to Melanie Little. I mean, how classy is she?
Yeah.
And I don't, it's so much that she had to get off Twitter and some other stuff. It's
the best thing to be. Get off Twitter. Cole Trickle says, Sean, somebody posted a picture of John's hair. It looks like John's hair color. There you go. Nice. Dennis Reedy.
I thought it looked great. To me, it looked great.
Do you know what I mean?
I've got the picture. Thanks to Joe. Thanks to Joe Warren. He posted it on a stupid Facebook page back in the summer.
But it is what it is. Whatever. Who cares? You know what I mean? Until it comes into trial, it doesn't really matter. Dennis Sweeney. Good morning, boys. Good morning, Den. Hope you're well out there, my friend. They posted a picture of John, the picture on the bumper. If alternates are picked this morning, could we just answered that, Kathy? But hello, Kathy, my darling. Hope you're well.
Kathy Leonard.
Peace and faith. Peace, faith. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning to you. Can't believe it's Monday morning there. For once, we're both on the same day, except it's Monday night here.
Wow.
Aussie land, you see. I've served extremely ignorant and arrogant. There we are. I presume that is Jen.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Jen is a gift that keeps on giving. Sorry, somebody posted a picture of the hair on the bumper. It looks like John's hair. Yeah, may very well be. May very well be. No worries, Erin. Catch you in a bit, my darling. Hope you're well there. Let me just... Hang on. I got to show this. We got this on the house. Hang on. Let me get it ready. Let me get it teed up here for you. Sean, you're going to love this. You're going to love this, Sean. Share screen. Here he is, the big man himself.
Oh,
Dennis.
Great guy.
Dennis, look at him in his pink. American flag in hand, ready to go. That's what it's all about.
Think about poor Dennis. He lives directly across the street from Lieutenant Lank. Think about Lank when he sees Dennis going out with his pink sweater and shirt every day, waving the flag, and it's just so great. So great.
There's a lot of questions here that Sean, why is it Japan called the land of the rising sun? I know.
Well, I have a good friend who's Japanese. I will ask him. Land of the rising sun. I know the house of the rising sun. There is.
Melanie there. Who this? Cold Trickle. It was on Twitter and somebody deleted it. Jackie, hello, medallion. Thanks, still on. Sean, sorry. I was going to welcome you, but you already welcomed you, so it's fine. But our pleasure. Lisa C says, Aussie Insider, I just watched you Beetlejuice Tiller's Boys video. Love it. Melanie, they have not been in for a little bit, over a month now. Okay. I'm just clicking on them all. Sean, Lady Di asks, I need to make merch that says mess up the investigation, but never mess up the cover up. I will definitely buy one.
Well, I'd buy one too. I keep saying, some guy sent me this, and he goes, "What do you think?" Actually, no, I take that back. He sent me the I don't know, they call it a silk screen, whatever that. And I said, "Man, that's awesome." And he said, give me your address." I said, "Beautiful." And he sent one. I guess he sent one to. I guess he's friends with Peter or something. Peter had it the first time. I said, "Man, this is awesome." All of a sudden, because it took off, we had the thing for the Facebook page, right? Florinata, right?
Yeah.
And he saw it and said, "Hey," but that's his gig. He's making all the money. So
you don't make any money out of it.
Like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I think people, obviously, misconception is you make money off of it, but you don't.
Yeah.
You don't make any money out of it.
No.
Darcy's in the house.
Don't tell my wife it's possible to make money, because she'll kill me.
Well, you should be. You shouldn't be ashamed of it. You should be making money. You know what I mean?
Listen, like I said, at some point, like I said, the payday for me is getting John justice. That's my payday.
Yeah.
So, and of course Karen. But if we get justice for John, she automatically gets the same justice.
Yeah. So hi Darcy. Hello Mike. Gene. Good morning. Hello Gene. Good morning to you as well. Feel free to play my last video done just for laughs. Where is it? Is it on Twitter? Aussie, I believe he's on Twitter. Love Melanie. She's a classy woman. Unbelievable they harassed her, but I agree with getting off Twitter. Yes, get off Twitter, people. It's not worth it. I'll show you this. Me and Sean laughed about this earlier on. Let me show you this, because we did have a laugh on it this morning. This is an example of Twitter for you guys. If you don't know. So I posted last night, day 4 of jury selection. Hopefully we get a full jury by the end of the day. Before then, maybe, who knows. All I do know is you can watch it here with me and El Jefe, Lepardo 8. Plus Resisting the Silence will also pop in during the day from 8:45 Eastern here and the link. So normally people like it, share wherever, Then this woman comes in. You've probably seen her. Oh, where's it gone? Hang on. Larson, and I saw a post on Twitter, on Facebook she made as well. Sean is the biggest word. I won't repeat that. I don't think we need to repeat it. On YouTube. The host, who is me, is the biggest. I presume she means the R word. That's what you get in Twitter, people. So if you're not on Twitter, don't go on Twitter. Because these anti-Karen Reid people, they are fake accounts. They are loop. So that's what you get. That is a typical example of a anti-Karen Reid person right there. And those are the languages they use, and that's the impression they give. So
right,
fuck up. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I mean we don't take it to heart, but others would. So don't go on this. Too toxic people. I'm trying to get on it less and less now. It's a horrible place. Meloni. How do you say that? Meloni Parker.
Meloni Parker.
You must have great strength.
Meloni Parker.
Melone. It's a little bit Melone. Italiano Melone. Melone Parkero.
Yeah.
Parker. Christine, sorry, apologize, I forgot your question. Sean, so this generic question, Sean. Christine's asked several times, what is the actual evidence against Karen? If you were looking at it from the anti-Karen Reid side, what are they pinning their hopes on? What are they saying? This is what makes her guilty.
And I can list this right up. I hit him. that her taillight is there, but it wasn't there at 6 o'clock, right? You don't think all those people would have seen red taillight walking around, right? You don't see that. I mean, you can't. All those EMS people that lift the body up, because they said they found the taillight area, the taillight near the body. What was the leaf blower? So the taillight pieces, her statements. I mean, but let's face it, statements you still have to. She could have said she killed Jimmy Hoffa. They still have to prove that she did it, right? And in my little, what I give a little pantomime yesterday about how the call went, right? And someone said on the phone, "Well, Jesus, if she said I hit him, and you have no evidence, well, get the evidence, create the evidence, right?" So the evidence, whatever they have, Christine, it's weak. And by the time you get through half of the state's case, probably most of it will be thrown out. They got statements by the kids, but that doesn't mean that she killed him, right? God, I fight with Susanna almost every day. Unfortunately, not fighting, but, bickering.
Naturally,
Stupid things, right? Stupid things. It happens. I mean, God.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Christine put it like this. Whatever they have, they're not going to have too much longer. And whatever they have right now is weak, very weak. So it's on very thin ice.
So hopefully that helps answer your question. Alice C, good morning, happy to be here. Thank you, Alice. Happy to have you here. Robin Wilson, happy Monday. Sean was saying arse last night. You have made an impression.
Yeah, Robin Wilson. Yeah, I thought
And
that would be
Robin,
a nicer way of saying
ass.
pull it out of his ass. That's what I said. Scanlon couldn't have pulled that story. He didn't pull it out of his ass.
That's good. And Robin's the one that did my background. Tick, tick, boom. The FKR stuff on my background. So people that do ask that, that's from her. Sassy Barton, yes, forgive me. I always forget why I ask, so I don't know what the yes is for. Morning, Donna. Kathy Leonard, good morning, gentlemen. Sean, last night was such a great show. Look forward to hanging all week with the Alternate Corner. Thank you, Kathy.
Oh,
We love having you. I
that.
told you, everyone loves your shows, man. It was a great show last night. Well, for me this morning, but
I get inspired by all these people here. I get inspired by all these people. That's what made me give the pep rally. Hey, did you know that I was voted most spirited in high school? That was my superlative. Rah, rah, rah. I was most spirited. I believe I was with Kathleen Gallagher. I was shaking the pom-poms, whatever the hell they call them.
There you go. Yeah, pom-poms. There we are. Robbie says, good morning. Bouncing between you guys and Glera. Thanks for being here. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. I appreciate that. There will be other streamers streaming it. So go and support everybody. Go give them a like, give them a view. Same here. If you don't stay, that's fine. But please come in and give us a like and
Sure.
Share and also support, obviously, Floor and Order himself, Sean Jefe, in the evenings once he does his show, his recaps.
Right.
Obviously, there won't be one. Well, there might be one slide depending if you're on with Gavin, isn't it?
Yes.
Depends if you're on with Gavin. Lady Di says, Rustlers, I am watching the previous live till I saw them, so I will go back in a bit. So I'm probably going to play Melanie's live from last night. I'm not sure. Have you seen it yet?
I have not. I have not. Oh,
we will play that. We will play that today because you got to remember, guys, today is a difficult day. We could be on all day with no jury selected, or we could be on for half a day and then we might select a jury and we might start after lunch, or there might be motions this afternoon. So we're going to be very much in limbo a bit. So I'm 100% playing Melanie's video from last night for those who haven't seen it, to just give you concept. So I've not even seen it myself, but any video Melanie makes, I find them very impactful, very knowledgeable person. So we'll play it. 5-star tennis from Di. Melanie, you have no idea. Lady Di, Melanie's show last night was awesome. There we are. We'll watch it then. Good morning, Dylan Shaw. Hello, Brenda. How are we doing, my darling? What is over there? Okay. See, there you go. That's an explanation for you. Jackie, standing in solidarity with you, all from Toronto. Hello, Jackie. Thank you for being from Toronto.
Nice.
Yeah, I saw that earlier on, actually. Sassy, I love that for a new T-shirt. We're way behind, chat.
That would be great. That would be a great idea.
Hey, True Seeker P. I'm so behind the chat. Sorry, guys. I'm way behind, but I'm trying to get through everybody. John, if you were the FBI, would you arrest first? Who would be the most likely to flip?
Well, at some point, whoever that person, at some point, the door gets shut on people who want to flip. It turns from people who want to cooperate to people who want to just plead guilty at this stage of the game. So at some point in an investigation, they have enough to say, hey, listen, you had your chance. Now the door is closed. The best you can do now is plead guilty.
Amdu says, Peter is there today. Let's go, Peter.
Yeah.
Peter Murphy.
Everyone was worried about Peter. Peter was doing fine. He just had a little blue light therapy.
He needs it. He's being a busy guy. He's famous now. So
he's famous,
he doesn't want the fame, but he's famous.
He doesn't call me anymore. That's how you know he's famous. He's getting other phone calls now.
H-Bag's in the house. How you doing, H-Bag? Good morning, Dylan and Sean.
H-Bag.
Donna's got a question. Is it possible Cannery's charges were upgraded to put the case in front of Judge Bevy Canone? They knew within hours they were going to sabotage this investigation, so why not recruit Canone?
Well, let's face it. The indictment didn't come out until, I believe, till June. All right, so you get almost, 4 months afterwards? So were they waiting for Canone to circle on back into the Superior Court? I'm not sure. That's a pretty good that's a good thought there, Donna.
We answered your question, Chrissy. Sassy, I'll come back to your question. I got the pictures for the jury seats. We'll go through that now. Twitter's accessible. Absolutely. Easton's with me. Hello. How we doing? Hi, Corey. All right, here we are. Love to see Melanie join you guys here in trial.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. I think she's streaming herself, though. There's some great content creators out there streaming, and Melanie's definitely one of them. So it's just so saturated, Sean. Everyone's streaming it. I don't mind people have been covering it for months, streaming it, but you've got all these new streamers that are now just plonking themselves in day one, starting now. So there's going to be hundreds of streamers basically streaming this trial. The Rising Sun insignia is worn by Australian military.
Wow.
I'm on Twitter, but I rarely comment or read it. I don't have the patience to argue with twits. I used to, but now I block them. So
exactly.
Great show, Donna says. Great show yesterday, Sean. You're a wealth of information and great insight.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you.
Dylan, did you get a chance to see Emily D. Baker's coverage last week? I think she did a half-hour show. If I got time, Tony, I'll play you today. There we go. I'll play you today if I got a chance. My main priority is always Melanie, because she's been in here for months covering this case. Then obviously Emily gives a different perspective, and I will play her, but I'll play Melanie first, and then Emily if we got time, which we probably will have time. There we are. We're way behind. You have Luke being in the statement of the land. Yes, we see you. Ross is the same here. YouTube and Twitter are the only two social I have. I don't make contact for. Yeah. Lady Law, my darling, how are we doing, my darling? Hope you're driving to work as well today. One of my favorite people in the world, Lady Law. GOJ, terrible behavior on both sides. Yeah, to a certain extent, I'm not saying that's not, but I certainly don't see myself or anyone going and calling the other side the R word and stuff like that. But I see plenty of them doing it behind their fake accounts. So, yeah, I can only judge by what is said to me and sent to me. So,
it'd be one thing if they had their true accounts. That'd be one thing. But they're all hiding behind fake accounts. There's only a few of us out there that go by our real names.
Yeah.
And then they can find you. But anyways.
Yeah. It's all good, though. It is what it is. Facebook, it's a question. Did I hit him in not confession? Yes, Darcy. Yes. Sean Kev just said, No true bill. His
Of course he
source.
did. Was he going to try that again? Come on. I mean,
Boston
come on.
Mike.
His sources, right? All right.
Boston Mike. It's Boston Mike from Twitter. Boston Mike. Let's fucking go. So much on. Did it? I hit him. Yeah, he can be explained away. You're right, Chad. He can definitely be explained away. Double. Tick, 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 baboon. Gene, how did you guys see meta-focus of Brian Higgins? Did you guys see meta-focus of Brian Higgins, lol, key witness against Colin Albert in Officer John O'Keefe's murder? Yeah.
Is Meta Forecast something? What is Meta? Is that a YouTube channel?
No, what?
Meta? I don't know.
You got Dumb and Dumber here.
Is that like a? Is that like a?
You have to explain it. Explain it like we're 5-year-olds, Gene. Any truth to the rumor of a Snapchat or other videos of the attack of Officer Keefe shown in the house?
Shelley, that's what they're saying. That they said that there's a, these kids. Listen, we have a suspicion that there were more people in the house than been identified and interviewed. So get some pop-ups.
Christine, yes, Sean has messaged you. Message him
I
back
hit
on
you.
YouTube.
Check out your community on YouTube. That community page. I sent you a message. Talk back to me. You didn't give me your email. Come on now.
Yeah. So respond to him, Christine. You can't interview until you respond to him, and then he'll interview. Pink ones, pink pop buns. Good morning, fellas. Hello, Mimi from Rhode Island.
Nice. Greatest speakers, I think.
Pink is my favorite gecko umbrella. Those 80 G's.
Wow.
Here we are. Everyone's doing the rounds. It's all good. Henry Blue. Hiya, Henry. Looking forward to your show today. You both do a great job. Thanks, Henry. Appreciate you for that, my friend. Sean, if you play golf later, he's not had a chance, have you?
Play golf later today? No. I got to prepare for tonight. I hope I have a voice.
Hello. That's why we were going to watch Melanie and stuff like that as well, to save your voice. Hello, Miss Lynn. How we doing, Medallion? Canton check-in. There we are.
All right.
Scratchy Itchy.
Scratchy Itchy. That's what I say to my dogs. You want some scratchy itchies? Look at one of them just perked up. Scratchy itchies. They get up and I give them the itchies. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Scratchy itchies.
They say if there was concern of Karen's mental health, why wasn't a well-being check called instead of having Kerry bring her back to the scene?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. God forbid, what if something happened on the ride back? I mean, the way they handled that whole thing in the beginning was completely against policy, against normal industry standard policies in law enforcement. It was a complete joke. That's a good question. I'm going to just go on. I'll give you the nice Melone. Okay, Melone. I'm going to phonetically spell that. Maybe it could be Melanie. This TUI thing is so unique that it's been very rare that it's been used. And the answer is no. I've never had. Whoa, I gotta get this off. I've never spoken to anyone that's had the luxury of having to deal with TUI. No, I have not. So
I skipped.
Oh my God!
You're fine.
I answered a phone call. Did you hear that?
A little bit, yeah. Lady Dice, Emily's doing the trial as a juror. That's good to know. So I think that is good. Her being an attorney as well. Yeah, I think that would be good. I think she would bring really good perspective to it, to this trial, Emily D. Baker. I show more love towards Melanie because she's obviously covered it from gavel to gavel so far. But yeah, she'd definitely be somebody I would want to see her take on it.
Yeah, and Melanie, don't forget, Melanie has done a deep dive on every document. I mean, she is excellent. I mean, I don't have that patience. I'm a street fighter. Get me in the ground. Just give me the meat. I want to touch you. I mean, reading's great, but I want to touch you. I want to grab you, sit down, let's talk, Give me the meat. That's what I want. Tell me what happened inside 34 Fairview. Don't tell me about kisses and drinks up at the waterfall. That's what this was about. Who knew we'd be talking about little pecks? See, they're all going to think that Sean had this inside information. That's why he was talking about kisses and drinks in June. I didn't have any info, but now we're talking about little kisses, little pecks. Sean's a savant. He's a magician. I'm not Jules. Jules has the magic ball.
Right. She's a weirdo. Russell's mom says, I don't often watch Emily Baker. She seems to take the side of the prosecutor. I take the opposite stance until we see the proof for someone did the crime. I agree. But what I'll say about Emily D. Baker is this, like, I think she's still somebody you should listen to. So I don't watch, obviously I'm streaming, so I can't watch them. But I will be watching a recap of Emily's, and I will watch a recap of Melanie's and stuff like that, because they probably have opposing views. So I think it's healthy to have that. I'd never watch it with them because they like to pause it and all that. I don't like that. But yeah, I think Emily probably give a recap at the end of the day. So she normally gives like a quarter of an hour, 20-minute recap. That's what I want to watch, is a recap with her. Same with Melanie, her recap, to see a lawyer's perspective. So you don't have to watch it with them to get perspective. You can watch their recaps. And I would encourage anybody to go and watch Emily's recaps at the end of the days and stuff like that, because it's having that opposing view. And I think she's a sensible attorney, if that makes sense, where there's a lot of people on the other side. If you go and watch Kevin, you don't get any sense out of it. But with Emily, at least you get a lawyer's perspective. So just my tuppence, that's what I would be doing. I won't be watching them obviously live because I'm streaming it, but I'll catch like the 15, 20-minute recap at the end of each day. So, Mike, I hate anonymous profiles, never trust them 100%.
That's right, Mike.
Good morning, Mandy. I said Cara and everybody, good morning to you all. It's AI. OBZ.
Yeah, that's what Gene Politano said. I guess that Meta is predicting the future of some kind of AI thing. So that's what I get it now, Gene. No, I haven't seen it, but maybe you can send me a link. I'd love to see it.
OBZ said, by the prosecution's list, I believe they may be hostile to their own witnesses.
This is true.
Could be.
I want them to testify. Oh my God, would that be awesome?
The only contact Kevin has is how to get a free bottle of Jameson on the way to skip off the top to pad his tips. Bartender. As a mother of a rookie cop, this case is a whole lesson on the real world. Yes, Miss Lynn. Yes. It hits home, doesn't it? Hits home. Meta is like Wikipedia for the future.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
There we are, Gene. There we are. We're learning. That's what I love about our chat. We just learn all the
He
time.
was an old neighbor of mine back in the old neighborhood.
Here we are. Peabody. Hello, Peabody. Jody from Peabody.
Peabody. Like Worcester.
Hello, Jody from Peabody.
Like Leominster.
You see, we got all those as well, but we say different Leominster. Hello, Worcester. Anyone from Worcester? Hello, Worcester. Peabody. Best food here in Providence. Is that how you say Providence?
Providence is good. Yeah.
There we are.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone from Worcester. I love your video, Aussie Insider. I will get to it. As long as there's no copyright, it can't be because you played it on YouTube, so it's fine. I plan on watching the trial between you guys, Melanie and EDB. Let's go, free Karen. There we are. Also remember recaps as well. Sean's doing recaps as well. Maybe other people doing recaps. Watch as much as you can. Where will he be tonight? Gavin Fish, is it?
Yes, Gavin Fish. Hopefully. I have to check my messages here. Hold on.
There you go.
No super chats. No, I didn't get anything.
Hey, Casey. No super chats for Sean today. Hello, Casey, my darling. Hope you're well. Thanks for listening, much appreciated. Jesus, I can't keep up with the chat.
Okay.
Go on.
Good news. I just got a message from Gavin Fish. Yes, we're on tonight, 7:00. Okay. So I'll be on with Gavin Fish. I'll find out what his
We'll get it. What
his show's called. Yeah.
We'll get it. It's fine. We'll figure it out somewhere. Right. Grace Quinlan says, I'd like to know more about why Julie Nagel went out to meet her brother. I wonder if John walked into drugs on the table. Of course, that's my another theory.
Yeah, that's pretty good. She came out because I think some point during the night she was supposed to go home with her brother at a certain time. Then she decided to stay, and then she was decided to get kicked out. That's the thing. People got to put this together, right? Ryan comes to pick her up. She says, "No, I'm going to stay. I'm going to stay over." And all of a sudden, what event changed her from staying over to getting booted out with Jen and Matt and with Sarah Levinson? People, like I said, just avoid the noise. We have common sense. That's what's on our side, common sense. So, and the FBI. FBI is on Team Karen Reed. Don't forget that.
True Seeker, I will get back to your comment here in a second. Let me just play Ozzy's video. 2 seconds. Let me just play this, and then it'll be fine. Share screen.
Ode to Turtle Boy.
Oh shit! Hang on. Let me go back to the start.
That guy.
Just say it.
Do Mr. Kearney.
Just say it.
Aiden Carney.
Just say it.
So Mr. Kearney.
Kids in your imagination. Just say it.
Turtle Boy.
Yes, that's it.
Aiden Carney.
No, you don't need that.
I don't know. I had to play it on another tab there. Oh, hang on.
Turtle Boy.
You said it twice. Just say it once more. Come on.
Aiden Kearney.
Just say it.
Aiden Carney.
Just say it.
Turtle Boy.
There you go.
Good. That was really good.
There you go, Ozzy. So sorry, it broke up halfway. Hang on. Before I go any further, let me do this as well. You see, it's one thing after another here. Put that down. We can see we've got to go on this one now. Hang on. Cheers to Shah Nichols, who bought us a coffee. Happy birthday, Mush. Mush, happy days. That's a Welsh word. We love you and all you do at the Alternate Corner. Happy days. Happy days. Thank you, Shah Nichols, for the coffee and for the birthday greetings. I appreciate you. Thank you, my darling. So there you go. Right, let's get back to chat here. I'm way behind. I'm trying to get into question. True Seeker. I won't ever understand if Karen hit Officer O'Keefe, then why didn't she check he was unalived as she left a potential witness? Does not make sense to me at all.
Well, that's the thing. You're right. I mean, A, we know she didn't, but B, let's say if she did hit John, right? She probably didn't realize she hit John, right? Right. But we know she didn't because the injuries are inconsistent with getting hit by that car. We know that. We've always known that. It's just now the FBI has confirmed it through an independent specialist.
There you go. Ted Daniel, good morning. From day 4 of the jury selection, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. 4 more jurors are needed before testimony can begin. My seat cushion arrived and it's a welcome relief to the upright wooden church pew. Thankfully, we are not required to kneel in court. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I mean, and those pews are hard, man. You know,
Right.
They are hard. So thank you for that, Helena. Melanie's definitely still my favourite on this as well. Sean, yes. I saw that smart man from Wendy. Sean, you mentioned someone told Yannetti about the cover-up. Will that person be questioned?
Yeah, so that's the famous Steve Scanlon, friend of Brian Albert, went into Yannetti's office the day after Karen was arraigned and told him stuff that absolutely had to be from a person that was inside that house. Now we know Scanlon was not inside the house. So somebody inside that house gave him firsthand knowledge of what happened. I don't know what happened after that, but I would opine that he probably went to the FBI, and that's how I feel was one of the ways they got into this case. Then it started from there. So you're talking back early February, March 2022. They were in it for a long, long time. Think about that.
Bree, we'll keep an eye out. If there's anything that comes out, we'll keep an eye out. So-called exclusive by Grant Smith Ellis today. We'll see. If there's anything, we can put it on, but, Ozzy, my husband used 2 of them for his office chair. Why doesn't just buy a new chair? I'll never understand. We've got favourite chairs. Explain proffer. Boston Mike saying explain proffer.
Okay, want me to?
If you want, yeah.
Okay, so I'll give the simplest version. It's an agreement between you and the government. You agree to sit down with federal agents and the assistant U.S. attorney with your attorney. You sign this document, and it gives you like use immunity for the day, right? Or days. I've taken proffers from people several days because they had so much information. And what you tell prosecutors cannot be used directly against you, okay? If for some reason it all falls apart. If for some reason a federal agent, like for instance, I knew some guy was holding back on me, I just kept telling him, all right, keep talking. And I asked him again, what about this? What about that? And so anyways, you got to tell them everything. And then you get to the point you say, okay, Brian or whoever, we appreciate your time. We're going to analyze this information and get back to you. And if it was worthwhile, if it was in there, if the person gives them the information that's needed and more, they will then make an offer. It's going to be a plea agreement, right? Or a cooperation agreement. In the case of Higgins, it would be a plea agreement, okay? And he would then agree to plead guilty to a charge, agree to cooperate fully in all investigations of this matter, testify at any trial in this matter, testify at all grand juries, and assist law enforcement in any investigation surrounding the murder of John O'Keefe. That could be wearing a wire, making phone calls, recorded by the FBI, whatever. So that's technically what a proffer is. Now, in this case, we know he gave the proffer. What we don't know is, did they consummate the deal, all right? Did they go to the next level and give him a plea agreement? That's what we don't know. But we definitely know he sat down with law enforcement, the FBI particularly, and they signed a proffer. So, and Yannetti used that proffer in court. He read right off of it.
There you go.
I hope that explains it.
It does, yeah. I mean, you've explained it enough times now, so I think everyone gets it. I think fair play to you. You got it down pat. Hello to everybody I've just shown as well. Hello. And Melanie comes back. I mean, Adams, I can't say that.
Adams.
It's pronounced Adams. Sean, Meloni is pronounced like
Oh,
Melanie.
Melanie. Okay, good.
There we go.
All right, Melanie. Beautiful. Thank you, Melanie, for that.
Okay. Hi, miss. How you doing? Ozzy says, I have a theory too. Based on ex-husband's drinking, he often went to other people's home and spewed on their carpet. Got him thrown out a few times too.
Yeah.
Maybe. Question: can you go more into starfish from Canterbury Tales?
I think you're talking about the stingrays, right? The stingrays. The stingray is a electronic device that captures cellular telephone information. It's a very, very powerful tool to have. Very powerful if it's in the wrong hands. And when it's being used legitimately for law enforcement, you have to have a warrant, right? The owners, I mean, let's face it, the gatekeepers who have that can be very dangerous, all right? So it's like you go out in an area and you click on, punch in a number, and you're onto someone's cell phone. That's the easiest, that's like the theory of how it works. It's a little bit more involved, but the technology is definitely there. You know how scanners, you can listen to a police scanner if you dial in the right channel, the right whatever. Well, it's kind of like the same thing, but you type in a person's number. So it's called Stingray. My day was called Triggerfish. Very powerful. Very dangerous too. Very dangerous.
I have no idea what you're on about, but it sounds, I have no idea what that means.
Well, okay, so for instance, Brian Adams, Brian Albert, right? Yes, Brian, the Canadian, Brian Albert was the head of the fugitive unit. How did he track down fugitives? Right. One of the ways they track them down, like everyone has got to communicate, track them down through the communications. Right.
Yeah.
And this Stingray was purchased by the Boston police specifically for his unit also. Okay. Now, there's information that device, that tool was being used off the books, and that's very dangerous.
Okay. Well, we're learning every day you're on, well, every minute we're on with you, we're learning something new.
Yeah.
To be fair.
That's good. I hope I can.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's interesting. I really hope you're able to save it. You have close to 500,000 to save it. Oh, sorry, I don't know what that is about, but hello, Mandy. Hello, Brendan. We'll do 3 years in prison.
Wow.
Watch all your lives. I'm trying to get through everyone. Mandy, everyone I've missed or didn't say hello to, I do welcome everybody. Thanks for being here, everybody. There we are. It's called Aussie Insider. Aussie Insider. Hello, Colleen, as well. Hello. Jesus, there's so many things coming through here. I'm trying to get through everyone now. Ali October says Watertown here.
Oh, 1 minute there. Watertown. Your old chief, Eddie DeVoe, and I went to college together up in Westfield. I don't know if you know him, but he was pretty prominent in the marathon bombings. Eddie DeVoe, great guy.
Yeah, that was huge, the bombings as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it all ended in Watertown. Watertown.
Sweating Bullets, hello. My first thought, if I was Gemma Cape helping Karen find J.O., would be that someone he was in the house. Maybe he wandered off and passed out. There's a lot of possibilities.
Yeah.
Hello, Kelly Reed.
Hey, Kelly. You're not at that's Kelly Reed.
Oh, right. I didn't even realize. I was like, hi, Kelly. Just as a normal Kelly. Hello.
Kelly.
How are we doing, Kelly? Welcome.
How are we doing, Kelly?
Lovely to see you.
Beautiful.
I hope the farm are well. Do you know what I mean?
Exciting times. Oh, my God. What is this?
But also, what a break, we were saying, Kelly probably missed it, but you were saying, Karen leading from the front.
Absolutely.
How impactful is that?
Huge. She's a leader.
Everything we've seen from Karen, the family, your father, everything, you could all be proud of yourselves, We're only playing a small part here to try and get, justice for John and justice for Karen. So Let's go, Kelly. Let's go.
Hugs and kisses, Kelly.
Hugs and kisses. I'll talk about hugs and kisses.
Kisses and drinks.
Kisses and drinks, yes. Hi, darling. Hi, Josie. Hello, everyone. Happy Monday. Miss Lynn. Arlington here.
Arlington, nice.
Arlington.
Beautiful.
Early October, yep, scary lockdown. Jonathan, Jack Clement. Morning, boys. Morning, John. How we doing, fella? Hope you're well.
Jonathan Jack.
Christine, thank you for letting me be the chat. Thank you for being here. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Hey, Josie, I'm back now, too. Guess who's back? The Hackster's back.
The Hackster's back.
Watch out. We are good. Thanks for everything. Good. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Whose testimony is going to be key for Reed's acquittal? Who do you think?
Well, if they put on two of the people that we know are testifying for the defense, they put on defense witness number 23, and he testified, it's over with. They put on Brian Higgins, it's over with. If they put on Jen McCabe, she's gonna have to testify, right? She's gonna have a meltdown. I mean, she's gonna have a panic attack or something. She can't be that good, because she's gonna know about all the microwave trucks are gonna be lining up, whatever that street is outside the courthouse. The microwave trucks are gonna be all over by her street, by St. Gerard's and the Canton Police Department, because they'll be going down to the Legion, the American Legion, because that's a hotbed. They'll be going down to the Waterfall. They'll be going down to C.F. McCarthy's. They'll probably go into all these businesses are going to have incredible business during this trial. But she knows the night before she testifies that she's going to be on full coverage nationwide. That, let me tell you something, that grows on you. It does. And they're going to be every little thing. They'll be looking at every strand of her hair. They'll be commenting on her looks. They'll be commenting on the way she reacts, the way she quivers, the way she coughs. So anyways, thank you, Kelly. That would be awesome.
Yeah, please do send her our love. We are huge Karen Reed, obviously, on her side.
Yes.
Let's fucking go, people. And thanks for popping in, Kelly. Really appreciate that as well. That was a bit of a shock. I didn't expect that. So lucky you noticed it as well.
Yes. Kelly's awesome.
And everyone say hello to Kelly, everyone. We appreciate it. Let's fucking go.
She's a fighter too, man. Those Reeds are fighters.
They are. We can see that.
They are.
You can see that.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
Thank you, Kelly. And also, just hang on, I got it down here. She's an inspiration, Kelly Reed, even to those of us down under. Greetings from West Roxbury, from Helena.
Beautiful.
So Cuba, right? Once someone from Resistant to Silence comes on, Paul or Dana or Tracy, we'll talk about the popcorn, because there's popcorn being sold that will go towards Karen's fund. But I don't know much about it. I know the Resistant to Silence know all about it. So, yeah, we'll push the popcorn stuff as well. Do we know who made the decision for MSP to bring Lexus back to Canton?
Well,
I can guess probably, but
I mean, I think it was always the plan, because they had to get the car closer to the crime scene. All right. For that purpose, the closer to the crime scene to get the evidence. Let's face it, until they had, this is key, until they had possession of that car, there was absolutely no evidence linking Karen Reed to that crime scene at all. So
Ted Daniel says quickly here, we are underway. Judge Canone called for a private sidebar to discuss impaneling issues with both sides. Also, she still has to consider a motion by the defense on Friday. The defense wants the location of the jury box moved, arguing that some jurors will not be able to see the faces of witnesses when they testify. This is a picture of defense including the filing. Not sure if that will be taken up today. I got the pictures. I'll put them up in a second as well. So Lana is truth and transparency. We were confused earlier on. So yeah, Lana, because she said H-bag hi, and she goes hi Lana.
Okay.
So
but there is a Lana Del Turtle. Is Truth and Transparency Lana Del Turtle?
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe she is.
I don't know.
I know Lana Del Turtle is one of my mods.
Oh, then she can't be, because this is truth and transparency, unless she's got a second account.
Maybe she.
I don't fucking know. Lana, if that's you, congrats. I mean, I don't know. Tell us. Here we go. Hackster. I told you she's all over everything. The Hackster is.
Alexa knows it all.
So this is a link to popcorn. I believe that if you buy popcorn, it goes towards Karen. 50% of all the money goes towards Karen Reed's defense fund. And like Kelly's saying, I will send all your love to her. Thank you all. Who's Brian Higgins? I mean, Christine. If you on Discord, all the information is on Discord as well, Christine, for the key players.
What real quick, this is a boomer question. What the hell is Discord?
You don't want to know. It's a piece of shit.
Fine. I
hate
I'll
it.
take your advice.
I hate Discord. It's a place. So it's a place that you can be on there, and there's so many sites. If I were you,
No, that's fine. I'm on enough sites.
yeah, you don't need to be on there. Unless I feel like you need to be, then we'll do something. But did she ask a question? Sorry, I maybe missed that. Oh no, we've answered it. It is fine. Right, let's go through some of this. Caramel popcorn ordered. I don't trust anyone's series Commonwealth side. Not to watch the trial. They could still be instructed to. They'll be watching 100%. Sorry, your control. To me, it's out of control.
Oh, unfortunately.
Colleen, thank you, Kelly. We ain't got no quits. Those are it. Christina Hughes in the house when John was killed. There we are. I put the link in chat. I honestly think the totality defense witnesses would make it a no-brainer for me, with reasonable doubt, without doubt. Now, right, this is interesting, right? Because 91 prospective jurors today. So
Good.
This is interesting. The problem is, Lana, is that you can think for yourself. A lot of people in this chat can think for themselves. I am not sure that every juror, unfortunately, can sometimes understand how it all works and be able to break it all down. Jackson, Yannetti, Little, they're going to have to dumb it down. I'm not trying to be insulting here, but I've seen so many people get convicted on nothing but fresh air. So, and the main reason is because people don't get it. Nikolai Mew, for instance, at self-defense trial, the juror said that they believed the witness, one of the witnesses, was assaulted by a punch. And you might not understand what I'm trying to say here, but they believe the witness was punched because more people testified there was a punch than not. Now, there was 13 against one person. So 13 people said it was a punch. One person, the victim, said, well, defendant said it was a slap. So, of course, 13 people. So they believed that was a punch based on 13 people that said it, even though those 13 people were on the same side. I'm confusing stuff here, but what I'm trying to say is people will believe anything. It's how you control what they're going to believe. That's the problem. You're going to have to believe that they're going to be able to dissect and understand. Like, they don't have a Sean El Jefe in the jury room dissecting the tail lines, showing, well, that's not possible. They're not going to have any of that stuff. You have to really simplify. The jurors will have nothing except for their brains and what they write down in their notes, if they're allowed to write notes. I don't know. That's the thing. Are they going to pay attention? The prospective juror on Aiden's show on the weekend said that one of the people on jury was basically looked like a gamer. I don't know if it's a good thing, a bad thing. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? So 12 jurors, Jesus, I don't know. It's a tough, but it's law. We've got to do it.
My man, I'm going to get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll go through. Kelly Reed. No, buy your popcorn from Kelly Reed. It is the best. Here we are. What's your link, Kelly? We'll put your link up. Is there a specific link for people? I don't understand. I don't know how it works. I generally don't know how it works. So let me go into Hackster then to see what the link Here we go. What's it? Oh, we got it. Oh, there we are. So everybody, we have got it. So let's do the time warp again. Let's do the time warp again. So here you go, Kelly's pop-up store. The Reed family appreciates all of you, plus all your previous efforts with fundraising, but we need one final push to help Karen pay for this trial. Free Karen Reed. 50% of each purchase benefits this fundraiser. There you go. So Kelly's already raised $271, sold a $500 goal, and you can see event leaderboard, RTS popcorn, Kelly Reed second, Nick. Oh, look at that. There's a leaderboard. There you go. So you can the originals, the classics, the all-stars, the perfect 10, make a popcorn donation. There we are. They don't deliver to the UK though, I suspect, but you know. Oh, actually, Kelly's up to 297. Nick's up to 131. Oh, it's like a horse race, this is. And Kelly's coming from the back there. She is $297 raised. So this is not updated. Okay. Oh, resistance to silence is in the lead. Yeah, but they're cheating. There's 3 of them. So and Kelly's in second. There we are. Happy days. There we are. We'll keep promoting that throughout the day. And every day, or is it just this week or something it's on? I'm not sure. I'm out of touch with it. But yeah, please go and buy some popcorn from Kelly. Ted Daniel has an update. Freaking not right. You guys are keeping me on my toes. Let's take a look here then. Ted Daniels. Let me refresh that. If this is the, oh, there we are, 91 jurors. I'll put it up. Share. Heard 91 is the number of prospective jurors here today. The court allowed the first day of selection process to be recorded, streamed, but only the first day. Judge explaining the case now. There we are. So fingers crossed we end up with a jury. We need 4 more today. Fingers crossed we end up with a jury. Cuba says, sick at home, so great to have you here, Dylan and Sean. Thank you, Cuba. Hope you feel better soon, my friend. Only 91 jurors today, might not get 4. Fingers crossed, Barry. Fingers crossed we get it. We'll see now. Which ones do you think will have the biggest impact for Karen's acquittal? So the feds. There we are. Get more report there. Thank you, Bree, as well. Different Lana. Yeah, we get confused easily. Kelly's link. Thank you. There we go. Supporting Kelly. I'm another Lorna. Lorna. Thanks, Axter. Who are you hanging to here the most? Nick was the first one. Okay. Well, we support Kelly. I don't know who Nick is, so we support Kelly. Darcy, yes. I love popcorn, how we buy. Just click that link that Axter's done it. Then go buy. There's a few can't read Discords. I don't go Barry. I don't go in any of them. There we are. He's back.
Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate.
Here's the floor and order. Cheers, mate. Coffee.
You must have connections somewhere. I can't even get that.
No, well, yeah, I bought it. See? Can I send the protesters some popcorn from Australia? Probably a link to somebody. I'm sure if you speak to somebody, they would love that. I think you could donate anyway. I think. Bev, incompetent. Good morning, all. Good morning, Lorna. There's loads of people here. I'm going to skip here. I'm so nervous that this is even going to trial. Jurors just don't know. This is what I'm trying to get at. Jurors just don't know. Zach Anderson too. Yes, that's another case that go and follow the wrongfulpod.com for more about the Zachariah Anderson case. That's another tragedy of an innocent man in prison. I need to order more popcorn now. I had ordered from Nick, but now we'll order from Kelly. There you go. There you go. Watch Sean's stream from last night. I feel like you did, but I feel a little better after watching that. You see, Sean, you're inspiring.
I hope so.
So
I try.
We Erin Hack, she's like, as I say, she watches trials, and we watch Nikolai Mew trial. She lives not far from there, and she's disheartened with that verdict and everything. And you get disheartened with trials because you just don't know what's going to happen. It's a game. It's a flip of a coin half the time.
It's very dangerous.
Dangerous.
I gave the example myself, all right? Talking about the noise, all right? Went against 12 defendants out of 22, right? 10 had pled guilty, a couple cooperated. After the 12th defense attorney sat down on the opening statement, I felt like horrible. And I knew this case. I was the case agent. I was actively involved in the case. And I felt horrible. I said, my God. So don't feel that you're being kind of bamboozled by the other side. That's what they do. Just trust in the case.
Yeah.
Wow, that would be incredible.
If that's true, Smitty.
Whoa, man. That'd be incredible, Smitty.
They're not live streaming the court in court. No, not until they got the jury together, and then they will. Erin loved popcorn. Josie, me too, and I can tell most people don't even understand the trial process. Jurors are. It is. I try and bang on about this. Or we just said that it's so unpredictable. You just got to make sure there's at least one person there that has some common sense.
Right.
At least one. I know, Josie. Kelly's link. There we go. Kelly's link again. Mandy is definitely disheartened to see how many people are persuaded by weak evidence repeated by a lot of people. Yes. Carl's going down. Although he said feds can't touch him. I love popcorn as well. I wish these popcorns could be delivered to Wales. Pink. 5 days. 5 days.
5 days. Wow.
Yes. Draft Drake May Patriots. I think Drake May is okay. I'm not sure. I think you want to. There's rumors that the Patriots going up to 2.
I've been so focused on this case. I don't even know what's going on in the world.
Oh, the draft. We're just talking about the draft. Toe and knee is speaking. Question for Sean. Do you think the FBI has agents staking out the activity at the courthouse, still listening in on target cell phones, etc.?
Yeah, I would hope by now. Well, with specifics on the Reed case, on the John O'Keefe portion of their investigation, I would believe that's tucked away. Okay, they're definitely listening. I mean, when I mean listen, they're definitely following everything. As far as listening on active title freeze, I don't think so. I don't believe so. I think the cat's out of the bag. I think they're just putting up finishing touches on other parts of their investigation, whatever that may be. And yeah. But yeah, I think they're interested. I think they're interested in what we're saying. I think they're interested to hear what's happening at court, obviously, because let's face it, those witnesses that they put before the grand jury are going to be on the stand again. And guess what? You lie on one jury and lie before a grand jury. If they can prove you're lying, then people got some problems. Going to have some.
Yeah.
The problem is they have a record now. Each witness has testified before a state grand jury and a federal grand jury. Now they have to raise a hand and swear to tell the truth before a judge and a jury. So this is high stakes. This is serious stuff for some of these jurors, some of these witnesses.
I agree. We got Michelle here from great show last night, Sean. Big fan from Stoneham.
Stoneham, Mass. Beautiful.
Sure. I got the Floor and Order t-shirt and candle. I got a t-shirt, a couple of t-shirts.
And a candle. They're selling candles.
I think so, yeah. And
what about the lilies? Are they still selling?
Lilies.
Are they still selling lilies? Jesus.
Lilies. Thank you, Christine.
What do you say, Christine?
Great job, John. You keep hope alive. Yeah, I mean, Sean knows his stuff, guys. He knows his stuff.
I don't know it all. I just know what I know. What I know. I know what I feel. I feel a lot more than I know. Or I feel a lot more than I know. But when I know something and I put my brain and my experience, it says things to me.
Yeah. No, I agree. No one knows everything. You know, we're just giving opinions, and that's all we can do. But also, with 35 years of experience, you don't just put that to one side. Aaron Hack says, I almost shut down YouTube after Mew. Between Mew and Zachary Anderson, so sad. Yes, this is why I do not take any case at face value. So they blocked Grant this morning, so he couldn't harass Karen Reed. Good. Peace or POS. Young, hello, Young. Nice to see you, Young. Hope you're well. Darcy, who blocked him? It was, I think, the crowd were trying to surround Karen to make sure that, you know, but he was still shouting stuff about, oh, there's a juror, you know, or whatever. You know what he's like. Just bought some popcorn.
No,
can't wait to try it.
No, fuck. I don't know.
H-Bag, where did you know that from? Oh, yeah, I got a link as well. You know, it's nothing to do with Sean. So the only reason I haven't shared is because people think that it's Sean. It's not Sean. Just some independent people are doing it for like the Law and Order stuff.
They jumped on the screen for the Facebook page. That's all they did.
What witnesses that has flown under the radar? Sorry, Jonathan, you did ask this. I forgot to ask it. Sean, what witness that has flown under the radar will come out with some bombshells on the stand?
Well, if it's true about defense witness number 23, that's huge. I mean, coupled with the 227 search and the experts that have the PhDs, and then to have someone say that they watched John walk into the house, that's a atom bomb right there. And I would say whoever that civilian witness is that they talked about that can link John's phone to their phone in close proximity, that's going to be a huge bomb right there. So that's what I believe.
Another question. If Higgins is a good rat and eats the cheese, Sean, I think he would be eligible for a 5K1 and a downward departure.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the whole idea. He would get, but like I said last night, don't be fooled. All right, he gets the ticket to the to the team, right? And he gets the rule. I think it's called the Rule 35. 5K1. Maybe that's something new. But I know Rule 35 was the government had to go up front and say, Your Honor, Mr. Higgins or so-and-so or anyone provided so much assistance to us that it was substantial. Those are the key. Substantial assistance is the two buzzwords that every judge needs to hear. All right. Now, let's face it, the judge in the federal court, when this all goes to federal court, will hear this. Okay. He'll hear the trial. He'll know exactly what Higgins provided. Okay. Higgins will plead to something, whatever that something is, and he'll be offered a downward departure. But don't be fooled. It's not called downward. I mean, it is. But what it does is it releases the judge from the mandatory sentencing guidelines that came out in 1994 or 94, sometime around that time. Okay, 93. It really handcuffed the judges. I've seen judges go upward, and it all depends how this judge views his cooperation. I mean, if he gives up the deal, and it can be proven that who killed John, and that he didn't really participate as the murderer, he's going to go to jail. Let's face it, he will go to jail. But for how long is the ticket? How long is the question? So you're right about that. I forget who that was.
Karen says, hi, Sean. Say hello to the boss, Idalan. Hiya, Karen.
Say hello to
your wife.
Oh,
wife.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's definitely the boss, no doubt. Thank you.
Also, as someone said earlier on, I don't think I caught it. Fair play to your wife. She takes on a lot as well, and considering that your time is basically doing all of this work on different streams during the day. I know you're on the blower. I know you're on the phone everywhere, left, right, center. So she hasn't got much time.
She's like, but she watched last night. That was awesome.
Sean, with respect to Higgins' proffer, Higgins could also be providing the feds with valuable information that is unrelated to the case, correct?
That's correct. That's the deal. He's got to give up all criminal knowledge, all of it. Because what they don't want to have is someone that comes on the stand and they get blindsided. Because let me tell you, defense attorneys have just as much, maybe sometimes better information than the feds. They deal with real criminals, right? Right? The defense attorneys get all kinds of information. So the last thing a federal prosecutor wants to say, oh, Mr. Higgins, isn't it true? You planted 5 machine guns on a guy back in 2000 what? So that's type of stuff that you do not want to have as surprises. So that's why you're told you got to give everything up, everything, whether it's minuscule or not. Let them decide. Let them figure out what's important, what's not important.
Yeah.
I'm going to look this up. 5K1. Go ahead, Dylan. I'm just going to come up here.
I'm just putting some links myself in there. I will also look. I just posted that because I forgot to put at the start. If you'd like to support the channel, feel free to donate here. Buy me coffee, never required, but always appreciated. I'll pin that as well. Right. Hang on a minute. Oh, I'm trying to adjust here. So for those that don't know, I got a new laptop. I'm trying my best to just try and get everything work. When you get something new and it's different and every setting seems to be different. Thankfully, my laptop blew up on Friday whilst I was streaming the Matthew Moore trial. Because if it didn't blow up on Friday, it would have blown up today. So thankfully, blew up in time. Karen had her own PI. I'm sure he got a lot of information, possibly.
Oh, absolutely. Back to that real quick, Dylan. Regarding the 5K one, you are absolutely correct. All right. I'm incorrect. The Rule 35 is after someone gets sentenced wrongly or they provided information afterwards, right? You're absolutely right. The 5K one definitely is the motion that's put up by the U.S. Attorney's Office. That I was confusing it because one of my last cases before I went back overseas was dealing with the Rule 35. This guy absolutely got railroaded, and he provided information. So the federal attorney up here in Fort Myers did a Rule 35 motion to get this guy literally not amnesty, but departing from the original sentencing. But you're absolutely right. Whoever, I think it was Breezy, Obeezy, or someone else. Yeah, the 5K one, absolutely. But there's some kind of rule behind. But a 5K one absolutely is the downward departure. Good. Thank you for that because I'm talking about Rule 35 like I'm an idiot. So.
Ariana says, did your wife enjoy the stream last night? You said she was watching.
She did. She absolutely did. And she, unbeknownst to me, so we kind of have, which is good in a way, but I didn't know what her handle was, right? She said, well, Sean, did you not see my my message to you? And I go, well, no, Susanna, because I don't know. She's got you talk about trolls. She got about 9 different accounts. And she told me, I missed it. So I'll go back and look at it. But no, she did enjoy it. And she actually complimented me. That's wow. So
that's good.
Yeah.
You're doing something right. She's complimenting you.
I hope. You never know.
Right.
I could be getting set up for the big one. You never know.
There is that as well. I'm not sure we got something coming through here. Thank you to Wendy Calabresi. That must be Italian as well. Great. Calabresi. Wendy's. Is Wendy Italian? Is she half Italian? Thanks for being here every morning, Donald. Thank you, Wendy. And thanks for always sharing my tweets and stuff on Twitter and also obviously for allowing me to post in Sean's chat and stuff. And we just got another one come through as well. Refresh it. Truth Seeker, just love this channel and collab with Sean. Thank you so much, Truth Seeker. I do appreciate that as well. And thank you. Oops. Let me go up here. You see, new laptop, new freaking settings. Just love this channel and collab with Sean. Thank you, Truth Seeker. Appreciate you, and I will take that coffee. So thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Truth Seeker, for that. Right. Let's show this, right? Here. Okay. Let me get this here. So one of the motions that the judge is ruling on today is this. So for those that don't know, this is the view that juror 9 would have.
That's
So
horrible. They can't do it that way. There's no way.
So that would be the witness testifying. This is the attorneys. They will be standing there. And this is, as I say, the view from witness 9. So that's witness 9. Witness 10 would have this view. Witness 11, would have this view. Witness 12, would have this view. Some people were like, obviously the anti-Karen reads were like, ooh, who gives a crap? Who cares? Boo-hoo. And everyone shouted, oh, they want a mistrial, they were already. But no, I think Karen just wants a fair trial. And you cannot tell me that a juror that's a fair view for a juror to look at a witness.
Not.
And it's important because you want to be able to see their expressions. You want to see how they act, because they've got to put weight on every witness. So they need to see the expressions on their faces.
Right.
In my opinion.
So
anyway.
They should get monitors, right? Shouldn't they get monitors that can watch?
So I don't think there's monitors there for them.
But they should. I think that would be the fix. I mean, how can they rearrange that? They could get monitor, like a big monitor, like a 100-inch screen, and they can see the witness live, like we can. All right. But that's bonkers. That's bonkers right there. Can't have a fair trial that way. So.
No. The fact that trials have even taken place like this is bonkers. My understanding was that there's another motion that the defense have put in about a motion in so they can have a tech guy on the table to do all the exhibits and stuff like that, and they've allowed the Commonwealth to use if they want to. And there's a big screen there, so it is possible maybe they can. But
that'd be great.
But the trouble is, if there's exhibits, you can't see the witness. Do you know what I mean? And that would mean you'd have to stream law and crime just on the witness, because the camera, there's only one camera. So she'd have to allow another camera in there specifically just towards the witness in a way. And then you'd have to put the screen here somewhere then.
Right.
Right. But then you'd be blocking them, and he will. There's no right answer. Do you know what I mean? I don't think no. I don't know. I don't know. A few people have said stuff here. I think you mean juror view. Oops, sorry, Ali. If I said something different, I apologize. Robin says, I still don't understand the duffel bag story. Where was it? How was it out there?
I don't understand it either. All I know is that from 4 different sources, right, that FBI-looking vehicles, quote unquote, unmarked vehicles, approached this residence on Cedar Crest, which is not too far up the street from Fairview, where the murder happened. Sometime this time last year, around March, the end of March, they know it was a nice day. It was nice weather. And they brought the two residents out. They sat them on the stoop. They took Craig McDonald, to the back of the yard or somewhere, maybe some kind of shed or, I don't know, garage. And they emerged with a big hockey duffel bag. Huge, right? And so bottom line is they took the bag, mounted up in their cars and left. That's all. I mean, who knows what it is? Could have been a load of marijuana. I don't know. Who knows?
No.
But
this is interesting because this is old school like you, Mr. Beato. Growing up in 1970s Charlestown, MA, number one rule, don't rat. So I'm
Right.
conflicted.
right. So conflicted. So, you know, you don't rat on your neighbors, this is a case where a Boston cop was murdered. He was friends with Jen McCabe for over 10 years, right? I still don't believe it was done intentionally. I believe it was done on accident, that it was a night of drinking and a night of, whatever, tensions for whatever reason. You know what happens. And it happened it was over as quickly as it happened. But they had an oh shit moment and they didn't handle it correctly. They could have called 911, saved him, and no one would know the difference today. No one would ever known about that fight. No one would have been handled and would have been done. Now, God forbid if the poor kid, John, didn't recover or whatever. Yeah, different story. But at least they would have called 911. Hola.
Hello, Maureen. From
¿De qué
Mexico.
parte de México?
Enough, yeah. El Jefe.
El Jefe.
Yes. Oops. Did I miss anything? No, nothing's happening. The jury now, Robin asked a question. Sorry, I forgot. They're asking, they're just going through, there's 91 prospective jurors. They're just starting that process now. So you've not missed anything, Diana. Robin says, what about the Judge Canone misspoke but to jurors?
Yeah, that needs to get corrected.
That will get corrected, won't it?
And I think what will happen on that, once the real jurors and alternates are all together, sworn in, she'll probably make a statement, reread the statement over again and say, I misspoke. This is what the thing should be. And she'll do it again. So
Dave Hamburger in the house. How you doing, fella? Yeah, I'm the same, Mia. If the feds are knocking on my door, I'm squealing like a pig. Same here. Come in, let's tell you everything. Erin Hart, nice family, Kelly. Right, okay, I think Sean's stream was awesome. Right, do we want to see a little bit of Melanie's stream from last night then?
Sure.
Because it gives you a little bit of a break as well. So.
The guy she had on last night, he's been on many of the pundits from various crime episodes.
Yeah.
Some kind of forensic analyst.
Casey, thank you both for all you do. No, thank you, Casey, for being here and for the super chat. Okay. Right. Hang on.
All right, Christine. Good for you.
Let's get it. I won't be doing this for every coffee, by the way, before people think I will be. I won't. I'll just keep it for breaks. But because it's Christine, we'll do it. So bear with me. 3, 2, 1. Thank you to Christine Fortunato thank you for doing this on YouTube. Thank you, Christine. And hopefully we lined up. Sean will be doing an interview with Christine Fortunato. So welcome and thank you, Christine, for that very kind coffee as well. Whoops, where have I gone now? Where's the mic on there? There it's gone. Right, let's get Melanie Little up, shall we?
Sure.
Let's get. So bear with me. I'm still trying to get used to this. Oh, look who came out of bed. Here she is, Sarah P. She's been sleeping all morning, I think. Join the alternate corner community. Buy me a coffee. There we are.
Sarah.
Hello, Sarah P. How we doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well, Sarah P. Sarah P, every time I stream, she normally has a script for me, but she must have had a meeting or something today, so I didn't get the script. But she's normally very, very good. So, and if you'd like to support the channel, there we are. PayPal, buy me coffee. Yes, never required, but always appreciated. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. Hello, EU. How are we doing? Hope you're well. Great coverage for you too. Thank you, Mandy. Agreed. There we are. Any trial yet? No, they're still. They've just brought in 91 prospective jurors, and they got 4 more to seat. So I don't think we're going to get any trial today. It'll probably be tomorrow, I imagine.
Right.
But we're sticking around because you never know.
That's just true.
You never know. Right, let's give Sean a little bit of a break here. Here's your break. And let's get the fantastic, the fabulous, the one, the only, Melanie Little. If you don't follow Melanie Little, then I don't know what to say to you. You need to follow her. She is amazeballs. She calls it as it is. She's got great insight, and I think she's fantastic. So let me pull that there. She's got a guest on here, which we'll listen to now. There, Christine, I saw it. Thank you very much. And I did. You might be a bit behind, but thank you for the coffee, Christine. I appreciate you. Her face be like. Oh dear, people are being a bit mean to her. She's deleted her Twitter. I think it wasn't just on Twitter, but I think she's getting a lot of private hate as well. Which is never good. Right, let's play Melanie Little here for a little bit, and we can stop it whenever you want, or if you got any insight here as well, Sean.
Okay, my
What's
friend.
everybody doing today? This case is getting a little bit nutso. But I am really happy to have Joseph Scott Morgan here with me tonight. You may recall that the other night when we covered the Karen Reed case, we played the clip from Banfield at the very end of the show. And I was so excited to hear his take on this case. And he tells me he's only really talked about it maybe 2 or 3 times. So we're very, very lucky to have him. If you are not familiar with Joseph Scott Morgan, he is the Distinguished Scholar of Applied Forensics at Jacksonville State University in Alabama. Joseph holds a Master of Forensic Sciences degree and is formerly a board-certified fellow of the American Board of Medico-Legal Death Investigators. He's the host of the podcast Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan, which was nominated for a Clue Award at CrimeCon 2022 in Las Vegas. He began his career in New Orleans, where he was one of the youngest coroner investigators in the United States. Following his tenure in Louisiana, where he was named senior investigator with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in Atlanta, Georgia. Oh, Fulton County. That's where Fonnie Willis is, right? She's the DA now. I covered the case with you guys. During his time in Atlanta, Joseph helped create and establish the national training guidelines for medico-legal death investigators. Eventually, the national guidelines would lead to the formation of the American Board of Medico-Legal Death Investigators. In 2013, Joseph Scott Morgan was named Georgia Author of the Year for his memoir.
So, whilst I got it, if I got updates, I will stop it. So, an update from Ted Daniel. About 78 people in the jury pool of 91 indicated that they've heard or spoken about the case. 32 say they've already formed an opinion. 13 people indicated they already formed a biased one way or the other. So there you go. So, and that's always going to be the case, Sean. You know, I mean, this is nothing groundbreaking. This is fine. You know what I mean? So,
right. I mean, it's to be expected.
Yeah.
Right.
Aussie Insider says 2 picks for lawyers following the trial. Melanie Little, and I agree. As I say, both will be giving recaps, and I would highly recommend you go and watch both recaps, because I can guarantee you they will have different views, I imagine. So, and if you want a balanced view, which is important to have a balanced view, please go and look at that. Obviously, 100%, I am a biased channel. I am all free Karen Reid. You know, there's no in the middle here. Do you know what I mean? So I'm 100% biased.
Right, but I'm sure that if you were given information or evidence,
Yes,
that's what I want. Give me something. I haven't seen it.
give me something.
Too late.
Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. That's a bit inappropriate, maybe, for this stream, but yeah,
Great song though. Great
yeah,
song.
great song. But yeah, you're right. If hang on, more updates from Ted. Jury candidates are filling out the questionnaire. I suspect we'll power through until everyone in the pool is screened. Yes. So yeah, show me something. But until then, I can't be objective at the minute. I always try and be objective, but we're down this course now. We've seen lots of different stuff that I'm like, but yeah, that's why different opinions are good as well. Again, thank you to H-Bag. I will do the whole thing in a bit, otherwise people get annoyed at me. So, but a lot of love to you, H-Bag. Joseph Scott Morgan is awesome. Yes, he did a lot on Murdoch as well. Dave Y. Thank you, H-Bag. God damn. Happy birthday to Dylan. He was yesterday, but let's show him some love today. Thank you very much. The big 42 years old now.
Wow.
So, yeah, getting old now. So, Dave, which scares you, that means she's good. She's one of the best. What chances have Bright Corbett got if this is Karen Reed's? Yeah, Bright Holberger is fucked. Thank you, H-Bag. Thank you, Truth Seeker. I've no idea except the incident. I'm blind. Which is good, Dave. Happy birthday. I did see Suzanne in here somewhere. Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Wendy. Not biased. There we go. It's good. It's the way it should be, Mrs. Jim Morrison. It's the way it should be. I think that we've been so engulfed in this that sometimes I'm happy to admit I formed a bias, you know, so I'm happy to admit that. But as Sean says, show me something. Show me something. I can change my mind, you know. I have questions. I bet she is. Suzanne, thank you, Suzanne. Good morning, Dylan and Sean. Happy Monday to two of my favorite YouTube guys. Thank you, Suzanne, for your continued support, both on Twitter, Facebook, everywhere, and on here. So thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Suzanne. Excited that they will be billboarded for Brian K. Karen's a whole damn billboard. I know she does. Thank you for supporting the channel from Sarah P. Of all the women. Mel, this channel is very women orientated, so yes. Buck up, Daddy. So yes, here we go. Melanie's back. Sorry, I just wanted. If there are updates from Ted, then I will stop it. But otherwise, we'll continue it. I've heard so much crap from Turtle people. I'm a bit skeptical. I think the best thing, especially if you've not heard too much, is, as always, go in with both eyes open and make your own judgments. You know, there's a lot of people like Sean, Melanie covering it as well. So not just obviously Turtle Boy and stuff. Don't wear seatbelts on motorcycles, Dave. Don't buckle up. Good morning, all my ladies, Dave. I'm a police, but I can leave them at the door and judge on the evidence only. I reviewed the court documents personally. I'm a believer that Karen's innocent. Yes. Always innocent until proven guilty. Absolutely. That's one of our biggest mottos here. Right. So, absolutely. And as long as you start off a trial like that, whatever you end up with, it's up to you. Do you know what I mean? So, here we go anyway. Melanie.
Entitled Blood Beneath My Feet, The Journey of a...
Before I go on that, actually, just to interrupt you 1 sec, there are people as well you need to follow on Twitter, like Olivia, like Lana, and stuff like that. Yeah. They, like, I'm embarrassed when I look at their stuff because I'm like, Jesus Christ, they can really articulate these things really well. You know, so just go and look at these people as well, and look at that. Olivia Nile, especially, she is fantastic. Here we go.
Southern death investigator. Joseph's memoir is currently in development as a television series. In 2021, Morgan starred in the Oxygen series Murdered and Missing in Montana, which explored the suspicious deaths of Indigenous women on Native American reservations in Montana. Joseph will be starring in the Oxygen docuseries based on the podcast, The Piketon Massacre, which is slated, I believe, to premiere soon, unless it already has. He's also been on just about every news channel and every true crime show that you can imagine. And for those of you who are going to CrimeCon, he will be speaking at CrimeCon, so you will see him there. So without any further ado, I welcome to our show, Joseph Scott Morgan.
Hey, y'all. How you doing?
Hello.
Good to be here. Thanks for having me, Melanie. It's
Thank you
good
so
to be a part.
much. Thank you so much for agreeing to do this.
I don't think I'm a cupcake. So there you go.
Well, I say I'm not a cupcake because I can't make everyone happy.
That's an empirical impossibility.
And that's it. You know, I have 5 children. Nobody's ever happy all at the same time.
No one is ever happy.
And, you know, that's just the way it is. You know, everyone thinks I should be neutral. And, you know, it's kind of like my channel. If I have opinions, I'm going to share them. But sometimes I'm for the plaintiff. Sometimes I'm for the defense. Sometimes I'm for the prosecution. Sometimes I'm for the defendant. But what I always am for is, what does the evidence show?
Right.
What is the rule of law? And what does the Constitution say? Law, procedure, and evidence. And that's why I called you. Because as a trial lawyer, I hire experts to try my case. And you, my friend, are now the expert for us today in the Karen Reed case. So at least we can try and make some sense of whether or not you think Officer John O'Keefe was hit by a car.
Okay.
You know, that's what we've been taking a look at. And I don't know. I'm going to pull up for a second so that we can look at it together. And then, you know, just give a little background to the people who are watching. We can read this together, and then you can just let us know what you think about it. This is the Commonwealth's version of events as filed in their appellate brief, but I thought it would be a good little synopsis for us to start with anyway. What the Commonwealth is alleging essentially is that in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022, the defendant Karen Reed backed up her Lexus SUV into her boyfriend, police officer John O'Keefe, who was a pedestrian, and left the scene, allowing him or leaving him to die in the cold. Karen Reed's version of events is that she dropped Officer O'Keefe off at this home. She went home. He went inside. Something happened. He wound up on the front lawn. And the next morning, she goes back and finds him on the front lawn. So according to the Commonwealth's versions of events, when they interviewed Katie McLaughlin, who was the Canton firefighter the next day, which was January 30th, Katie told them that approximately 6 a.m. on the 29th, Canton Fire and EMS had been dispatched to 34 Fairview Road for a male party in the snow and unresponsive. Upon arrival, Ms. McLaughlin observed the victim to have trauma to his face and eye area and vomit in his mouth. She observed the victim to be dressed in jeans, socks, and one black Nike sneaker. The victim's shirts were cut, and his chest exposed for chest compressions. Ms. McLaughlin had exited the ambulance to speak with the defendant as to the victim's identity and medical history. The defendant provided the victim's name and date of birth. Ms. McLaughlin asked the defendant if she knew where the victim had suffered the trauma to his face/eye, and the defendant turned to her friend and stated repeatedly, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," in response to the paramedics' questions. Following the initial witness interviews on January 29th, Troopers Buchanan and Proctor then proceeded to the Good Samaritan to view the victim. They observed 6 bloodied lacerations varying in length on his right arm. And I sent you the autopsy photos, so you have them, right?
Yep.
The cuts extended from his forearm to his bicep. Both of the victim's eyes were swollen shut and black and blue in color. The troopers observed a cut to the right eyelid area of the victim. The victim's clothing, consisting of blue jeans, an orange t-shirt, long-sleeved gray shirt, and boxer shorts, were soaking wet and stained and saturated with blood and vomit. The victim was also observed to have one black Nike sneaker with a white Nike logo on the side. The victim's medical records were admitted as an exhibit before the grand jury in this matter as well. Throughout said medical records, the attending physician and medical personnel described the victim's injuries at length. Said description of his injuries and medical conditions include right superior orbital ridge region, approximately 7 millimeter laceration, positive, what looks like a plus sign to me, positive surrounding soft tissue swelling / contusion, positive breath sounds bilaterally, pulseless, positive superficial abrasions right forearm. Time of death was noted at 7:50 a.m. And then they go on to say that on January 31st, which was 2 days post death, Dr. Irene Scorti-Bello from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. The doctor advised the troopers that she observed several abrasions to the victim's right forearm, 2 swollen black eyes, a small cut above the right eye, a cut to the left side of his nose, and approximately 2-inch laceration to the back right of his head, and multiple skull fractures that resulted in bleeding of the brain. Dr. Scorti-Bello further advised the troopers that the victim's pancreas was a dark red color, indicating hypothermia was a contributing factor to his death. Dr. Scorti-Bello opined from her examination that the significant blunt force trauma injuries occurred prior to Mr. O'Keefe becoming hypothermic, as evidenced by the hemorrhaging in his pancreas and stomach. Mr. O'Keefe had arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center with a body temperature reading in the low 80s. The doctor opined that the extensive injuries to his head likely rendered Mr. O'Keefe incapacitated. The doctor further opined that upon viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and her examination of the body, she observed no signs of Mr. O'Keefe being involved in any type of altercation, physical altercation, or fight. In addition, the doctor testified that the victim had abrasions on his right arm. She described abrasions as scratches caused by a blunt object or contact with a blunt object. She also went on to describe them as a cluster of them on his right upper arm, on his right forearm, mostly linear, ranging in size from a few millimeters to up to 7 centimeters. Dr. Scorti-Bello testified that throughout her thorough external examination of the victim's body, she observed no signs of an altercation or fight. Doctor also testified extensively to the injuries or swelling of the victim's eyes. She testified that from her examination of the victim, both external and internal, that the bleeding and subsequent swelling around his eyes was related to the very small fractures in the skull. She testified specifically that the injury initiated or started in the back of the head, caused all the fractures in the skull, and then the eyes got red or black or purple because of the seepage of blood from the small blood vessels. The neuropathology report completed by Dr. Renee Stonebridge, also of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and attached here too as an exhibit, are consistent with Dr. Scorti-Bello's findings. I just want to point out to the viewers that the defense adds to their responsive papers that she did not mention what they say are clear injuries to the back of both of his hands. And with that, I have so many questions.
Me too. Yeah, it's very dense material. Particularly when you don't have a narrative that explains everything that's going on here. Because one of the things that we look at in the medical legal world is, first off, in my world, the world of the coroner and the medical examiner, I much prefer examining a body and making my own assessment and try to, and this sounds so rote, but trying to understand what the body is telling me. Some people say, the body talks to you. To try to understand what evidence exists on the body, whether it be trauma that we see on the surface externally, what's going on internally. And I think in this case, which I know that we'd like to get into, is this idea of the clothing, because that's, when you think about a pedestrian struck by a vehicle, it is such a layered event, and I mean that both figuratively and literally. because we see injuries where an individual is struck by a vehicle. I'm not interested initially in what's being demonstrated on the surface of the skin. I want to see the clothing to try to understand if there's any trace evidence that's there, and it needs to remain as pristine as possible. I don't want, as an investigator, anyone handling the clothing other than us. And one of the big problems that we've had for years and years is that, God bless, I know that we've probably got nurses in the audience. God bless nurses. I love nurses. They've saved my life a couple of times and my friends' lives. But their interest is not necessarily from an evidentiary standpoint. Their interest is try to save lives. So it sounds as though in this particular case that the clothing was not handled in a manner in which we would normally expect clothing to be handled, where we're going to be preserving evidence. And that fault does not necessarily rest so much, I think, with the clinicians as it does law enforcement, because there's a lot to be said for timeliness,
Right.
from the perspective of an investigation. Where does this investigation rest as far as the urgency, and how much, as from a law enforcement perspective, how much how invested are you in this investigation? Because if you were truly invested in this investigation, you would get there forthwith, and anything that's there that could give us information about this event, because now we're left with a situation where we don't necessarily have a witness, or we have a third party witness, perhaps. We've got a lot of opinion that's out there. We've got comments that are out there, but we don't necessarily have somebody eyeballing this. So the most important elements that we have are the clothing and the body. And if any of that stuff is compromised in any way, then your case might not be worth gunpowder to blow it to hell at the end of the day, because you've bespoiled it at that point in time.
Right.
So I would really take issue with anybody that did not view that clothing particularly with the utmost urgency to get their hands on it and examine it.
Well, I will tell you what happened to the clothing. There are photographs in the hospital while Officer O'Keefe is in a hospital bed. The clothing is piled on the floor. And subsequent to that, the trooper, Michael Proctor, who was the lead investigator from the Massachusetts State Police, took possession of the clothing, but did not log it into evidence for several weeks, somewhere between 3 and 6 weeks. We're not exactly sure. So
see, I got to kind of stop you right now.
Yeah, sure.
This is the first I'm hearing of this relative to the clothing. As you know, I've been peripherally, following the case, but that in and of itself would be, how can I put it? If I were, say, for instance, if this was a case that was being handled by one of my investigators at a medical examiner's office or a coroner, that's something, that event alone relative to the clothing is something I would admonish my employee about from a supervisory standpoint, because that violates some of our basic tenets when it comes to preservation of evidence.
Right.
And I'm not being disrespectful when I say this, and please understand me and hear me right. When we talk about the body, okay, the body of anyone, and God bless Officer O'Keefe's family, but the body, in any case, is the biggest piece of evidence that we possess, okay, because it's going to tell the tale. And any of the accoutrements that come along with the body, clothing, jewelry, anything, is evidence. And so that is to be handled with the utmost care. You can't be cavalier with it at all, because at the end of the day, you're going to have fingers pointing back at you. Once you walk into that courtroom, they're going to start asking you about procedure. How did you handle this? what due care did you take? How do we know? You talk, and this occurred. God, I hate to keep mentioning this guy, but the O.J. Simpson case, and we think about
Yeah.
the blood evidence that one of the investigators carried around the trunk of their car. That again is a violation of all of the tenets that we try to enforce to our people, that we're teaching them about.
Sean, go into what Mike's saying. Let me unmute you. I've unmuted you.
No, it's fine.
Chain of custody. You always bang on about chain of custody and everything, and how you look after evidence. And he's not. I don't think he's up to speed on this trial, but he's saying basically the same thing with the clothes, because there's no record.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what I said from day one. All right, the scene, the investigation, the handling of evidence, the custody of evidence. Now we have this doctor. He said he would admonish employees that work for him if they didn't take the due care they should have for evidence. Evidence is evidence. You don't want it ever to be tainted. These guys could care less about this case. That's the problem.
And as he said, they could be questioned. About all this, people are going to be like, "What did you do? Why didn't you preserve this? Why?" I just not putting blame, as he said, not putting blame on the nurses and stuff like that. It's more of a, what happened to
Investigators.
it? Yeah,
investigators, right?
yeah. What happened to it?
I don't understand. I still we're up to the final moment here. I still can't believe they're going forward with this trial. Look at this guy. He's not really spun up on the case like we all are.
Yeah.
And he right there in his own little world about his piece of the pie is criticizing what we should be criticizing, the handling of evidence. And like Kevin said, elaborately manufactured evidence. I love the fact that he used those two words. He said, if it all of a sudden I found out that this conspiracy was elaborately manufactured, that was a quote unquote from Kevin, I'd just walk away. I'd go home. I have no skin in the game. Those two words are going to kill him. Elaborately manufactured. That's what they did. And this guy gets it. This guy's a professional. He knows how important the preservation of evidence, because like he said, the body tells the whole story. You should never tell the medical examiner anything. The medical examiner looks at that body and makes an independent determination. And we know from this case already, they have not determined the cause of death. Undetermined. Yet you have a woman sitting for her life, right? For second-degree murder. How is that even possible, Dylan?
Yeah.
I mean, you cover cases, right?
Yeah.
I have brought cases to trial, right? You're supposed to know the evidence. You're supposed to have conviction. You're supposed to know what the hell you're charging this person for. You can't even get a medical examiner to give you the cause of death. Undetermined. Just like this case was, undetermined. You know who has it determined? The FBI. The FBI has it.
Yeah.
I don't get me going.
No, I'm not. No, I know.
I gotta stay calm.
But what's important?
Gavin will have a crisis tonight.
but what's important to note is what we said. This guy, Joseph Scott Morgan, as you said, he's got no skin in the game. People can accuse you and me of having skin in the game, right? But no one can accuse him of having skin in the game. Yeah. He's just coming to this, open-minded, and he's saying exactly what is wrong with this case.
And I think I caught him on one of the shows, whether it was probably Court TV, and I don't think he was too sweet on the defense side of this case. But I think now he's starting to, like everyone, you start looking into things, right? You start looking into it and say, wait a minute, they let the clothes. It's like they didn't care. It's like they had the license to do whatever the hell they wanted to do, and they weren't going to receive any sanctions or punishment for it. Just get the case done. Get it done. Get it off the books. Hurry up. Well, the FBI took a different approach. The FBI did a full-blown parallel shadow investigation right under their noses. And the state police is pissed. They are pissed right now. They got caught with their pants down. And this is what's going to come out. And feel bad for the family. I really do. I feel bad for that family because I'm telling you right now, they were sold a bill of goods. And I mean, what can I say? If you didn't like Karen from the beginning, you're going to like Carl Dougal because what? He's a Boston cop. He's got a badge, right? Anyways, I like this guy. He's a professional.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I've not seen this testimony. Not testimony. I've not seen this interview,
Yeah.
so I don't know what.
Yeah, I'm just seeing it, but like I said, I'm not surprised he's saying it.
No,
because you cannot dismiss what these people did. You can't give them a pass. Kevin gives them a pass. Kevin, the other guy, he says, well, mistakes are made. Kevin, everything in this case was a mistake. Everything. He's saying, well, even in Delphi, Delphi? I mean, who cares? I want to care about Karen Reed. I don't care about Delphi, right? Yes, all those murders are great and all that stuff, but this is what this is about. They didn't do their job. They had zero respect for John O'Keefe, more so his family and those two young little kids. They didn't think about them. So,
I got a couple here. I know there's lots of comments. Thank you for people in chat answering questions. Yeah, people in chat answer the questions, so thank you for that. I appreciate that from chat. Hang on, where was it? There's one here, which is a compliment because she's very hard to please. Murph Surfer saying, hello everyone, I've been enjoying Sean's commentary on the case in his news appearances. Can't wait for trial. Now, you said that we're all biased, towards you. Murph Surf, she's an independent thinker.
Oh, good. I'm happy.
She thinks the same by your content, mate. So she wouldn't say that. She calls a spade a spade. So, your content is very good.
I love, like I said, from the day one, I want a person like that. I wanted to talk to Carl Dougal, even offline, as cop to cop, right? Say, Carl, come on, man. Right? Tell me where I got it wrong, or tell me what I'm missing, or tell me what you believe. Why do you believe this stuff? Tell me why. I asked this, I guess, Rogue, either yesterday or today. I'm not sure. We talk. Me and him talk. Right? He wants to call me family. We're not that close yet. I said, Rogie, tell me. He's no, I just took a different. I said, dude, come on, tell me. Your big threat against the Pequoside Farms, it's gone. Cassie's gone. All this shit's gone. You got sold a bill of goods. It's coming down to that. They're going to finally realize, and he was on our side. He was on. I think he may have had some type of, contact with Karen in the beginning, I think, or at least through Natalie. That's how close he was with Natalie and, whoever. But be as it may, right? They're all going to find out what they thought was bombshells turned out to be duds. They're all duds. The primers were gone because there's going to be zero explosions. No bombshells are coming out. None.
No,
zero. Oh, there's going to be bombshells, but not for them.
Not
that I can tell you.
Hi, Paige. How are you doing, my darling? Thank you for joining us. Nice to see you, Paige. EU says, well, unfortunately, juries these days convict on emotion. And we've covered this so many times now. That is the problem, Sean, that emotion does play a part in it. And it's not always evidence. And, that's why the 12 jurors are so important.
True.
So...
This is what I always found out. You're going to lose a jury if you get too technical. Juries are like us. They want the meat.
Yeah.
They want to be able to, and from their brains, touch something. You get hyper technical, you're going to lose them, right?
Yeah, true.
That's why you need solid testimony that allows a juror in his own mind to make believe he's testing something. Look here. Look right there. Do you think that thing looks like it's shattered with a large piece missing? That's the stuff. They want to be able to process that, right? Yeah. That's at 5:08. This is at 6 o'clock at night. 5:08 in the morning, 6 o'clock. You be the juror. They're going to say that. You have common sense. Don't be fooled.
And even if you think they get it, just repeat it. So
Keep
sure
hammering
they
it.
get it.
Hammer.
Edward Scott says, I don't think they were lazy truth seekers. I think carefully destroyed evidence. DNA can degrade fast under certain conditions, and I bet they made sure the clothes were stored in those conditions. Possibly. We don't know. Possibly. Right, let's get back. Hang on. So Mike Bradford says, as for crime scene work, and especially any death investigation,
Right.
you document, log in evidence, and document every move you make. This is investigations 101. Yes.
Right. Mike
It
and Mike
happened.
knows. Mike, I hope your case is coming to an end, my friend.
Donna says, Sean, what's likely that Lally and Morrissey will also be charged with conspiracy?
Well, I went down that road last night. All right. So everyone's talking about how prosecution has some kind of immunity. That's only in the case where they are being fed lies. If you're a part of the lie, you're subjected to being charged. If they knowingly, right, withheld exculpatory evidence, right, that Karen Reed should have had, they violated her civil rights, right? And that gets them a ticket to the big show. So, yeah, there's no qualified immunity under that circumstances.
We've got here as well, Melanie, just because I want to say it. Melanie. We got it right. Sean, after this is over, I hope you will take a look at that. The probably got with Delphi started, I think, in the middle of Karen Reed case.
It did?
It's starting, I think, in a few weeks, I think.
You mean the actual murder? I thought they came to a trial. Are they coming to a trial?
I think so. I think it's starting in a few weeks, I believe. I could be wrong.
No, I'll take a look at Dylan. You going to take a look at that case, or have you already?
No, I haven't at all, to be quite honest. Okay. I've been concentrating on other stuff. I might get
up on that.
We'll see what, because I know Andrew Burkhardt, I thought she was doing the Delphi stuff. So
the thing about the Karen Reed case is I had a connection. Basically, my parents' home was there for 53 years. It happened there, Canton. I don't know. Yeah, no doubt. We'll see what Susanna says.
I would call myself a critical thinker. You are a critical thinker. We got
UDF critical thinkers.
Coup is in the house. Eileen guilty. Of course you do. All we ask for is everyone starts, as Murph says, innocent until proven guilty. Let's see what the state brings to the table. I'm enjoying seeing how this plays out. Let's see if they prove the case. And this is the thing, Sean, you have to or should have the mindset of she's innocent unless proven guilty.
Absolutely.
If your mind changes one way or the other, that's your prerogative. Do you know what I mean? You are a prospective juror. You can have your own, own thoughts. You can think as you want. We're not telling you, you must think this way. Think whichever way you want, but be logical with it. Don't come in with they're guilty, end of. But why is she guilty? Show us why she's guilty. And I think that's what is important. Right, hang on. I got to show this. Bear with me. I got to show this. Our friend Dennis is here. Hang on.
Is he in?
No, so hang on. I'll show you what I mean.
Oh, look at this. Jesus.
Fighting corruption with Turtle Boy, Canton, Cable, going through the motions, the Glera, Nathan, the alternate corner, LTL True Crime, Young Jurors, Resisting the Silence, Tom CPU, Nick plus Jen, Melanie Little, Sean on the Gulf for president.
My cousins saw that sign live, and they called me up and they said, "Sean, did you see that?" I said, "No, I didn't." Well, it's on the news, and Dennis sent the clip. That was funny. Jesus,
fantastic.
OTG. Wow. Hey,
for president. Right. And whilst I got a slight break here for a second, let me do the let me find it first. hang on, brand. Here we go.
How about that?
Thank you to H-Bag. You guys rock. Love watching Dylan and Sean at the same time. Thank you, H-Bag. Thank you, very generous. 5 coffees. Really appreciate for that. Thank you. Someone, I don't know who this is, so apologies. You just left it as someone, but thank you to somebody that says, thank you for your relaxing demeanor. Much needed right now. Yes, we try and be relaxing in this. There's so much toxicity out there in the world. We try and be a little bit like calmer. So thank you to someone for the 3 coffees. My lovely, my darling. It's me, Josie. Josie, Mod Josie. Great coverage, Dylan. Happy birthday. And 3 coffees. Thank you, Josie, my darling. I really appreciate you. And thanks for all you and all the mods. Thank you to all the mods for all they do as well. So without the mods, it'd be very difficult to stream. So thank you for all your hard work as well. So there we are. We're all up to date on that. Let me get Melanie back up. Right. Oh, here we go. Share screen. Can't read. There you go. Right. Let's listen a bit more here then.
Forensic science and preservation of evidence and everything, and you're not going to log it in for that period of time. If that is accurate, then that goes to the heart of the case, because it's at that moment in time, if prosecution is putting forth this idea that the car struck him, okay, car struck him, there could potentially be evidence on the clothing. Well, if it's not logged in, that means you have nothing at all, period. Because if it's riding around the back of your unit, I don't know what in the hell else you've been doing with your unit while you're riding around with evidence in it. It's not in the chain. And, you'd learn this as a first-year law student about the importance of the chain of evidence, accountability all the way along. Yeah.
Yeah. So what happened was they did not even send the clothing. It took the defense at least 2 years to get their hands on the clothing to be able to test it, because the theory is that he was involved in a fight inside the house, beaten to a pulp, and then the family had a German Shepherd that they believe attacked his right forearm, and the defense believes that's what those injuries are. So the prosecution, something like in December of 2023, finally sent the clothing or the shirt to a canine veterinary forensic lab at UC Davis to test it for canine DNA.
Right.
But by that time, I mean, maybe you can talk a little bit about whether any such evidence would still even exist or be valid or admissible. You were the expert in this case.
Well, it depends on how it's been treated during that period of time, right? And we've already got an environment, which is a very wet environment, that this victim would have been in the snow. Of course it's freezing outside, but it's wet, and unfortunately, particularly when you're talking about a molecular level like DNA, water destroys a lot of things. It compromises cases many times. Improperly storing something that's wet, for instance, if it's not treated with due care. So what was the status of the clothing when it wound up at this laboratory out in California for the veterinarian people to take a look at? And the fact that I'm sure that this UC Davis is a fun place, and you're telling me that you had to send it all the way out there, that this could not have been walked through someplace in the Northeast that could have facilitated this for you. I don't understand that necessarily, and procedurally, I don't know what they did with it, how they went about the testing.
Right.
So I would, if I were a defense attorney and I were to be, presented with that, that's something I would probe extensively on the stand with certainly the police officer that collected it, the custodian of evidence, and then if they call in this person to testify in this case, I'd be fascinated to hear what they would have to say about the condition of the garment when they received it and exactly what kind of testing they did.
Right. We expect that they're going to come in and say there was no canine DNA found on the clothing, but the family German Shepherd that they had had for 7 years was mysteriously rehomed right around the time that people were testifying in front of the state grand jury, which they eventually upgraded the charges to murder in the second degree for Karen Reed after she was originally arraigned on vehicular manslaughter charges. So there's a lot of just very curious events that occurred during this time period. What they also did not do is take tissue samples from the arm. So no tissue samples could be tested by the defense to indicate what caused those injuries to his arm. Because when I look at those injuries, I see something that looks like an attack. Maybe you could explain to the viewers what the difference is between an abrasion and a laceration, because
Yeah, sure.
while it seems basic to us, I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone when I read this report.
That's okay.
Mhm.
Let's talk about a laceration first off. Everybody that's kind of watching this right now, take your fingers like this and put them together. Not like you're praying, but just together like this so that your fingers are kind of bound, okay? And then slowly pull your fingers apart until they're in this position. This is representative, and this is something I do with my classes, that is referred to as tissue bridging. Now, what separates a laceration from a cut, okay, if we have a knife with a milled edge, what separates a laceration from a cut is that it's blunt force driven. So that means that as if it's a hammer, if it's a car, if it's a rock, as that surface is impacted by that object, the skin literally tears. So you're not going to have uniformity to it. And with the tissue bridging, you'll still have little strands of connective tissue that are there because it doesn't do the job that, say, a butcher knife or steak knife would do if you're thinking about wielding it over a steak or a piece of chicken that you're eating or whatever. It's going to leave these connected strands. And also, and probably most of the people in the audience have had a laceration at some point in time. If you've got kids, you've certainly dealt with lacerations because they crack their heads open and that sort of thing. And the scars or the injuries look very jagged. And a lot of that goes to the position of them. Our body has we surgeons operate on something basis the topography of the body called the lines of Langer. And if you don't follow those lines when you make an incision, you get these really nasty scars. And so crime science doesn't work that way. It's not a uniform event, so you get these really nasty events that occur. And with lacerations, even more so. So you have these real jagged kind of interesting injuries that you have. And the other thing that you'll see with a laceration, such as what we're talking about with the back of the head, if the person survives, you'll have what's referred to, it's a fancy $10 word that doctors like to use. It means bruise, but ecchymosis is what they'll refer to it as. A contusion, ecchymosis, and you'll get associated swelling around that area. And that, again, it goes to that blunt force trauma that takes place where something slams into it, or if you're knocked backwards and your head hits an object, the skin is going to respond. And again, that means that this is an antemortem injury if there's ecchymosis, as opposed to something that occurred after death. So you have this event that goes on where you have swelling that goes on and this sort of thing. And that's kind of fascinating. Now with abrasions, abrasion can follow or precede a laceration. And abrasions, very simply put, are generated by friction on the skin. So if you have, again, back to the example of a hammer, baseball bat, or car bumper, it doesn't matter. You can get an overlying abraded area where you get this kind of rubbing that goes on. And if 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 there is not sufficient energy to break the skin even further, then you're not going to have a laceration, but you'll see the epidermis and the dermis, which is the layer just below it. You'll see it kind of peeled back and abraded. It'll have little features in it where, the substrate is kind of torn in there, but it's not enough to get down into like the sub-Q fat. So that goes into the entire assessment. An autopsy like this, such as with Officer O'Keefe, should take a protracted period of time to go over all of these injuries. When you're considering, first off, you don't know, and we talked about this a little bit, Melanie, how you're going to classify it. And the forensic pathologist had a hard time, I think, initially, trying to make a classification. I think they initially ruled this case as undetermined.
It still is. The death certificate says undetermined. Yeah.
And so just because the ME calls it undetermined doesn't necessarily mean that the prosecutor is going to fall in line with that. And what that says on the medical legal part, I'm just strictly talking about the medical examiner here. Please do not misconstrue what I'm saying. The medical examiner has not been provided with enough circumstantial evidence for them in good faith to make a judgment that they're going to straight up call this a homicide. Now, when that individual gets on the stand, they're going to be asked questions like, well, doctor, in your experience, this kind of case, have you ever ruled a case with injuries like this as a homicide? Well, yeah, I have. Well, why didn't you rule this as a homicide? I don't have enough information that's being provided to me investigatively to make that next intellectual leap. That's what they're going to, that's the track they're going to take with this person. I don't know how much damage that's going to do to the case, or how much aid it's going to offer the defense.
The prosecution wants that redacted. They don't want the jury to see that it was an undetermined cause of death. So they don't want that, or manner of death, right? Manner of death.
Manner of death. Yeah, there's five manners. Yeah.
Right. I know this. Wait, homicide, suicide, accidental, natural, undetermined.
There you go.
Pretty good, right?
That's it. I'm impressed down to my core.
Oh, thank you. How long would you expect an autopsy report of this nature to be? How many pages? Just
depends on how. A lot of it depends on how anal retentive the forensic pathologist is. Some of them go into a very exacting detail, down to a microscopic level many times. Sometimes I think all of us have looked at reports over the course of our life where, we'll say, couldn't you have just put this more simply? But, but there are other times where I'm like, and I'll be sent autopsy reports to take a look at before I go on some show or something somewhere, and I'll look at it and I'll say, where's the rest of this? I don't have enough information here. How did they arrive at this conclusion? Because it's not demonstrated out, in the narrative that they generated.
We have not seen, obviously, the autopsy report. That has not been released, but we have been told that it's 100 pages long. So I just didn't know if that was.
That's a voluminous report. Now that's probably going to include, because you had mentioned neuropathology.
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to have the gross anatomical assessment. That is when you hear the term in the medical legal circles where they say gross anatomical dissection or examination, that means with the unaided eye. So what they're seeing physically at the autopsy table, external injuries, internal injuries, organ weights, status of organs. If they're going through the heart and they're looking to see how much occlusion is in coronary vessels, condition. You mentioned the hypothermic response in the pancreas, which is pretty fascinating. That's a hemorrhagic response that you see.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that too. What that indicates to you?
Well, it's traditional. It does. It's indicative of hypothermic response. And you can have inflammation with pancreatitis, but that brings us to the next section of the autopsy report, which is microscopic or histological. So when you get the gross anatomical examination, which 100 pages is really, really long, then they'll do the gross, and then they're going to do the histological examination, which one of the reasons we do autopsies is to take little sections of the organs, and they'll be prepared in paraffin, and they're sliced, and then they're placed onto a microscopic slide, and the forensic pathologist will sit there and look for anything, at a cellular level that they can appreciate any kind of disease or, any kind of trauma-related changes in the tissue. Then you have the tox. Okay, so the tox will be thrown in there as well, which
Joe,
I think
don't be afraid to dumb it down. Don't be afraid to dumb it down. I know you're used to lecturing to students who understand all the terminology, but it's okay.
Actually, your fans are probably far more attentive than my students are most of the time. Well, when you come,
Well, I just wanted to clarify that ante-mortem means before death.
Ante-mortem means before death,
Right, okay.
and then post-mortem, and then perimortem means in the throes of. So you'll have these 3 stages. You can have somebody bleeding out, losing consciousness. That's generally going to be a perimortem event. Okay, or if they're exposed, if it's a hypothermic event, as they're starting to get shocky and they're going into that kind of twilight phase, that's a perimortem event. And then postmortem obviously is after death. And so you have those 3 phases.
Okay. So another question I have for you is, so what you observe, I'm not going to show the autopsy photos because I'll be stricken from YouTube and I'll get in trouble, but everyone pretty much has seen the photos. They're out there. You can find them if you'd like to find them. Would you describe the injuries to Officer O'Keefe's right forearm as lacerations or abrasions?
Those are abrasions.
Those are abrasions?
I would call those abrasions. I can't, the problem with this relative to these injuries is that I cannot appreciate depth. So I don't know how deeply they're going, if they're getting into, because they're rather dried when I'm taking a look at them. As a matter of fact, and this is not what these are. Okay, please don't misconstrue this. I probably ought not even say this, but you can actually have ant bites that look, that will, particularly the tinier ones, where that top layer of skin has kind of gone away, and you have this drying event that takes place where the tissue is no longer glistening. So this image is taken for a period of time after death. I would imagine, just looking at this and considering the nature of what happened, this person has been in a cooler, more cooler perhaps, for some time. And one of the things that happens in the morgue, when bodies sit in there in the cold actually, it actually dehydrates wounds many times. So it'll have that kind of flat appearance to it. It won't have that kind of wet, glistening, kind of clinical thing that you see if you're in an emergency room, for instance.
Right. So I'm looking at the one, or do you have the photos pulled up on your screen? So there's 2 on the bottom. The one on the left has those 2 large linear type scratches toward the upper bicep.
Just wondering here, Sean, we don't know what he's going to say. We don't know what he, oops. Oh, you need to unmute yourself. That's fine. No, you're muted. You're muted.
Oh, very good.
Oh, fine. So before he goes into it all, I think it's interesting because obviously Snowcast says, Devil's Advocate, no dog. Is there a brick fireplace in the basement of Fairview Road? I don't know if it's a brick fireplace, but your nurses came on and said some interesting. So before we hear from him, the nurses that came on from your side, they said some interesting things as well. If you want to maybe just paraphrase some of their stuff.
They definitely said those wounds were consistent with lacerations and not from a car. And the FBI has said those injuries did not come from a car. Now, he's saying the lacerations. I don't know. This is the problem with these pictures. I don't know at what point those pictures were taken. They could have been taken right then and there when John was brought to the hospital, because he still has the medical apparatuses. I think whenever they intubated him, I believe. So I don't understand why these photos, the only photos that were released, there was a 6-pack, right? They said autopsy photos. The autopsies I've gone to, the body is completely cleaned, right? Put on a metal slab that can drain the body of blood and other fluids. When the medical exam performs the autopsy, to me, these photos look like they were taken that day. So I believe the autopsy was taken either a day or 2 days later.
I think
that's
so.
my knowledge.
I think so.
I'm not sure. And I think that's what he said on one of the shows that I saw him on, that he thought they were abrasions, which they don't look like friction marks to me. It doesn't look like friction. It looks like they're cuts into his skin. So, like I said, I'm not a medical professional. I've seen accidents. I've seen blunt force trauma, and I've seen abrasions, especially motorcycle accidents, right? Where the poor guy gets thrown, 300 feet, skidding on the tar of the highway, right? It's horrible. But you see those rashy burn marks. These are cuts. These are definite cuts, lacerations. I wouldn't call them abrasions. And I've seen them all. I've a lot.
Yeah.
I've had abrasions and lacerations. So, yeah.
Hello to Mexi Texi as well. She loves all this stuff as well. She thinks it's very interesting. Suzanne says, Mercer forensic science courses are not for those with a weak stomach. Just let you know, Suzanne.
Right.
Let me just tell you, Mercer, she's a tough cookie. Tough cookie. I think Mercer for Mexi Texi would be loving this right now.
Good.
This
Good.
analysis, because this is down their street of dirty talk. Do you know what I mean? This is like a hot date for both of them with this doctor right now. Susanna, I've had so much road rush in my life. I rode for decades. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm still going to dog bites. I mean, we'll have to see what they say in court. There is a dog expert, I believe, on both with this list, but let's just see.
Listen, I have an uncorroborated source who told me that Higgins stated that he held the dog back. So, and he was pulling the dog. Now it's uncorroborated. I would not put my hand in the fire, but who knows?
Josie gets me. She gets my jokes. A hot date. Yeah. Right. Let's get back into it. Let's hear a little bit more. I just wanted to, before we get into what he's going to say, because we've had some intelligent people speak about this, and I want to give them some flowers as well before we know what he says. Right. Let me get this up here. I need Jonathan here because I still keep getting. Dennis is here. Look at him. El Jefe for president. Sean for president. Right. Before I go on that, has Ted Daniels said anything? So far, no one has shared the number of strikes that have been used by either side. I believe they get 16 each. Yes. Suzanne also says, I have a Cocker Spaniel, and they would attack anyone who go after me. GSDs are great and much more protective and dangerous. I wanted to be a forensic pathologist when I was in high school until I figured out I had to become a doctor. I find the science very fascinating. Yes. Right. Let's play a little bit more. I need Jonathan to be here because I keep getting the ring of death. So I'll try it again to see. There you go. Brand new laptop. And I get this. I don't get it. Why is that? But when I play it like this,
and then
it's fine.
if you look at the picture to the right of that, Do you see where there's like a large lump on the arm? It looks like below the shoulder, below that pat. I don't know what that is. Is that, do you have any
On
idea?
the posterior aspect, yeah, that does look, it does look a bit swollen. Again, not seeing this in person, fresh, if you will.
Right.
I don't know if that's the position of the body, and also if something is pressing out the flesh. But yeah, I see what you're talking about. It's almost it's about the
Like
size of an egg.
Right, like a
I guess
dislocated shoulder. I mean, it looks like,
that's a little too low
or
for
a
that. But if there is
torn bicep.
some kind of, yeah, well, perhaps. And again, in order to get swelling, that would mean that this would be obviously an antemortem event, and the person would have had to have lingered for a bit in order to have this kind of swelling that sets in. And this could also be because I'm seeing postmortem lividity here. If you notice where the skin is kind of purple in color
Mhm.
there, it's kind
Yep.
of faintly livid. That could be postmortem settling of blood in that particular area. But I'd be, one of the things that happens, and we can talk about this with the hands as well, and forgive me, I don't mean to be grotesque or anything, but
No. I was going to ask you
um,
about the hands because they appear to be clenched, almost like they're frozen like
mhm.
this in these photos. And I don't know if that indicates anything to you.
Well, what I would hope to see in this 100+ page autopsy report is that they did a dissection of all of these insults. And the reason that's important is because you can go, and maybe they did, depending upon what their assessment is of these injuries. If they're kind of vacillating between laceration and abrasion, the top injuries in that same referenced photo that you're seeing there, those kind of, it's bilinear. It's the biggest one. Wait, let me go back over here to this one and take a look. Yeah, it's probably the most pronounced, the one closest to the apex of the shoulder there.
Mhm.
The bottom one could in fact be a laceration, I suppose. It looks like it darkens up toward about the 6 o'clock position. That could be an indication that the tissue has literally been ripped there. But again, hopefully this forensic pathologist did a dissection of the injuries themselves, these little insults, these abraded laceration areas that she's talking about here. And also the backs of the hands would be dissected as well, because I did, when I saw, I guess it was, I was on Ashley Banfield's show the other day, and one of the producers,
I got to stop with there. Cabby Stevens, KB Cabby. After watching Quincy for years, I too wanted to do this, but medical school, forget that. I used to love Quincy.
Yeah.
Love
He was
that
great.
show. Just because he was like, the art, it's fantastic. So I get that. That made me chuckle. So that is fantastic. And yeah, Murph, Erin will post them in Discord for you.
Yeah.
Right.
contacted me. They called me at the last minute and asked me, and I had not heard anything about the contusions on the backs of the hands. I was like, wow, that's really interesting. So what I would hope that they did was do the dissection on both hands. You would need to cut down through the middle of it, take a look at it, and see how extensive those were. And another thing that I would also want to know is what type of steps were taken on the part of the. I was trying to understand, just looking at, because this is the first time I've actually seen the photos of the hands, and they're rather diffuse, these injuries on the back of the hands. I would like to know if they had attempted to try to start an IV there. Generally, if they're running a code, they're not going to go into the backs of the hands. They're going to go into the left and the right crook of the arms. They'll refer, physicians, and in the autopsy room, they refer to it as the left and right ACF, which is antecubital fossa. And many times they'll go in and try to drop a line into the subclave right here, which is right beneath the clavicle. I do see he's been intubated. That means he has a tube indwelling.
Yeah.
And a neck brace on. So they were trying to stabilize him. He does have these bilateral blackened eyes, which again is an indication. I was listening when you were kind of reading through that brief or the response. I'm sorry, forgive me. I'm not good with legalese, but
I don't know this, Mike, to be honest. I'm not sure Sean would know the answer to this, but is a lavity like on the top of his shoulder, would that indicate he was moved from prone to supine after death?
That's a very good indication. Yes. If he has a mark, all right. Well, it depends, it obviously depends when he was considered dead. I believe he was dead when the first responders did come. So, yeah, if he was on one side of his body, that's usually a good indication, right? The blood pulls downwards with gravity, and that's how the lividity sets in. And then if you're moved and you get turned over, right, that's another indication. So, yeah, that's a great
Mike's
great
on
pickup
it.
there, Mike. Mike's on the job.
Mike's on it.
Great.
Well, do you know Mike then? Do you know Mike Bradford?
I know him like I know a million other people. I've never
Fine.
met him, but we know each other. Yeah.
So is he in this kind of industry or something? Because that's very.
He was a former deputy sheriff down here in Florida, and he currently is up in Massachusetts. He got involved in the Canton 9. He's involved in that mess.
Wow. Okay. No, it's just intelligent. I'm gobsmacked with some of the intelligence we have in this chat. Do they X-ray bodies? I think Mike answered this. Mike said yes. Usually, yes, they do, but probably not in this case. I had a boxer that would go after anyone that hugged me. Maureen, I imagine. Alter corner, Eliza. Hello, my darling. I'm hearing half days and mornings ending at lunch. Do we know for sure? I would put a large amount of money to say yes. That's probably mornings. I've never heard of courts have half days in the afternoon. Sean.
Just Tuesday and Thursday are the half days, 9 to lunch.
There we are. Yeah, yes, she was just confirming. Is it going to be mornings streamed and then? Yes, that's how we would be, unless the odd happens.
Now Friday is a toss-up. I mean, I heard. I don't know what the deal with Friday is. So
full days, Fridays, full days.
Full day. Okay.
Yeah,
good.
Full days. Edward says sometimes the X-ray bodies. I doubt they did this time, just because the ME was pretty bad from what I hear. Yeah, and Edward Scott's very intelligent as well. Sorry, I hate how they mishandled Officer Keefe's clothes. Well, this is what it goes back to this guy who says that. Like, it's an important part. They messed up. Has enough brains to see through the double speak. Thank you so much. No worries, Elisa. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, full days. Tuesday, Thursday, morning only. Tony, I'm looking at the pictures now. There's no lividity other than that his back. So he was supine for an extended period of time. Thanks, Tony. Hello, LC. But also, and I don't know if this is what he means, but the nurses were saying with you about the hands as well. His hands
curled up.
Yeah, and they should,
Right.
Yeah, that was odd, So, right.
Well, they say it's consistent with some type of blunt, not blunt foot, but they drew a conclusion, a parallel conclusion as to why the hands. There was so much I was blown away by all the information they had for us that night. But something about the hands, how they came in and curled under, right? So I'll have to ask Mary because she talked about it.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting stream he had. He was speechless at Jefe because people were in Proctor's trunk for tricks. It's just stupid. It's disgusting. No Friday, only during jury selection because no potential jury on Fridays yet. So once it starts, we're back on.
Okay, great.
These experts all try to baffle people with bullshit, calling those abrasion defies common sense. The nurses mentioned posturing, your hands and arms curl inwards to your. There we are. Yes. I'm pretty sure my doodles would lick an intruder and make friends. That made me laugh. Yes, I'm sure they would. Right, let's go back to this then.
But the bilateral eyes, we call those raccoon eyes. That is that's indicative of a basilar skull fracture. I would imagine that when the brain was taken out, he's probably got a fracture that kind of runs along the floor of the skull. It's eggshell thin, and that goes to a very specific forceful impact. And they talked about small. You had mentioned small. I think your wording was small fractures. I don't know if that's external on the exterior of the skull. Sometimes when they say that, and again, this is a legal document that's being written, it's not being written by the physician.
Right.
It could indicate that there's tiny little fractures on the floor of the skull. And again, you need the autopsy report in order to really be able to appreciate what the forensic pathologist said.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it's rather verbose. I'm
I'm
kind of winging this right now, so my apologies.
No, I have so many questions, so that's good. My
Oh, I also say it looks like, I don't know this for a fact, he's got nose trauma. I know you said that he had a tiny laceration there. And again, this is not the best shot. There's another shot that they would have taken that's called a slab shot, which means it's straight on, like hopefully they did.
right.
I don't know if his nose is deviated to one side or the other. That has classic signs of a fractured nose, though, just looking at it.
I mean, I look at this and it looks to me like somebody was punched in the face. Like, does he have a fractured nose? Would a fractured nose be classified as a skull fracture, or would that be?
Yeah, it's part of the skull. And so
when they say he had many skull fractures, that also.
Yeah, but you can have many
fracture?
skull fractures, and it can be generated by a single event as well. So you got to keep that in mind too, depending upon the amount of force that's applied. Just a quick example, stays away from cars. Let's say if somebody falls off of a building, which the velocity you could attain falling off of, say, a 3-story building, you land on your face, might be equivocal to a car impact. You could have multiple little fractures as a result of that you're not necessarily going to see externally. They might be all internal along the floor of the skull, because the floor of our skull, I don't think people fully appreciate how fragile it is. It's eggshell thin in a couple of places. So, like for instance, if you ever see anybody that's had like a nose job done, they come out and they've got raccoon eyes, and that's because the bone has been fractured in there. They're trying to, change things around, and people will get this swelling of the eyes. Sometimes people's eyes will be completely shut,
Right.
swollen shut. So yeah.
That laceration, I don't know if we're going to call it a laceration, that we see to the back of his head, and they have what looks like a little ruler in front of it. You see the measuring
Oh yeah.
device there? It looks to me like is that centimeters or inches, do you think, that ruler?
That's going to be centimeters at the top and then inches
Okay.
below. Yeah. So that's normal. It's got a grayscale on it. Yep.
Would that bleed a lot?
Yeah, it can. The head is very vascular. So that's why,
That's a great question, Melanie. Does it bleed a lot? Like, she's not feeding him the information. She's asking, does it bleed a lot? Would it be more than like, a few spots on the ground?
Absolutely.
What a great question.
And not only that, but it would be pulsating at first, depending on the heart rate, the strength of the heart rate. Like I said, I have a friend who said that, she witnessed a head wound consistent like John's. And for her stake in this game is that there should have been a hell of a lot more blood found on that lawn, and it doesn't work for her. And she says that blood was definitely in the house, and that's why they tore up the floor.
And again, it's just nice to hear it confirmation from an expert like this who doesn't know. He has no idea why she's asked that question. We know, but he's probably got no idea.
And of course, the autopsy report. I mean, I don't know how many liters of blood we have in our system at one time. Depending on weight and height and whatever, but they're going to be able to determine how many liters he actually lost of blood. Okay. And I guess that's a consistent type factor. So somehow in that autopsy report, we're going to find out how much blood he actually lost.
Okay.
And that's going to be significant. And there's no way it's seeped into the ground that was already frozen for many, many days up there. Many days.
Before we carry on, I just want to show you this. So apologies to Murph and to Mexi, but hello hens as well. So let me just play a share screen. This is Ted Daniels, right? His latest post. On Friday, the defense requested the jury box moved, arguing that some jurors will not be able to see witnesses face to face. In their written response, the prosecution say the courtroom has been set up this way for over 100 years. Prosecution has proposed an alternative, moving the trial to the courtroom next door. The below is their full response. So let's have a look at their response. Motherfuckers, hang on. Let me see if I can increase this. Hang on, I'm going to have to move us for a second, Sean.
Okay, my friend.
No, I can't make it even bigger. So now comes the Commonwealth a response to the defendant's motion raising a perceived constitutional challenge to courtroom management, issues regarding the location of seated jurors in relation to witnesses who are called to testify. Specifically, the defendant claims that the view of jurors seated in seats 9, 10, 11, and 12 violates her constitutional rights to confront witnesses. See Defendant's Exhibit A. The defendant's right of confrontation requires the physical presence of a witness testifying against him or her, the witness testimony to be under oath, the defendant's opportunity to cross-examine the witness, and the jury's opportunity to observe the witness's demeanor. Fine. The defendant challenges only the jury's opportunity to observe the witness' demeanor. Demeanor is defined as behavior towards others, outward manner, and includes more than facial expressions. Demeanor is any outward behavior. It's the way a witness stands or sits, the manner in which they speak, their body language, their tone of voice, and their verbal and physical responses to questions. Jurors seated in the 4 challenged seats can observe the behavior, demeanor, bullshit, side profiles, fucking no, of a testifying witness, face, and are within approximately 4 to 6 feet from the witness's stand. The Norfolk Superior Court was built in 1827, and criminal trials have been conducted in the main session courtroom with substantially the same setup for over 100 years. Well, that means you're archaic. Change with the times. The Norfolk Superior main session courtroom is also the largest courtroom in Norfolk County. The Commonwealth's initial suggestion is to satisfy the defendant's concern was to position the witness seat or instruct the witness to position their body to face the jury box, while also remaining in view of the defendant. See whatever. As long as the witness is physically present in the courtroom, the witness is not required to look at the defendant. Okay, that's interesting. The defendant's motion indicates that Ms. Reed has already proposed an alternative seating arrangement which will allow both Ms. Reed and all members of the jury the ability to observe witnesses who testify at trial. The suggestion posed by the defendant was to move jurors' chairs to the other end of the jury box. However, as explained by the court, the jury box contains 12 seats at the time of the suggestion, and whereas 16 jurors will be seated for the trial, that space would be occupied by the additional 4 seated jurors. Given the defendant's objection, the Commonwealth offers another alternative, that the trial be conducted in Courtroom 25 of Norfolk Superior Court, while a smaller courtroom criminal trials are often conducted in Courtroom 25, and as detailed in Attorney Iannetti's supplemental affidavit, he previously conducted a trial within the courtroom and during trial had ample opportunity to observe the positioning of the box via the witness stand, as well as positioning of the witness stand. Attorney Iannetti observed that every member of the jury in that courtroom could clearly see the witness's face while testifying. I also observed that the witnesses was facing the defendant. See paragraph 8 of supplemental affidavit of counsel in support. Defendant Karen Reed's motion to enforce her constitutional right to face-to-face confrontation. Okay.
Well, you know, a lot of a juror like ourselves is not about hearing their words. You have to assess how they deliver. You have to assess their demeanor. And if not all the jurors, I saw that one picture, you can't tell from that one jury seat how this person, you have to be able to assess. It's imperative, because it's like speaking another language, right? If the guy is laughing at you and he's saying another language, I'm going to kill you, right?
Yeah.
You're going to laugh with him. He's saying, te voy a matar. And he's laughing, hey, te voy a matar. I'm going to kill you. You're laughing, right? So this is the thing. When a witness gets up there and said, you know, I wasn't present, or, you know, you have to assess everything, their demeanor, physical reactions is imperative. You just cannot hear the spoken word is not enough. Is not enough.
No.
You go back into these when you read the minutes of grand jury and all that stuff. Well, you got the words, but sometimes, as you know, even like ever text someone on your phone, right? And you say, all right, is this person messing with me? Is the person like...
Yeah, the tone, isn't it?
Yeah, the written word and the spoken word, you need everything. You need your eyes involved. Your senses have to be involved. How they dressed? Are they presenting themselves like they're serious? You know, are they coming in like, you know, Joe the rag man off the street?
Mm-hmm.
Are they professional? Does their spoken word match their demeanor, or vice versa? Does their demeanor support their words?
Yeah.
I think it's a travesty. They got to change. They have to change.
Yeah.
That jury box or a viable alternative. So,
because it's the same concept of somebody could be on the jury. Somebody could be on the witness stand rolling their eyes.
Sure.
To a question, like Jen McCabe, she probably rolled her eyes several times. Being like, oh, and it's like, you need to see that.
You have to assess every part of their testimony, because it comes down to believability. That becomes down to credibility. So,
Hen says, why in the world would a courtroom be set up and away from that a jury cannot see everyone's faces? Stupid. But like the Commonwealth is saying, it's been like that for over 100 years. But that doesn't make it right. You know, just because it's been like that for 100 years, that means it should be fixed way before now.
Right.
It's archaic,
exactly.
You know. It's all good. Right. Eliza, someone should have noticed that courtroom set up a long time ago. They should have. I don't think the defense in this case would have, because it's like you don't really think about it. But other cases should have.
They probably thought that someone was going to come to their senses and dismiss the case.
Yeah.
They probably thought that this was going to be dismissed.
Murph said the jury should have the best. This is exactly right. The jury should have the best seats in the courtroom. This can't be the first time they face this issue. No, it's not, and that's a problem here. Hen says the jury is supposed to decide a case, and it's up to their interpretation of witness credibility, and not being able to see the face of the witnesses seems unconstitutional.
Wasn't the Chestnut trial? The Chestnut trial was tried in that courtroom under Bev Canoni.
Yeah.
I finally found out. She pronounces her name Canoni. So,
Cannoli.
Canoni.
Is there some food called cannoli?
A cannoli.
Cannoli.
Pastry.
Pastry, yeah. So according to Truth Seeker says from Twitter, in a new filing, prosecution says defense has made insufficient showing as to why DA Morrissey should testify in the case. They don't have to.
Well, I guess they, I guess the Commonwealth submitted some kind of motion today about that. They're challenging the reason why Morrissey and the other guy, the victim witness advocate, they want to know why he has to testify.
But I wish sometimes the defense would just write the same motion back to them and ask every single one, why do they have to testify then?
Right.
Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's our case. It's the defense's case. They can call whoever they want, you know? Why should they have to say it now? But, anyway. Right, let's get back to the video again. There's been really good feedback here in chat, by the way. Thank you so much for this. And also, this does give Sean a bit of a break as well, because fair play to you, you get slammed with questions, Sean. So let's get here, present, share screen.
That's why it's very important to do x-rays. In this case, it's also why it's very important. Let me get back to the x-rays. I got a little confused there. Just give me a second. So yeah, you would need to do a very thorough search of any location that this individual had been in, whether it is in the yard or, they're saying that he was in the house. My thought is that this is not going to lead to internal bleeding, because the scalp is so vascular anyway. If that's clipped in any way, you're going to have quite a bit of blood that's there. I'd like to know what the back of that shirt looked like, the kind of gravitational pooling of the blood and going down the back of his neck, because gravity is going to pull it away. Or if he remained like in an upright position for any period of time, blood would pour from this, okay? Provided that, and that looks like that was probably, again, can't say necessarily completely sure relative to these photographs that that's an antemortem event. It does look like it's antemortem before death. But yeah, there should be, I don't know if it's copious amount, but there should be blood, at the scene or in the home or somewhere.
So I will tell you that they did not search inside the home at all. There was no search done inside the home. I will tell you that they found 6 drops of blood in the snow that they collected in red Solo cups that they borrowed from a neighbor. That's what law enforcement did as far as the first initial scene investigation by the Canton Police Department. In addition to finding the 6 drops of blood that they collected in Solo cups, they found some pieces of a clear drinking glass, which they bagged into evidence. And they also borrowed a leaf blower from a neighbor to blow around the layers of snow. There was about 2 inches on the snow at the time that Officer O'Keefe's body was found, to try and search for other evidence. I have questions. I have questions about the collection of blood into Solo cups, about what you would do as an investigator with regard to those pieces of drinking glass. Would you test them for DNA and fingerprints? Would that be something that would
That would
be a
be
pro
just
forma?
that's just
Obvious.
one of the tests that would be conducted, particularly
Mhm.
when you're talking about fractured glass. I'd be interested in sourcing of the glass as
Mhm.
far as from a manufacturer standpoint, because again, this goes to validity, the point of origin of the glass. Where did it come from? Who possessed it? Is it something that belonged to him? Did it belong to someone in the house? Did it belong to, I don't know, a local bar? I have no idea.
Right.
So yeah,
Right.
I'd want to know that. And then yeah, so for fingerprinting, and for certainly for DNA. And again, it would be very delicate. It's something that you would only want to have uh, your top people, or say top people, your trained people to be able to collect it and then take it to the appropriate people to assess it. You see, here's the problem. I think, at least, you start throwing around things like solo cups and talking
Mhm.
about solo cups and this sort of thing. There's a reason that in hospitals they use things that are sealed. All right, because you want to guarantee that it's not contaminated if you're going to be treated with it. We apply the same reasoning to collection of items at a scene. Uh, it's important that you understand that anything that vessel had come in contact with prior to that, somebody's saliva, I can't attest to the provenance of that cup. No
Right.
one can.
Right.
And I think that you would be a fool for using it, because you're opening up Pandora's box. So let's just say that this is uh, uh, pedestrian versus motor vehicle. Well, um, you're collecting evidence, blood evidence, biological evidence, and you're using something that is not what is up to put it in this standard. It's not up to industry standard, and it won't hold up on the stand. So, the defense can look at this and say, well, and they'll have the person on the stand that used the cup to collect it. And the person on the stand is going to say something like, well, time was of the essence, and we had to collect this as soon as we could because we were afraid of losing it.
Right.
So you don't have an evidence technician that has a properly equipped evidence van that's going to come out, and a person that has been trained, hopefully by the state of Massachusetts, to do this. I mean, there's training available everywhere. We know what the standards are. Why are you not doing it in this manner? Why are you relying on solo cups?
Mhm.
It doesn't, and look, I've been out on scenes. I've had to mark evidence with a cup before, a
Right.
coffee cup perhaps, but I wasn't recovering evidence with a coffee cup. I was merely marking it. It might be numbered. I've been out on scenes before where we had so many spent projectiles, we ran out of the little yellow tents. We
Hmm.
had to resort to cups.
Wow.
And so, but I'm not collecting those items. And the
Right.
fact that they would do that, you can't testify to how intact that thing was or how free that it may have been of any other kind of contamination. It's very foolhardy.
Yeah. Another question that I have for you is, I found it odd, having litigated many, many cases in my life with, in my career, with medical records and experts on the stand, and that the medical examiner wrote in the autopsy report that she saw no signs of a physical altercation or fight. I don't know why that would be in the report to say what did not happen. What I also do not see in the report, or they've never mentioned in the report, is that these injuries are consistent with a pedestrian versus car motor vehicle accident.
Hmm.
So I'm just wondering if it is standard procedure to put a sentence in like that. She observed no signs of an
It
altercation
would
or
it
fight.
would it would need. I think that if you were to make a statement like that, you would also need to make. You would have to have kind of a maybe a preamble to that, to say that according to the police, there was an altercation. Okay, and generally when you read, what's going to be the tail of the tape here is when you read this autopsy report, it's going to have a very large paragraph, an opening paragraph before they get into the report proper. It's going to talk about who attended the autopsy and
Well, let me ask you that too, because two of the state troopers were in the room while the autopsy was performed. So that is, I would say, common, or is it not common?
Yeah, well, hopefully it is.
Okay.
We try to encourage all law enforcement personnel that are involved in the case to come to the autopsy because they have a different perspective that no one else will have. But that should not, their presence or absence should not dictate the crafting of a report. Bottom line is, you as a forensic scientist, you are to remain as objective as possible. And this applies certainly to, I think, at least in my field, the medical legal field, much more than any other. Okay, because you might have a criminalist that works for the state police. They work in the state crime lab. Medical examiner is an independent investigative agency. They're completely separate. Their investigators are separate. The pathologists are separate. They're not administrated by the state police. So they bring an objectivity to the case. And again, you guys probably don't want to hear this, but I'll go ahead and say it. I'm not a big fan of state medical examiners' offices being administered by the state police.
Right.
Those two things need to be separate. You go to New Mexico, Oklahoma, they're administered by the state health department, because most of the deaths we deal with, you don't get homicides every single minute of the day. You get a lot of natural deaths.
Mm-hmm.
And we work all of the homicides. But what I'm saying is, our purpose there is to give an objective rendering. Why she would include that sentence in there about the fight goes to a broader issue relative to the narrative that she's been provided with prior to walking into the autopsy suite. And you'd like to know what the source of that information was. Was it her investigator from the ME's office that had spoken with the police? Was this coming from the troopers that were standing there adjacent to the table? I'd like to know, but I will say, to this individual's credit, apparently they didn't allow this to influence them in the sense that they left the manner as undetermined.
Right. It just surprised me that it wouldn't say the injuries are consistent with the motor vehicle accident, but say something that they were not consistent with. I just thought that was sort of like,
yeah,
odd.
It is kind of odd. And back to the motor vehicle accident. One of the things that we commonly look for with pedestrian versus, and I talked to you about this off camera,
yes,
Melanie, and that is one of the key things, and you can kind of file this away, future reference. And I know you've handled pedestrian versus motor vehicles in your practice. You look for something called bumper marks, because that's the leading edge of the vehicle. It's going to make contact. And what you see many times with bumper marks is you'll actually get an associated abraded area. Okay. Now, depending upon how much force is applied, if you're, you can have the abraded areas. If you think about it in a band like this, okay, like a bumper, just think about your bumper on your car.
mm-hmm.
So you've got that body, that vehicular body moving through space, and they're going to strike a person. Most commonly, if a person is upright, you would look for it in the thighs and the shins. Very common. I've seen it on the lateral where the individual might sense, and I think probably everybody in the audience can identify with this. You see something as it's happening and you try to turn away from it at that moment in time, and you present, say for instance, pedestrians do this, they will present their outer thigh and you'll get struck in the hip, for lack of a better term, or get struck in the side of the knee, and the person either is run over by the vehicle, which is a completely different set of injuries. Those are called rollover injuries. And then you have a set of injuries where someone is actually thrown over the top of the vehicle. And a lot of that is dependent upon the profile of the vehicle, how high or how low it is. And with bumper marks, whether it's the rear bumper or the front bumper, that's something you would kind of expect to see. And I've thought about this I was trying to think, how can you work out kind of the calculus with this, the dynamics of the event, if you're the prosecution and you're putting forth the idea that this is a pedestrian versus a vehicle
At a low speed in reverse.
at a low speed in reverse, yes. So I would, my thought was that you would, if the lower body is absent of so-called bumper marks, would the individual be crouched? Could Officer O'Keefe been crouched? Was he in a seated position, perhaps behind the car, and the car would go backwards? And how much speed can you build up in the snow,
Right.
backing
In a very narrow street.
Yeah, in
with a curve.
what they're saying is blizzard-like conditions. I've heard that term applied over and over again. And look, you can hear from my voice, I ain't from around those parts, so we don't.
It wasn't blizzard-like at that time. It was a light dusting of snow.
One of my buddies many years ago that moved down from New Jersey, he said, you've never felt the kind of fear that you can fear until you have Billy Bob coming at you sideways in a pickup truck in an ice storm. And he's absolutely right. My people do not need to be out driving. But I keep hearing this term, blizzard-like conditions. Well, that implies to me that it's like a whiteout. I think you guys call it up north.
But
maybe
not
it's a whiteout. You don't have a lot of visibility, that sort of thing. So
not at the time of the collision. That was the next
right.
day.
And so it had knocked down.
Dusting.
I mean, it was light dusting. So, but even what would your visibility be like? Would there be any kind of fog? But that's beside the point. When you start to think about the transfer of the energy from the vehicle to the person, where was that initial contact made? And I promise you this, the prosecution or the defense, either one, is going to ask that forensic pathologist. And if you're a trial watcher, and hopefully they're going to have this thing broadcast, I don't know.
It's starting this week. We're here for it.
I appear on Law and Crime all the time. I do Law and Crime and Court TV, but Law and Crime in particular. I would be riveted to the testimony of the ME, in this case, the forensic pathologist, to hear what she would have to say, and also any of the technicians that were involved in collection of evidence, and their solo cup theories. I'd love to hear this.
Well, it gets even better. This is a question I had for you too. So thanks, Mindy, for asking, and thanks for being a member for too much. Mindy says the core body temperature of 80. Does that make sense with the Commonwealth timeline? And then Delia, thank you so much for your super chat. First, that you've heard of the clothing. Yes, because you have not been following this case. You've been following Koberger forever. 80-degree body temperature. Experts know what his temperature should be in that weather. Police were there during the medical exam commenting, right? We know that. So does the fact that they say his body temperature was 80 degrees at the time that he was found indicate to you how long he had been outside in the cold?
It can. And again, body temperature is highly it's heavily dependent upon the environment. I think people believe that we're cocooned and that our body temp is going to change at a predictable rate. That's a lie. And I like to think about first off, how did they arrive at that number? Did the medical staff do a core body temperature on him in the emergency room? That's the question I have.
I think they were saying that they did it on scene.
If they did it on scene, I'd like to know how they arrived at that number. What methodology did they employ? As from a clinical standpoint, did they point a camera at him. I mean, a thermometer at him, like you would in a room. How did they actually get a core body temperature? Because in our world of medical legal death investigation, in order to get a core body temperature, it's an invasive event. Okay, you're going to have to go into, and generally what they say is, the liver.
They're saying,
which,
sorry, the 80-degree temperature, the core body temperature, I think was at the hospital. I think that you were right on that.
Yeah. So, and that would be after he had been undergoing treatment in the field and then back at the hospital. 80 is significant. If I was out on a scene and I got an 80-degree core body, well, this is the formula that's commonly used, and this is why I'm not a big fan of body temperatures and postmortem assessment. I'm more of a fan of postmortem lividity, which is the settling of blood. But with so for the first hour after death, you can lose from 2 to 2.5 degrees Fahrenheit off of your body temperature. So we're at 98.6, right? You lose a degree of temperature for every hour after death up until the 12th hour. But that's under ideal conditions. And of course, we all know that none of us that work in forensics, particularly those of us out in the field, there's not a single damn one of us that work under ideal conditions. So these studies were conducted at a static 72 degrees. That's why, I have a real hard time, trying to understand this. And I'd like to know how they arrived at that temperature. Very simple, whatever.
I messed it up. I want to pause it, but I messed it up. That's interesting.
Very.
I want to stop it there for a second. I'll find the spot. Don't worry, I'll take it off. I'll find the spot again. I'll go back and have a look for it. There's a question, no question, but there's a statement here. I heard from a recently retired MA state trooper who regularly worked with the MEs that it was very unusual for Officer John O'Keefe to go to the Cape and not Boston, especially because he was law enforcement. Yeah, I have not heard that, but
I did hear that. A little confused by that. There was also talk that he may have been brought to the funeral home first before the MEs. I think that one was debunked, I believe, but I'm not sure. I don't know if the jurisdiction, I'm not sure what county is Brockton in Plymouth County, because I believe the Good Sam is in Brockton. I'm not sure if Brockton is part of Norfolk or Plymouth County, so I'm not sure about that.
okay. Sorry, I'm trying to. Your mother. I'm trying to find where the spot was. Bear with me, where we were. But this is very interesting. You were saying about the 1% thing as well. The temperature of the bodies he's going into now. Right. I didn't know any of this stuff.
No, this is great stuff. I was really impressed with the bumper injuries. That's going to be awesome. I mean, all these questions. We're going to get so much schooling on this, Dylan, because we're going to be taking copious notes, right? We're going to become students of pathology, which is going to be great. And just hope the internet stays good, because this is going to be a trial that you'll remember for every time, forever. Okay. All right. So Brockton is not in Norfolk County. Just heard from a good buddy of mine, Rick up there in Canton. Hope you're doing well. And it is in Bristol County or Plymouth County or whatever. I'm not sure what the counties are up there. Yeah, there you go. Wicked psyched. Plymouth County. So I think it's all a jurisdiction. I don't know if it should be that way for all cops. Maybe he was a Boston cop. He should have been brought down to Boston hospital. I don't know. I mean, he's off duty. Listen, who knows? I believe it was better for the co-conspirators that he stayed away from Boston. Who knows? I don't know.
And Ed just says, without warm clothes, the ground would have sapped the heat out of his body if he was out there as long as the Commonwealth says, and that would have been after hearing transported in heat, blankets, etc. That's true as well. He was wrapped around probably after being found. So based on the 6 drops, he was likely moved. Do we believe he could have survived the attack had they rendered aid after the incident? I mean,
I believe. Well, this is a dicey one. If they had called if they called 911 immediately, he had a chance of survival. With that injury to the back of the head, what type of condition would he be in? Would he be would he have faculties of his neurological? I don't know how much damage was done. He had a lot of fractures to the skull. I'm just not sure. It caused him to convulse.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And she follows her up by saying, "Hello, Wicked Psych, by the way. Was he alive when the paramedics arrived? Is that why they took him to the hospital, or were they attempting to revive him? I have questions." So
the first officer on the scene, Officer Sarif, said unresponsive and not breathing. Now, I remember when that was actually my first homicide case, and I responded. So I wore 2 hats down there at the time. I was a cop on the beat, and then I had to switch into my CSI. And when I found the victim, he was a victim of a gunshot wound to the chest. I literally put my mag flashlight, I was working nights, under his mouth to see if there was any condensation. That's how I knew he wasn't breathing, because I climbed up 4 flights of stairs. I just wanted to get there. Maybe I was getting the guy who did the shooting coming down the stairs. So my adrenaline I couldn't feel or hear anything. So I remember taking my flashlight and put it right by his, and it was zero, no condensation at all. So that's how I knew he wasn't breathing. If you're not breathing, and poor wait up there. Poor Karen was doing CPR, right? Well, good chance that he was probably dead at the time. So that's my call. But I know they had to take him back to the hospital to pronounce him dead because of this core blood thing. Let me take this guy up, and then I'll be right back. Okay?
Yeah, it's all good. We'll go on Twitter for a second. Right, hang on. Let's go on Twitter whilst he's sorting. I was going to say taking the dog for a walk, but that sounds inappropriate. So let's get Ted Daniels up here for a second. Let's do. So just to reiterate, I know people said it already, but according to prosecution filing, the defense wants to call DEA Morrissey to testify about what the defense says is a conflict with the Canton Police Department and the assignment of state troopers attached to Morrissey's office. Okay. The prosecution is also trying to block a victim witness advocate the defense wants to call from taking a stand. Oh, that's interesting. Why would the Commonwealth want to block a victim witness advocate from taking a stand? That's very interesting. That is very, very interesting. Why? It's because probably the victim witness advocate, I imagine, prepped everybody. But it's interesting how the Commonwealth do not want that person to take the stand. Hang on, let me go back here. But anyway, I thought I'd share that with you all. Hang on, let me just go a little bit closer so you can all read that. So yeah, the prosecution also trying to block a victim witness advocate the defense wants to call from taking a stand. Yeah, the victim witness advocate helped with the coaching of I presume you mean the witnesses for the grand jury, which is exactly why she potentially should be, or they should potentially be called. But we'll see how that one works out. Didn't expect that one. Right. Hang on, let me go back in here for a second. I know some of you saw this morning, but this also makes me chuckle. For some of you saw this morning, but I'm going to show you again because this is why you need to keep away from Twitter people. And me and Sean did laugh at this, so don't worry, we don't get offended by it. But this is the people, anti-Karen Reid people. For those of you who want to chuckle, present share screen. So I posted last night this day 4 jury selection. Hopefully we get a full jury, blah, blah, blah. Obviously streaming with Sean, plus Resilient to Silence will also pop in during the day. And this was the response from Larson. Larson loves me. This person loves me. I don't know who they are, but they seem to love me. They seem to post on every one of my posts. Sean is the biggest, second biggest. I will not say that word on YouTube. The host is the biggest. So I have to play that again because I don't know who Larson is. If anyone knows who it is, let us know. But she's obsessed with me. And she seems obsessed with Sean as well. But this is why you keep away from Twitter, because the anti-Karen Reid people are not very nice people. Anyway, let me stop that. Oops, wrong one. Studio, stop screen. Right, let's get back into this again then. I will play it again. But welcome everyone. Wicked Psychics come in. Druid's in the house. I just avoid all Karen Reid posts on Twitter. McGalba's buddies are brutal. Yeah, most of them are horrible. And as most of you know, Melanie has left Twitter because the abuse she received from Twitter, which is unacceptable in my opinion. She should never have been abused like the way she was. Right, let's do that. I automatically deduct from the IQ of anyone. Yeah. I mean, look, there's obviously some way you can say jokingly, but I mean, that person, honestly, they are obsessed. I didn't even know about it because I don't get notifications of it. But I did. Someone said to me, have you seen that Larson's tweeting at you again? I don't know. Some of them probably are. Actually, I know some of them are. Hello, Chrissy. I, Doctor, missed you this morning. Oh, no worries. Well, you've not missed much. We're just going through this with Melanie. And as I say, Sean's taking the dog for a walk. I missed, but I heard about it yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. No one deserves that kind of abuse, but, Melanie's done a lot. Melanie's done a lot of great work. So to receive the shit that she has is not on. Right, let's listen a bit more now then. They didn't seem normal not having my coffee with you. Right, let's get it on. Right, here we go.
Did they point a camera at him? I mean, a thermometer at him, like you would in a room? How did they actually get a core body temperature?
Let's not start that here because most people don't know what biscuits and gravy means. So,
because in our world
I agree, Trish.
of medical legal death investigation, in order to get a core body temperature, it's an invasive event. Okay, you're going to have to go into, and generally what they say is, the liver.
They're saying, sorry, the 80-degree temperature, the core body temperature, I think was at the hospital. I think that you were right on that.
Yeah. So, and that would be after he had been undergoing treatment in the field and then back at the hospital. 80 is significant. If I was out on a scene and I got an 80-degree core body, well, this is the formula that's commonly used, and this is why I'm not a big fan of body temperatures and postmortem assessment. I'm more of a fan of postmortem lividity, which is the settling of blood. But with so for the first hour after death, you can lose from 2 to 2.5 degrees Fahrenheit off of your body temperature. So we're at 98.6, right? You lose a degree of temperature for every hour after death up until the 12th hour. But that's under ideal conditions. And of course, we all know that none of us that work in forensics, particularly those of us out in the field, there's not a single damn one of us that work under ideal conditions. So these studies were conducted at a static 72 degrees. That's
Mhm.
why, I have a real hard time, trying to understand this. And I'd like to know how they arrived at that temperature. Very simply put, I'd
Mhm.
like to know how they did that.
Yeah,
how
it
they
just
do that.
it just says that Mr. O'Keefe had arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center with a body temperature reading in the low 80s. It was about 18 degrees outside, and he arrived at the hospital sometime before 7 a.m. They didn't pronounce him until 7:50 a.m. Is it required to warm the body before you can pronounce? Do you think, because when I read that earlier to you, it said,
Hey guys, is it just us?
Yeah, I love that.
And snowing.
That's a boomer.
Frostbite.
take over the show, because sometimes I swipe myself out and
Oh, that's okay.
show unless I do that. It said to me, I read positive breath sounds. And so to me, I'm not a doctor. I'm just a lawyer. What does that mean? Positive breath sounds bilaterally.
Yeah, well, it sounds as though that they have stethoscope and they were listening to the lungs. But if he was, if he was flatline when he came rolling in, I don't know. I don't know
Yeah, I
what
don't
to
know.
make of that. I have no idea.
If someone is hypothermic, is it required that you warm the body up before you can pronounce someone deceased?
No,
Never heard that.
that's
Okay.
no.
I never heard that either.
Warming the body is something that's done in a clinical environment in order to bring them back from the edge. That's not something. As a matter of fact, we would prefer no one touch the body after pronouncement period, and there's no need to warm the body in a postmortem state. Don't touch the body. Leave the body alone. It goes back to my original supposition that the body is the biggest piece of evidence that we have.
Right.
I don't want any clinician, I don't want any police officer, anybody touching the body at that point in time. It's up to us to do the assessment at that point in time, and also to get to the body as quickly as we possibly can. I don't want bodies fingerprinted. I don't want them collecting any evidence off of the body in the emergency room, tape lifts or anything like that. Let us handle that. Let us secure the body, bring the body back to the morgue. I think that what would really be, and somebody had mentioned, I see somebody just put up intubation. And so if they've got an ambu bag, which they would have, I'm looking at the image right now because they did have him intubated, they'd be forcing air into his lungs. So that's probably where the breath sounds are, the lung sounds are coming from.
Mm-hmm.
So after they have called the code and they have pronounced him dead, and keep in mind, just so I like to throw these tidbits out. Time of pronouncement and time of death are two separate things. Time of pronouncement is a legal term. That
Mm-hmm.
means that, you're
Right.
dead by
Right.
law. That's not the time of death. Time of death is an assessment that is done scientifically.
Okay.
Or, and say what you will about it, the validity, because
Right.
it's not hard science most of the time. People like to think that it is. So
It says time of death is noted at 7:50 a.m.
Mm-hmm. So if they're going to call this, and pronouncement and time of death translates for the clinician translates into pronouncement, that doesn't mean that anything that we would do from the medical legal perspective that we're going to abide by that. We would do our own separate assessment relative to that. And that's the timeline is very important here in regards to Officer O'Keefe's death, right? Because you've got all these little points
Right.
along the continuum where you've got this one saying this and this one saying that. So you want to try to marry these things up time-wise. Time is the coin of the realm when it comes to medical legal death investigation. It's what everything is based upon. In addition to that, we do injury assessments and all those sorts of things. So it's very, very important that we try to understand how long he had been down when the EMTs got to him. I think the first officer showed up. I remember reading this one portion that they had gotten out their defibrillator, I think, at one point in time, but EMS had rolled up and then they took over the scene at that point in time.
The theory is that he had, based on when they say that Karen hit him and they responded to him approximately 5.5 hours in something like 13-degree temperatures. Would you expect with the injuries that you saw in the photographs and the injuries that we've described, for him to still be actively bleeding? Because she went and gave him mouth to mouth and she was covered in blood. They also found vomit in his mouth, it said, and they also found vomit in his boxer shorts.
That's going to connect back to his head injury that he sustained. If they're doing chest compressions on him, hang on one second. Let me look at this photograph one more time, see if I see any evidence of this, and see if I can expand this a little bit more.
And also, I'm curious about what a neuropathology report encompasses.
Yeah, that's going to be the dissection of the brain.
Oh, okay.
So with what can happen many times if they're doing chest compressions on him, which it sounds like they were, it would not in mouth to mouth, I think that they mentioned. If you're doing chest compressions, if he's got, and they mentioned vomitus already, if the floor of the skull is fractured and you've got blood coming out of the nose, which if you're doing compressions like that, it will force blood out onto you. And I've seen people that are covered in blood that I've interviewed, at a scene when they were the first person to kind of arrive
Right.
at the scene of the event. So yeah, I think that would be easily explained, but does it mean that he was actively bleeding?
Right.
Because to have blood pressed out of your body is by a mechanical action,
Right.
chest compressions. It's completely different than him spontaneously, or not spontaneously, but him bleeding as a result of an insult to his head.
When I look at that, if you're on the autopsy photos again, the one on the upper right, I mean, it looks like fresh blood on the pillow behind him. I was confused about that as well.
Yeah, that can be accounted for relative to seepage. And it looks like he's been rolled over. We're visualizing this from the rear posteriorly, which, we have this image with a scale in it that gives us an indication that what they call this, Melanie? They say it was a 2 centimeter,
They
2
said
centimeter
2 inch, I thought they said.
laceration, or 2 inch.
7 right superior orbital ridge region. No, that's on the face, right?
Yeah, so
7
this should be
millimeter
right
laceration.
parietal or right occipital, I think, looking at this. I am happy to see that they shaved the wound. Sometimes these people will do an autopsy without shaving the wound. You can see that there's ecchymosis with this laceration on the back of the head. That means that it's swollen.
Yeah.
If this had been a postmortem event, you wouldn't see that. And the blood that you're seeing, that drainage that you're seeing down there, that can be seepage from the insult on the back of his head. It's gravitationally dependent. The head's really congested, so it'll be pulled out through there. Or it could be where they're manipulating the body back and forth. I don't mean manipulating in a negative connotation. You have to move bodies back and forth. So if you still have residual blood in the airway, in the mouth and nose, you'll see it kind of seep out like that. It can get smeared around.
They're calling that a 2-inch laceration to the back right of his head, multiple skull fractures that resulted in bleeding of the brain. The fact that the pancreas was a dark red color, that indicates hypothermia too, but there are a lot of people who are saying, also it says here, as evidenced by hemorrhaging in his pancreas and stomach. Is that something that's caused by blunt force trauma, such as being hit by a car?
Yeah, you could sustain any of the internal viscera. You can sustain these hemorrhagic events. What they would have done, though, is that they're not simply basing this upon their assessment grossly, as I'd mentioned earlier, where they're just looking at the body with the unaided eye. They're doing that histologically. They would have taken sections of the pancreas, put it on a slide, taken a look at it, and your the forensic pathologist can make that assessment, that diagnosis, microscopically and see what's going on at cellular level, and there are changes that they appreciate relative to hypothermia. And the interesting thing about hypothermia in hypothermia, forgive me, and hyperthermia is that many times those are diagnoses of exclusion. Many times you won't see evidence of it. It's more of a circumstantial kind of diagnosis. You're not going to see evidences in every single case. And sometimes the forensic pathologist will say, well, he's out there and he's alive and he was exposed to these temperatures. I don't really have enough to hang my hat on, but we'll go ahead and call it hypothermia. But that pancreatic response is something that I have, noted in the past in regards to cases with exposure to extreme cold.
How long does it take for hypothermia to set in?
You can begin to and again, it's environmentally dependent upon.
Mhm.
A lot of it's dependent upon how cold it is and the individual's clothing as well. How layered are they? Because as you
Right.
start to bleed off energy, when the shivering starts, like this, that's your body working to try to warm yourself up, but you're also burning energy and you're getting colder and colder. And I know it sounds like, daddy preaching to a kid, put a hat on when you go outside or put your gloves on. But there's a lot of truth in what mom says. When you're little, you're going to lose body heat very, very quickly. And so if you're not layered up in this kind of environment, it's going to set in really quick. You'll begin to see the first signs of this within about 45 minutes. And it's a slow, agonizing death. What happens is the individual eventually, I've had cases where I've had people that have become delusional almost. They'll be talking out of their head. You can have this undressing. It's called paradoxical undressing, which is fascinating, where people that are suffering from hypothermia will begin to take what clothes they have off.
Shannon Gilbert.
Yeah. And so you get these bizarre events that happen. And then eventually the individuals will slip off into a coma and eventually die. It's very unpleasant. It's a torturous kind of event.
Oh, that's horrible. Do you know who
Yeah,
Dr. Frank Sheridan is? Ring a bell?
Name sounds familiar.
So he's the chief medical examiner for San Bernardino County, and he's the forensic pathologist that's been hired by the defense. And I just want to, for clarity, read in his opinion, which is that he opines to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right upper arm, right elbow, and right forearm are not consistent with being struck by a motor vehicle, but are consistent with animal claw or scratch marks. Notably, as detailed in and then they go on to say that again, the Albert German Shepherd was rehomed and had attacked other individuals, as in addition to, they say, attacking officers.
Well, I hope that I think that's all fine and good that they have this individual. I'm hoping that they're going to have, if this is the direction they're going to go in, I'm hoping that they're going to have a vet that will testify as well. There are a number of forensic veterinarian practices that are out there. Even the U.S. government has one. I think it's located. There's a wildlife. See if I can get this. Maybe somebody in the audience will know this. There's a wildlife forensic lab that's located, I think, in Oregon, if I'm not mistaken. And I've even had veterinarians that want to come and take classes at my university, just to learn more. There are a couple of veterinarians out there, believe it or not, where they still have
MJTC from Sean's channel, from your welcome, MJ. There's been the first fall/accident at the courthouse due to the town putting up the steel barriers. He just left in the ambulance. Sue.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Well, it's always going to happen. Do you know what I mean? Mads, I believe the defense has a vet on the witness list. Both do, I believe. Both the defense and the Commonwealth, I believe. Can you confirm, Sean?
I know the defense definitely has a vet. I'm not sure about the prosecution.
Let me just look here quickly on both lists. I don't know. Yeah, I've got a list here, but it doesn't say. I don't remember what the name is of this person, so that's no use to
Oh,
me.
you know something? I maybe not a vet. I'm getting confused with this this last witness they're talking about. I think he's going to do dual type work as far as his testimony.
Okay.
The guy from San Bernardino, California. So
Okay, I'll have a look now, see if I can find the list. So
Have elected coroners where they are coroners in a
Wow.
particular jurisdiction. Yeah, there are even dentists that are out there that are elected coroner.
I know. You know, we learned about that, and I think it was Murdoch, right? That the coroner is elected, and I think if it's Murdoch, I'm not sure, but I think that the coroner in whatever case I'm thinking of was actually a funeral director, and so
Yeah, that happens. That happens a lot. And in Massachusetts, this is kind of one of the areas I study. And you know, if you're in academia, you got to study something. So I study the coroner system. So yeah, South Carolina has elected coroners, and they can't simply become a coroner without some level of education. So now they require them to have an associate's degree. And so, yeah. And so in small rural areas, many times their default position for coroner is, oh, well, you're a funeral director, so you must understand everything about medical legal death investigation, and you've got a car that you can carry the bodies in. And so they
Okay, you win.
automatically, they elect these people to be coroner. And some of them are fine coroners because no one else wants a job.
yeah.
You know, who wants to deal with the things that you have to see and the paperwork and have to notify families and all that. It's
Right.
heavy lift. So anyway, I digress. And it varies from state to state. Okay, depending upon what state you're in. No two systems are the same.
Would a typical medical examiner see a lot of dog bite type injuries on a decedent?
Let's see. Well, I guess a lot of that is dependent upon your location. I've worked cases where I've had kids killed by dogs. It's horrible. It's absolutely one of the worst things I've ever seen. I wish I could erase it from my memory, but you can't.
Let's see that.
I think that with the dynamic of this event that they're talking about on Officer O'Keefe's arm, so I can go back up here real quick. I'm going to have to bounce here in a minute, but
Sure. Yeah, I know. I don't want to keep you too much longer.
No, that's okay. I love being with you guys. It's great.
Thank you.
I think my question is, why only this area of the arm? Why are there not also bite marks perhaps on the hands? Because, you know, as humans, we experience the world through our hands and we defend ourselves with the hands. Was this merely him throwing his arm up to block? And if that's the case, why did the dog stop? Why didn't the dog grab the back of his hand? Why don't we have bites on the hand? We have bruises on the hand, but those bruises don't necessarily look like something you would commonly see with a dog bite.
Does it look like something you would commonly see if somebody was in an altercation where they were punching someone?
The hands,
Yeah.
not generally
defensive
on
wounds?
the back.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they were kind of high up, like you'd see it on the knuckles, but as I sort of like zoom into the knuckles, I can see stuff there too. I also had a dog bite expert on the show who trains canine police dogs. It's a very interesting show. I know you have zero time in your life, but if you ever want to go watch it, it's so
I'd love
interesting.
to. Yeah.
Because he actually has a prosthetic arm that he teaches canine dogs, and this is a washed out police dog. And what those dogs do, they will latch onto a perp's arm, and then the natural reaction of the person who's being attacked is to pull away, and then the dog's weight pulls them down, causing exactly those marks. He said, Melanie, 100%. I have seen hundreds and thousands of dog attacks, and this is 100% a dog attack because the nature. And then he even said a lot of these marks that I see on the arm obviously happened when he was laying down, because you can see where the teeth went in, and there's not always bite marks on the other side. It was a very interesting show. So he
Yeah,
said to
and
me,
I
I
would
probably
I
know
would
more about
welcome.
bite marks than an ME because they don't see a lot of dog attacks.
No,
I don't
we
know.
we
True.
we commonly don't to a fatal to the point of a fatality. When we get them, they are just absolutely over the top. I will tell you one of the injuries that kind of stands out to me in that vein is there is an insult just above the right elbow, and it's you've got these kind of what we refer to as curvilinear abrasions right here. They're real close side by side. They're below. They're direct. It's the injury that's directly below the two large ones that are by the bicep. This is lower,
Yep.
and then you've got a smaller. You've got a smaller area right here. While I'm
Right.
pointing at it, like you can see what I'm talking about.
Yep.
But there's that could, I suppose, be viewed as maybe a mouth clenching. But here's
Like
here's the,
incisors on the top and a bottom,
Mhm.
like a
Yeah.
shallow bite because it's on a trained dog. That's, I mean, look, also another thing that I thought the difference between postmortem and antemortem bruising, if there is such a thing. But as I look at this right hand that is clenched, if I enlarge that, it kind of looks like a paw print bruise to me. I mean, tell me if I'm crazy. And
Sean, before I lose it, Mads is asking, police dogs are trained not to bite, like would be natural for a normal dog, no?
According to the dog trainer, they're not trained to. They're trained to hold on and stop, right? Untrained dogs, if I remember this correctly, they just bite and they grab and they have no training. And what this guy, I forget his name, right? Doesn't realize that there's information that John was pulling, or someone was pulling John, and another person was pulling Chloe, which would call for the top teeth scraping across his arms in several places. How the hell did the car hit him several places, right? He got hit once, right? He's supposed to be flying through the air. Did he put his arm down for the last? It does not smell pass the smell test. He had all these, I mean, up and down his arm, and like I said, well, we'll find out. We're going to find out. At some point, we will find out. These questions will be answered.
Hello, Spacey Stacy. I always love this name as well. Spacey Stacy. Good afternoon. Just popping in to say hi. I've been listening while working. Thank you, Stacy. Lovely to see you.
Thanks, Spacey.
Sweating. Do you know what? For a second there, I was sweating balls, sweating bullets. Those are actually 2 bites. Ghostry. Hello, Ghostry. How are you doing? Police dogs are trained to bite dangerous suspects and hold them hostage.
Like
Druid die. Yeah, as you just said, yeah. Die boy, they're trained to grip and hold on, boy.
Right.
There you are. That's Die. Wicked Sight. Hello, Wicked Sight. According to the trainer, it is also very rare to train a female dog for police work. He thought it was more likely an untrained dog.
Right.
Die, hence the multiple bite marks. Toe and knee. Sean, correct. That's what the expert said. Untrained dogs will bite and let go. A trained dog will latch on and tear. Neo Dark Matter. Hello, Neo. Hello to you. Good day, all. Donna says they let go and rebite. So, but as you say, we will find out on the day. Where did I post it? I posted something here. So I did find it that there is. Here we go. Terry Kuhn. Terry Kuhn, we'll say, rather than the other word. UC Davis Veterinary Lab. They're on both sides. Both the Commonwealth and Defence have got this person. So just for clarification on that one,
right?
People were wondering. No updates from Ted Daniels as of yet. So we'll get back to this one now. We'll get back to Mel. I did Melanie dirty. Look how I left her. That's dirty of me to do that. I'm sorry, Melanie, if you ever watch this. That is real cruel of me. Right, let's get her out of that position.
I don't know if it's possible to bruise post-mortem.
No, it's not.
Okay,
you don't bruise, so you have to actively. you have to break vessels, and then the blood has to be pumped into what's called the interstitial tissue. That's the area, the fatty tissue surrounding.
Okay.
Here's the thing I think about these injuries to the right arm. Wouldn't it have been cool if they could have swabbed those injuries, which is something that we do.
Is it important to take tissue samples from an arm as such like this?
Well, yeah, it's important to have tissue.
Sure, this is where we need your fireworks.
I should, yeah. I'm going to do this like this.
Normally comes up, but
Where the hell are they? Like this?
I don't know.
I don't know what the hell's going on. Sometimes
I'll go back a second.
There it is.
There we are.
Let's
go back a second in case people didn't.
That was huge. Huge question.
Yeah, here we go. This is why she's so smart, man.
Oh, she's great.
Right.
You have to break vessels, and then the blood has to be pumped into what's called the interstitial tissue. That's the area, the fatty tissue surrounding.
Okay.
Here's the thing I think about these injuries to the right arm. Wouldn't it have been cool if they could have swabbed those injuries, which is something that we do.
Is it important to take tissue samples from an arm as such like this?
Well, yeah, it's important to have tissue samples, but it's really important to do swabs.
Right.
Because, saliva is rich in DNA material, and again, it's fragile. If they went in, they being the medical legal community, went into this case not knowing anything about dog bites, or not knowing that these may, if you go in, you're predisposed to the idea that this is a motor vehicle accident. And by the way, I've seen injuries like this in motor vehicle accidents.
Mm-hmm.
Where a car will, I talked about rollover injuries.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll get these kind of curvilinear events like this, is abraded areas where the underside of the car will scrape an individual. But again, back to the swabs. If you go in predisposed to, okay, this is a car accident, that's what we're being told, no mention of a dog, then by the time they get the body, they've already probably washed the body down or wiped off anything that's on the body. And so you have to catch these injuries in the pristine state, or as pristine as possible, and swab this area, flush that area, collect that, and then submit it and see if there's any canine DNA in there.
It was never done.
Too late. Can't do
Never
it now.
done.
That's
never
not
done.
Yeah, that's the other thing that I hope that they've done.
That is so, that's soul destroying. An incompetent investigation has led Gaharan to put a life on the line here in court. Well, they didn't do their job. We'll never know, potentially. Do you know what I mean?
No, they didn't. On many levels, they failed to do their job.
He's going to say something really important, but I stopped it there. Just shout out to Microdots as well.
Oh yeah,
Microdots. I love Microdots. His YouTube link
Richie,
is
what's
in
going
my.
on, buddy?
It's in my description box. Also, if you see my thumbnail, you will see that one of the pictures is Microdots, and the other one is another guy as well. His website's in my description box as well, Brian Hale. So go and support these guys. And also, if you're new to the case, if you haven't not watched Microdots videos, then you're not living. So Murph Turf, I know you're new to it. Some other people are new to it. Go to Microdots site, and there are a lot of informative videos on there that'll give you it. I can't even make it justice, the level of videos that he's got. So just go to Microdots. The link is in my description box. Go there. Honestly, you will be amazed if you don't know the work that they've already conducted on this, and it'll open your eyes to a lot of things. Thank you, Microdots. We love you. It wasn't an incompetent investigation. Someone knew Karen Reed was innocent and framed her. That's not coming.
So that's a good statement. But the problem is, Edward, right? They're looking like incompetent idiots. That's the problem, because you'll see a marked difference between what they did in the Walsh case versus what they did in this case. So they're setting themselves up to look incompetent. That's what the problem is. However, there's another agency that didn't set themselves up to be incompetent, and they did a real homicide investigation, and they pulled all the right devices, and they made all the right interviews. So that's the deal on that. But that's a great point, Edward. You're right.
Yeah.
They're not incompetent. Yeah, but see okay, so I guess I'll say that. You're right. They messed up. They messed up the investigation, but they truly messed up the cover-up. That's a cardinal. That's a mistake you should never make. You control the cover-up, right? So maybe they wanted the case to get thrown out from the get-go. I was floating that way back when. Maybe they were screwing up so bad just to get the foolish thing off the to get it thrown out. You never know.
Right, there's another important point apparently coming, so we'll listen to what this important point is as well.
Okay.
They canine DNA in there.
It was never done.
Too late. Can't do
Never
it now.
done.
That's
never
not.
done.
Yeah, that's the other thing that I hope that they've done. They would have seen these bruises on the back of the hands if they did not dissect the hands, the dorsum of the hands. I'm hoping that they did X-rays because I want to know if there are any fractures.
Oh, they said boxers fractures.
And so, do they have those? Are they going to be able to throw those radiographs up on a screen, on a limb, or whatever it is that they have in the courtroom, and say, okay, this is a fracture. They'll ask the doctor, is this consistent with someone, being pummeled or pummeling somebody else? Also, X-rays of the skull. The cool thing about X-rays in court, and I'm going to have to bounce out after this, but the cool thing about X-rays in court, and this as an attorney, is that when people in my field go to show photos, attorneys inevitably will say that those are prejudicial. They're so over the top. They're grotesque. All you need, that came up in Murdaugh, as a matter of fact. All you need is just a couple of photographs to demonstrate, because we don't want to prejudice the jury or whatever. The cool thing about radiographs is this: there's no blood. And if you're talking about an extensive fracturing, you can point to this and say, hey, you know what? This is the extent of the fracturing. Now, they might not allow you to show after you have removed the brain and you take a look into what's called the cranial vault, and you see the little spiderweb fractures that are in there as a result of the floor being so thin and that impact injury, because it is rather visually insulting, particularly to, whoever impanels this jury, they didn't sign up for this. Okay.
Right.
They've been summoned, and they're going to have to bear witness to this in court. And so there's part of that goes into it too. Are you capable as a jury member to look past the horror of this and understand clinically what the doctor is talking about? Or are you going to be so shocked by it that nothing else registers the rest of the day?
Right.
So there you go.
All right. Final thoughts. I know I've kept you for so long. I thank you so much for coming. And I hope I would love for you to come back if you'd be open to that. Final thoughts. What do you make of this?
What I make of it is, part of me wishes I could have some of the practitioners in my classroom so that I could teach them about evidence collection, or some of my colleagues could. The whole solo cup thing really, has kind of taken me aback a bit. And an absence of timeliness. The issue with clothing is quite striking to me, because it had never been logged in, and it was held. I think that's a major problem from an evidentiary standpoint.
Yeah. Well, we didn't even get into the fact that they didn't find the taillight pieces until 12 hours later, when another foot of snow had fallen and they were on top of the snow, the red taillight pieces. And can a human body shatter a taillight? That's the theory.
Sure. Given if the vehicle is traveling at the necessary velocity in order to facilitate that.
Yeah, that would have to be
it can't happen. I've seen lenses I've seen taillight lenses, and I've seen headlight lenses, with people embedded, having bits of the plastic. It's high impact plastic, by the way. to have that embedded into the skin. You see all sorts of, manners of things like that out there at the scene, and to have it shattered, I'm hoping that those were, when they were collected, that they were effectively tested for any kind of DNA. I understand that it is being said, at least I can't validate
Right.
this
And they're
in no way.
saying
I haven't. Go ahead.
microscopic pieces of the taillight in his clothing, but then there's photos of her car that just show a cracked tail. It's a very, very convoluted case, as you can see. I didn't want to overwhelm you all in one evening, but
That's okay.
When I look at this with all of my years of litigating accident cases and motor vehicle accident cases, these injuries do not look to me like they were caused by a low speed motor vehicle accident. So
Yeah, it's true.
want
I
your
love what
opinion.
by the way, I love what Tom just said. By the way, Boston's one of my favorite towns. And he says, let me go back up here. You ever walk in a crosswalk in Boston? You're not a pedestrian, you're a target. So yeah, I love Boston. I love it. I'm a fool for it. I love going up there. But yeah, it's tragic. I mean, it truly is. I think that you don't need me to tell you that. It's horrible. I hate that this man died in such a manner.
Yeah.
I just hope that we can find the truth. That's what I'm interested in, the objective scientific truth.
Right.
And, bring this to some kind of conclusion one way or another.
Right. So do you have reservations that it may have been from a low speed motor vehicle accident? I'm not really getting an opinion. With a reasonable degree of medical certainty, doctor, what would your opinion be if called to testify on this case, just from what we've looked at today?
I don't know. I might come down as the medical examiner has come down. I don't know that I have enough information to compute that. And particularly if you're saying that a fight took place in the house and you
that's their theory.
And you didn't go into the house to examine that.
No. And they ripped up the basement flooring. They sold the house. They rehomed the dog. I mean, there's a lot of circumstantial consciousness guilt. People say perhaps
I'd have a real issue with that, because that goes to the thoroughness of what you're doing. Listen, at the end of the day, you get one shot at it.
Right.
You can't go back. You lawyers love to use the term, you can't unring the bell.
No.
And once you cross over the threshold at a crime scene for the first time, you can never cross that threshold for the first time again. That's it. It's done with at that point in time, and it's over with. So we'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out in the end. It's not up to us, is it?
No,
I mean, it's going to be up to those 12 people that are impaneled,
right.
And God bless them. They're going to have they're going to be on a hell of a trip for a couple of weeks, probably.
Oh, 7-8 weeks, they say.
Yep.
Thank you so much for coming. I hope that you will come back. I know that
absolutely
everyone loves to see you.
Thank you to all your fans. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you to have me. I really appreciate it.
Are you kidding? This is like my dream come true. All right. I linked your podcast down below. I'm going to say goodbye to everyone. You are now free to go. I know this was your third appearance today, so go be the TV star that you are. And everyone, go to CrimeCon and see Joseph Scott Morgan.
Hey, if you listen on Apple to Body Bags, please give me a review on Body Bags. That's all I ask. And my podcast deals strictly with forensics. So anything that you can do in that realm, I'd really appreciate it. And I'm be most grateful. So thank you.
Can you come back and talk about blood alcohol content and extrapolation and all that kind of stuff? Because I have so much more to talk to you about.
Yeah, sure. We could probably work that in at some point in time.
Okay, cool.
You guys have a good evening.
Much. Good night.
All right. God bless you guys. Take care.
Bye. Wasn't that amazing, you guys? I'm sorry.
Before we hear from Melanie here of it, what any thoughts?
Oh, I thought it was great. I thought the more we hear from experts, the more we hear from medical professionals, right? They bring in a lot of the same rhetoric that we've been hearing. He's concerned. He's concerned about the crime scene. He's concerned about the handling of the clothes, the evidence, and it's true. You do, once you cross over that line, you can't cross over it again for a new. You get one shot. It's not a dress rehearsal. You get one shot to get this right, and I think the guy's really good. And he's cautious. All right, let's face it. He's cautious. He knows he's being taped, so he doesn't want to give a definitive answer. I get it, right? But I mean, come on. How much of a stretch does it take to say, listen, the cops didn't do their job? They clearly did not do their job.
Yeah. I'll just give him a shout out. I went to go get his link. For people interested in him, go. That's his link, Joseph Scott Morgan,
Nice.
Border Bags. I know some of you will want to watch that. Let's listen to what Melanie has to say as well then on this one. Share screen. And someone says here, hang on, Lady Dies 2 says, yes, he's cautious, hence why sometimes he drives me insane, especially when he is on Nancy Disgrace. I really wish they got into Karen's BC last night. 9 hours later, they take a but I think he's going back on, so hopefully they can ask him that. 2 EMTs and nurse in the house. Fire and Ice, hello, my friend. With a duty to act. I hope they all lose their certification along with prison time.
Yeah.
Yes. There's that. Right. Let's see what she's got to say.
Sorry I didn't get all your super chats and all of your comments, but I knew that he had limited time and I wanted to, I had a complete list of questions for him. So let me go to you guys now and see how you are all doing there. Gail Jean, thanks for becoming a new member. Wendy, thanks for your super sticker and saying excellent guest. 100%. He was an excellent guest. NDF, no skin in the game. He's got no skin in the game. Thanks for the $10 super chat. Money in advance for the chat. Chris Jarsons, I have a few things to say about. Just kidding. I was like, thanks, Amy in Boston, for your super chat. You've been a JSM fan for years. Yeah, he's pretty amazing. I've been watching him for years too. Jimmy, thanks so much for your super chat. Big fan of Joseph Scott Morgan and Body Bags. 2 awesome people tonight, of whom I am big fans. Christy, enjoy. Thanks for being a member for 6 months. Scott,
Hang on. Whilst we will get back to that, we'll get back to Melanie in a second. We've got another guest who's popped in here. I've actually got their stream all lined up to play after this because they played a portion last night that I wanted to play for you guys. But whilst we wait, let me shake this one down and let me bring him on. Paul C.
Hey, hey guys, how are you?
Paul, how you doing, buddy?
Good. I just jumped in my car. It's easy to call from the car. It was a little windy out there, and I couldn't hear last time I tried, so I figured I'd try this.
Right.
Little dead here right now. Nothing going on. We're just sort of waiting and waiting and waiting.
Well, we heard just now there's been an ambulance come out to take someone to the hospital.
Yes, believe it or not, somebody, nothing to do with the court case or us, tripped over one of the barriers that they have to keep us out. Go figure.
Nightmare.
You know, I've been out and about and listening. I'm not saying it for any other reason. I've just been busy doing interview after interview, so it's pretty good actually.
Nice.
Getting the word out there.
Good exposure. Happy days.
Yeah.
Right. There's 2 updates I want from you as well. One is, what's going on with this motion? Because you've appealed the motion now about all this, the buffer zone and stuff. Can you tell us a little bit about where you're at with that now?
Yeah. So as you guys know, we tried to intervene with Judge Cano over the buffer zone of 500 feet. She wouldn't listen to us. So the ACL also filed a brief, and using that, she adjusted it to 200 feet. We didn't like that, so we appealed it to the single justice, and he sided with the Commonwealth on that. So we filed an appeal with a group of the 500 and so protest coalition and the 4 of us that put the original one in there, combined it, and we appealed that. And as of Friday, we got an order from the Supreme Justice Court. They need a brief from us. Full brief from us by Tuesday at 12 for an expedited decision. So they're taking us seriously. It doesn't mean that they're going to change anything, but they're taking us seriously. So they have to hear by us by 12 tomorrow, and the state by 6 o'clock on Wednesday.
How
So that's where we stand as of now.
how confident are you that they might overturn it?
If I was a betting man, oh wait, I am a betting man. I would say they're going to come back with some more narrowly tailored suggestions. That's my guess, because not only did we appeal the I forget the guy's name, a doctor in Brookline who had something to do with the family planning. He filed a brief, and the ACLU jumps back in the ring too with us, and they filed a brief. So with the three of us, I think the Supreme Court will make her tailor it more. I don't know what, but we'll see what happens. I'll tell you this: if they vacate the order, you think the media frenzy is crazy now? Nationally, people will be all over this place because we're fighting for our First Amendment rights. And if we succeed, it's going to be news, and there's going to be more eyes on Karen's case.
Yeah. Sean, have you got, so before I ask, Sean, have you got any questions for this, Paul?
No.
Where
did Paul go?
I don't know, he's gone.
Paul gone?
I got more questions for Paul. It was more of the fact of if you had any questions as well. Paul,
No, but is Paul gone?
Yeah, he's gone. Hopefully he pops back on now.
No, I don't have a question.
No, hopefully he pops back on.
I
I got
just
more
wish him
questions for
luck.
him.
I mean, listen, it is what it is. I just wish him luck. I think, you give up on this, that they take a little more before you know it. You're in a, you're in a third world country.
I don't know what happened there.
It's all right. I thought he'd gone. I thought he left us. Before I forget, please go and subscribe to Resistance to Silence. Go and watch them. It's one of the link is obviously on the chat now, but it's also in the description box. Go and support these guys. They do a great job.
Go ahead,
Paul.
The
Are you being heckled out there at all, or is it all support?
Right now, everything I've seen is supporters.
Great.
No hecklers. We had a good crowd here this morning.
Oh, good.
There was a really good crowd. It thinned out because there's really nothing for people to do but stand out here, and you can't expect people to stand out here for 8 to 10 hours a day.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'd love that, but you can't expect it.
Are there any counter protesters?
Never.
Isn't that amazing?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Nothing. There's no counter protesters. I gotta give it up for the Dedham police officers.
Yeah.
They're very cordial. They don't even want to be here.
Sure.
But they're very nice. We're spending the past hour talking with them.
Right.
What's going on in the courtroom? Because I haven't been able to see anything going. Any tweets or anything?
I got Ted Daniels up. Nothing.
I know they just let about 10 or 12 jurors go. I know that because they just crossed the street.
Okay.
So no updates. Just there's 91.
Yeah, I think
they're filling the questionnaire, and there's a few motions being regarding the prosecution do not want. Oh, hang on. What's this say? Let me get it right here. Maybe you've seen it.
The jury box.
No, not that one. There's Ted's posted as well. The prosecution filed that they don't want DA Morrissey to testify. They want more. They say it's a conflict with the Canton Police Department, so they want to know why he needs to testify. And also, they are trying to block the defense from calling a victim witness advocate from taking the stand as well. Those are one of the motions that have gone in the past hour for the judge to look at. But apart from that, they've not said anything about updates. They filled in the questionnaire.
Do you see the opposition from the Commonwealth about the jury box?
Yeah, seen that about moving rooms. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, that's interesting.
What do you know?
Do you know how many seats are? There's about 22 seats in that courtroom.
I was about to ask you, do you know the layout of the new room? Because we
Very
don't,
small.
obviously.
It's very, very small. Matter of fact, that's where Aidan Kearney's hearing's supposed to be on tomorrow in that small courtroom.
Wow.
So
okay.
We'll see what happens.
Paul, I had a question also. Do you find it strange that no one for the other side is supporting John O'Keefe, a fallen officer, like law enforcement. I mean, it's just, does that strike you kind of weird?
It's not kind of weird. It is weird.
Right.
You
would think.
I think it was who was it? Matt was talking to Julie Grant the other day. Remember? I don't know if you guys saw that interview yet on Court TV.
No.
So Julie Grant they were talking about Julie Grant was being Julie Grant, talking about the protesters, how ignorant, rude we are.
Yeah.
And Matt from Court TV, who's here today,
right?
She was talking. They were talking about we shouldn't be able to have signs there, and they brought up the. She brought up the police. He said Matt finds it weird that not one police officer is here in uniform supporting this against John Keith, and she jumped in and said. No, the judge ordered that they can't be. And Matt put her in her place and says, no, that was for the trial.
Yeah,
but all the pre-trial hearings and any hearings I've ever been involved in with a fallen police officer, it is lined with lined. There was 10 seconds of pause from Julie Grant. She didn't know what to say. It was awesome.
I'll play the clip now. I'll play the clip. This is from Resistance to Silence last night. Tracy found it. I'll play it here now.
Oh, that's not it. What the heck?
That's
Tracy.
crazy.
In their power to do that. And now that it's gone forward, it's like, oh boy, here we are. We don't know what to say. Tap dance. Go ahead, Matt.
Well, what I'm able to see protesters out in front for a defendant, especially a defendant that's an accused cop killer. But it's also unusual in this case that you don't have police in uniform during the hearings in support of their fallen friend.
The judge restricted that.
Yeah, but not during the pretrial hearings.
Oh,
I know there have been police in the courtroom every hearing.
Usually, in cases that I've covered in California and elsewhere, there is like a line of police in the gallery. I haven't seen that in the hearings that I've covered.
That's right.
Wasn't that awesome?
Slap her down, Matt.
Oh my God. You know why? Because Matt was there. Matt saw us. Matt knows what
Yes,
we're
she
all
is.
about. She wasn't there. She'll never be there. She just wants to talk about how horrible we are and deplorable we are.
If Matt's there tomorrow, he's probably gonna get a round of applause wherever he goes.
I know. That's the man. I got a selfie with Matt.
So star the show, Tracy. Tracy, star the show. We wanted to play
There she
that.
is.
Here
Hi,
we
guys.
Hey, Tracy.
What was I going to say? We played that because I saw that this morning. Hang on, which one do I need to put out? Remove that. That's the one.
Tracy, did you see Kendra on the? Ken, did you see Kendra?
I did see Kendra.
Yeah, she's great.
Isn't she great? She's my BFF. She's my best friend in the
I
world.
learned that right before the show. I said, "Wait a minute, that's great."
Yeah.
I'm her BBF. She calls me.
Yeah, BBF.
Best boyfriend.
So we got this, Tracy. You're normally the rose between two thorns, so you're always the one that people want to see, on here. No offense.
I try to tell them that, but I try to tell them that they don't listen.
They're sick of seeing me.
Everyone loves you. Look at Tracy's laugh. Everyone's like, the whole thing. Everyone does love you. Well, they love all three of you, but Tracy especially. They wanted everyone to see you on here, Tracy. So appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
So obviously you guys can't be there every day. Because what people don't realize is you guys have a life outside of all of this.
We do.
Well.
You have a life.
I know we do.
But how do you, the three of you, Dana, and obviously you, Tracy, how do you organize this to fit around yourselves? How does it work?
Well, I'll tell you right now, I just ran out from work on my lunch break. I'm about 20 minutes away, so I just came to say hi to everybody and just greet everybody, just show my face, because I have a 40-hour-a-week job, so I can't just be here every day. So I'm just trying to do my part. I think everybody else just kind of does the same thing. If they can make it, they can make it. They can stop by, that kind of thing. But we're all in the same boat.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's massive respect to you all. I mean, for everyone that's out there, because I don't think people realize, you know, as I say, you guys have got lives, you got work, you got things that you need to do. Also, Tracy, you've got to look after Dana as well, so that's extra work.
I do, and that's a full-time job.
She has 2 other kids, me and Dana.
I know.
No, I love
Keep in
it.
mind.
Suzanne was asking here a couple of questions here before. Obviously, I lose you. So, any word on the person who was injured? Have you heard anything, Paul?
No, I think we talked about. We don't know we don't know the extent of the injury. They basically tripped over a gate that they have set up to stop us from going into the courtroom or court area, the buffer zone. But it had nothing to do with us, so we don't know any. We don't have any information on that.
That's fine. We just wanted to see that. Julie Grant is outright lying. Yes, I love the reaction that you guys gave for that, and I didn't realize that Dana hated her so much. So that's always good to learn, you know.
Yeah, we're gonna have an intervention with Dana because he really hates her.
He's such a chilled guy. I didn't. So I watch most of your stuff, obviously, on replay in the mornings and stuff like that. So it's catching up over my breakfast, and I saw that. That's why I had to clip it and play it. I love it, you know. So I'm just going to see what questions the chat. If chat have got any more questions. I don't know, nothing specific there. But in terms of, you know, what's the vibe like in terms of when do you think this is going to kick off? Do you mean what? Because obviously we've also got motions to go through that the judge needs to authorize or whatever, needs to make a decision on. Once they get a jury in place, have you heard anything in the sense of, Sean was saying that today, there's 12 jurors already been selected. So where are they? Are they at home? Will they be called? Have you heard anything about that? And also, what is there any order you've heard about the motions and when it's likely to start? If they did select this afternoon another 4, I know that's a lot of stuff in there, but we're a little bit lost about what the next stages will be. And I'm just thinking, have you got any other information on that?
I have no idea, to tell you the truth. I could be wrong because I was tied up in a couple interviews, but I could have sworn someone told me that a couple jurors backed out from the weekend. I could be wrong though. Don't quote me on that.
I heard that too.
So, and I had a feeling of that because you picked 12 jurors on Thursday. They went home with their family Friday, Saturday, and Sunday and said, "What the hell are you doing? You can't miss 2 months worth of work."
Yeah,
but we don't know. My best guess is the earliest is Wednesday. That's my best guess.
So you said, Joe, actually, that's where I picked one of this because you said that few people could possibly drop out. It's a real thing. Hardship is a real thing. Because again, 2 months, that's a lot, and $50 a day. That is, most states only give like $7 or $8, but still 50. You know, it's still, you know, it's hard. You know, so. Yeah, I mean, keep your eyes, not your eyes, your ears to the ground on that because we're interested. We've not heard any announcements from anybody.
Now that I'm involved in this a little bit, because I never was involved in anything like this, $50 a day is not. I don't know where they came up with that figure, how long ago, but it's time to adjust it. If you really want jurors to be in there, my fear is with $50 a day, who are you getting for jurors?
Right.
That's just my fear. People that aren't working, living in mom's basement, maybe. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I'm not being mean. Not for a 2-month trial. Like your everyday trial, you're there for a day or two. I get it, but someone's going to be there for 2 months. You got to give up your livelihood for 2 months.
And you say that, Paul, but $50 right in America is at the high end, which tells you everything about all the other states in America. Because most of the trials are like $7, $8, $9, $10 a day, and it's a disgrace. Where do you get all these jurors from? So, yeah, I got you, man. I totally agree with you. You should pay. In the UK, you essentially get paid your wages. So wherever you get in your wage, you get paid normally. So you don't lose out. No one loses out. So there's no hardship in that sense. But no, absolutely, I get you. Just to see if there's anything else here. But no,
if you don't have any other questions, I've been here since like 6:30, so we're gonna go do lunch. Actually,
we're hungry.
We're hungry.
My question, my last question to you is, well, it's not a question, it's a demand. If we need food picks. you know, I do like food pics, so make sure you send us some food pics over so we see where you live.
Please tell me you said food pics, not foot
Yes,
pics.
food.
Okay.
No, food.
It could go either way. Just wanted to clarify.
That's fine. No, food. No, but thank you, everybody. Thank you both. Speak to you soon, all right?
All
Yeah,
right.
it won't be-
Thank you,
I'll be here
John.
tomorrow too, so I'll try to jump in tomorrow too.
Anytime.
All right, thanks, man.
Bye, Sean.
Guys.
Bye, Trace.
Bye, Sean.
Bye, Paul.
So that's good. That's good.
They're
to
very
have them on.
nice. They're very nice.
They're great people. Go to Resistant
Yeah.
to Silence and make sure
Yeah.
you subscribe to them. Literally, that's what they're like on their streams. We'll go back to Melanie here for a second, just to finish this off with Melanie.
Sure.
But that's, you know, boots on the ground. Probably 2 people have pulled out, so maybe they're looking for 6 jurors today. Let's put this. Sorry if I missed you in chat, guys. I'm just trying to do, you know, I'm a man that can't do 2 things at once. So share screen, and I was going to say stuff out loud as well. Here we go. Right.
Did ask him this question for you. Can you ask why would an Emmy put in the autopsy that John wasn't the victim in assault, but still make it a copy? I thought we covered that pretty well. And I think that we can infer that if people were standing in the room, asking her to put that in the report, maybe she would have put that in the report. Oh, thanks, Cal, for being a member for 3 months and an amazing moderator. And Scott is also an amazing moderator and for loving all that I do. Stephanie, a lot of people say otherwise, but so thank you, Cal, for that. Stephanie, thanks for being a member for 4 months. And she says, excellent guest. I thought so. Thank you. I am anonymous now. Became a member. Congratulations. Della, thanks for your super chat. Dog trainer says these are dog bites. Bring that up. I think I did that, right? And maybe he'll go watch that show. Ella, thanks again for another super chat. I'm kind of sad he doesn't know enough about the case, but respect. Point is, nobody did investigations. Inform him. Yes, and I think I did that. And I think it was better that he didn't know all about the case because he did not have any opinions formed yet. He had not seen the autopsy photos until today. And he had not read all of the things that we read in the documents with regard to what the medical examiner put in her report, the things that we know about, at least, that are from the court documents. So I think that he was a great guest. Miss Bell, thank you so much for your super chat. Would an alcohol and blood loss affect body temp? I'm sorry that he ran off before we could get him to answer. Christy, thank you for the super sticker. You're very generous. Della, he speaks to an ideal world. Not ideal there. I don't think so. Lisa, thanks for the $5. Thanks, JSM. Excellent lesson on forensics and tact. We know you're just theorizing. Don't worry. Are you intrigued yet? I think he is. He really did not know. He's been so heavily involved in the Kohberger case. And like I said, this was his 3rd appearance today. So
I don't normally get many people from Wales here. So Jackie, hello, Jackie. I'm in Wales. Where are you from, Jackie? Because my neck of the woods in Wales, in Cymru Bach. And 2 of my sons have been on jury duty. They were paid full pay, and that they would have earned in their jobs. And that's what I'm saying. In the UK, you get paid full pay. So, croeso, Jackie. Welcome to Jackie. Yeah, as I say, I never see people from Wales in this channel. So, except for me and Di Boy, and a couple of others normally. But yeah, I got a couple of questions for sure, Microdots and stuff like that. Don't worry, guys. I've got them here lined up. It's just let's get through some of these. And Karen as well for your question. Let's play it.
So he's been very, very busy and very heavily invested in the Kohberger case. Ms. Mojo Horizon, thank you so much for your super sticker. And Mandolin Wind, I swiped myself. Thank you for the 10 spot. Something I would do. I'm cracking up. Rewatch later. I do it almost every single time because I'm on my laptop and then I have a webcam behind it. And then when I go to move around the mouse, I have an external mouse. I don't like it. And that is what happens. And I need to have a meeting with StreamYard, but they don't need to meet with me because I'm not a big enough channel. Thank you, Cynthia, so much for the Cash App. You guys are very generous. I'll just see any questions here. And Elizabeth, thank you for the Venmo. You guys are very, very super generous on this case. And I really appreciate it because not only do I have more than 50 hours on this case, maybe we're up to 60 by now, but there's a lot of behind the scenes work that goes into it too. I don't just come on here and make things up like some people say. Elizabeth says, extraordinary content as usual and great mods too. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. And Cynthia, thank you so much. And Christy says, for all the Twitter trolls, thank you, Christy, for thinking of me. And Nancy, so grateful for all your expertise. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much. And Justin, thank you so much.
I don't think she says anything. I'll skip to the end to see if she does give a summary at the end. Here we go.
But when somebody comes after me personally and starts trashing me and starts attacking my credibility and publicly stating that the only reason I'm handling the Karen Reed case is for money and that I know nothing about the facts because I'm only a personal injury lawyer, that's yeah, it was a desperate attention suck. So yes, I'm a civil litigator. I've never been a criminal lawyer. I never said I was. I've not only sued the Catholic Church on behalf of 50 or 60 victims of clergy sex abuse. I've represented women in sexual harassment claims and all kinds of abuse claims, also handling car accidents, 9/11 cases, plane crashes, train crashes, mass casualties. So if you're going to go there and you're going to say that an attorney who's on LawTube, which is what they apparently call this, who only has a civil litigation background, is not allowed to discuss criminal cases because they have no credibility, you need to get out there, number one, and tell everyone how many murder scenes you've investigated, because we know the answer to that.
Right.
And you also need to go tell Peter Tragos, the lawyer you know, who happens to be a very good personal injury lawyer, that he has no business talking about criminal cases. So there's that. I don't even want to waste my breath on it because it's just, yeah, it's just like, okay, so this person started a YouTube channel and now you're going to come and attack me. Okay. Okay. You can find it if you are, yes, Jackie. Yes, Jack. Yes, exactly. So, you know, I'm not even going to dignify it with even any more of my breath, because I did call her out. I did call her out last night on Twitter. But then I deleted it this morning because I don't have time for it. I just don't have time for it. I have teenagers. I have enough drama in my house. No, yeah, I know, Lise, it's not okay. It is not okay. And thanks to all of you who got out there and defended me. And I really do appreciate that. There's another person called Thunder Muffin or something. There's a bunch of people and you know who they are. You probably even know their real names. You know who they are. But I'm done with it. I'm done. Oh yeah, Turtle Truth Seeker says, you're obviously getting under their skin. That's why they're coming for you. You talk sense and they know it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Jay, for loving me. I love all of you so much too. I do. I love you all for watching. I love you all for coming in here and being kind and being classy and keeping the chat nice and loving each other and finding this a nice, warm place to be. And, you know, I can't thank you enough because without you guys, I would not have a channel. So I think tomorrow, since we're still in jury selection, we still might have a couple more things to cover. Just drop it in the comments if there's anything more on Karen Reed you want to cover before this trial starts. Oh, there's that. Biff. Okay. And let me know. Yeah, I'm done with the drama part too. Sparkle. I know. It makes me angry too. That's why I'm not stopping it. I'm stopping. Thank you. Right. Thanks, moderators. You guys are amazing for keeping the chat classy and letting everybody come and say what they want to say and share their thoughts, and for welcoming everyone. And thank you, Peter Pranzo and Patronus Glow and Rochella Pranzo. You guys are awesome. You rock, Little Cupcake, Scott Messerschmidt, and anyone else who I am forgetting to shout out right now as such in the moderator. Scott, regular Scott, Scott number 1 and Scott number 2. You guys are amazing. If everyone could hit the like button, that would really be helpful to the algorithm. I don't know. The YouTube has this weird algorithm, and this.
There we are. I mean, just final. I did like it, so I have liked the stream. Look, let's see Ted Daniels. Anything happening here with Ted? There's not much happening with Ted, I don't believe. No, nothing. We've got a few more questions. Put your questions in chat. We will answer a couple more questions. Then I think, Sean, we call it a day. I don't think there's anything going to happen today.
I think it's going to be kind of in the wind for right now, you know?
Yeah, and I think if it does happen that there's going to be something recorded, I'll jump back on.
We'll jump back on, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll jump
Good.
back on.
Right.
Because it takes people about 2 minutes to set up a
Sure.
stream. So, I got a few questions to finish off because I know as well, fair play to you. There's more pressure on you because you have to actually speak all the time. Question: is it possible for Morrissey to get out of testifying? If so, why?
It's possible. It's possible he could get out of testifying because he is the district attorney. They're asking for the defense to show, why should they, call Morrissey as a witness? I don't know. They're going to have to. The defense is going to have to address it in another motion. Also, now see, I don't understand why they can't use the. Well, no, he has to testify because there's an allegation that he told 2 witnesses to destroy their cell phones. That's witness tampering. That's destruction of evidence. He's an authority figure. So yeah, he has to testify. And so doesn't the other guy, because what the hell is he doing on conference calls with these people right before they go to grand jury in a federal trial? He's a person that works for the state. So yeah, I think she's going to have to let it come in.
Okay, I got Microdots one, but where and when was John's other shoe found? I don't know.
It was found. Well, it was found somewhere on the street area. I think later that night. There's been so much information. I know the hat was found several days afterwards. I believe the shoe was found sometimes, if not that day, sometime after the day. Now, I do have source information that the actual next day, that the state police were on snow blowers on the lawn, blowing the snow.
So Microdots says second search. Karen says next day, found later that day on the second search. Microdots says.
Right. Very good.
Hey, great success. Great success says 100% Karen Reed on the witness stand.
No,
I'm not sure.
I don't think about it. She doesn't have to.
No,
why
it's
would
up to her.
She doesn't have to.
No.
Right. I don't think it's going to get to the defense's side. I don't think the case will last that long, but I'm not predicting it. Not going to predict it.
There's no point.
No
Doesn't matter what you say.
No
People
prediction.
are holding to it. Right. This is a good question, and thank you, Microdots, for this question. Can we ask Sean about how much corruption he's encountered in his vast career?
That's a great question. Yeah, I've encountered it. All right. Unfortunately, I had my first boss went off the deep end because he tried to recoup monies that was embezzled by his brothers. And he stole monies that I seized back when I was a rookie agent up in Springfield. And he actually conspired with an informant to get kilograms of cocaine to sell to potential buyers in Boston. Well, the bottom line was his informant was working for our version of the IAD, which is Office of Professional Responsibility. It was a closed-end case. He got taken down. He was my supervisor. All right, that's corruption, and that I was put right into it. I had another guy, John Mace, state trooper, lieutenant. He had a gambling problem. He stole money. Law has to do around with money. He was going to, like the halls of justice up there in Springfield, I'm sure Wendy knows, and he didn't realize that a brand new assistant district attorney was 25 kilos as a matter of fact. Actually, in total, it was 50 kilos. Great success. Yeah, 25 on one load, 25 on the next load. Yeah, that's how bad it was. So John Mace, lieutenant for the CPAC for the state police, stole this money. I don't know why. I think he had a gambling problem. And he wanted to make it look like it got burnt up in the fire. he didn't realize there was a brand new assistant district attorney working late at night. He caught him and he tried to kill him. But fortunately, by then the fire department came. Yeah, pretty bad. So those are two biggies. Right. I was directly involved with it. So, and then of course overseas, but sometimes corruption overseas is institutionalized, and they don't look at it as like corruption. So
yeah, it's normal for them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jackie, love listening to you, Sean, and you, Dylan. Nice to see a UK channel following this case free, Karen Reid. Thank you, Jackie. By the way, I noticed you're Scottish, you said. I lived in Glasgow for a year as well. So I hope you enjoy Mountain Ash. Yeah, I'm just on the other side there. So lovely. Thanks for popping in. We'll be here every day, Jackie. So hope you join us. There's lots of other stuff. Question here. In the snow, would you ever use heaters to gently melt evidence area? What would they do in a snowy crime scene? That's a good question.
They should have listened for a dead police officer. They should have done everything. Put up tents, put up whatever, snow melters, all these melters, and get rid of all that snow. At least cordon off everything until if they were worried about the storm, they should have.
Suzanne comes in. Tully subpoenaed Aiden's phone, bank card, car records. They also got records of Nathan and Bill Reid's records, and John Silvera's. What the FND?
So that was in Aiden's case, not for this case, right, Suzanne?
I presume so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has everyone taken a moment to hit the like button? Is Karen Reid innocent or not guilty? She is innocent because there's been no trial. So
exactly. She's definitely innocent.
She's innocent. She hasn't had a trial yet. Yes. Was the FBI involved in this Karen Reid case?
Yes.
I think you've answered that so many times
yes,
now.
Absolutely.
Yes.
A lot earlier than anyone ever knew. Excuse me.
So correct, but they are trying to tie the two cases together.
Yeah.
Fine.
Susanna.
I'm going back to what Joe says. Please make sure you like the stream, because then it goes in the algorithm and helps us both out, and hopefully gets more viewers and stuff like that. We're going to end the stream there because, obviously Sean's got a stream this evening with Gavin Fish, which I've posted a link to. That's at 7:00 Eastern. Tomorrow is a half day in court as well, isn't it, Sean? So we'll be here for about probably 8:30, 8:45 again, to see Karen arrive. We might still be choosing a jury tomorrow. We don't know. We'll see more later on this afternoon. If there is any movement this afternoon, we will be straight back on.
Okay.
But I don't see it, Sean. I don't see it.
I don't either. If in fact 2 more jurors backed out over the weekend.
Yeah. So yeah. There we are. There should have been 10s. They put 10 up over Odin Lloyd. There we are. They did.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tony. Karen Barrows. I know it's tough, but everyone remember that there are a lot of new people beginning questions.
No,
Be patient.
I tell you, with that note, Karen, if you want to tell these people, for the people who are new tonight, the person who's having me on, Gavin, is brand new to the case too. However, he's done many cases. You get over 60,000 people in it following him on YouTube. So it'd be great. I'm going to go kind of back to my beginnings in this case and try to get as much information as possible in the time frame he wants me in. So, hey, Just Chrissy, there you are.
Yeah, thank you for the company.
She's everywhere too. It's amazing.
Most of these people everywhere. They're in and out. They're like the huckster. Yeah. They're in every single stream. The more jurors back out over the weekend. Allegedly. 2 more backed out, but we don't know officially, Suzanne. No matter what she did or not, she's not guilty. Yes. Thank you both. Thank you, Jackie.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dylan Lona. No problems. No, Gavin Fish, Darcy. Yeah. Karen Barrows from B3. I'm not.
Braintree.
Braintree. Sorry, I thought Beatree. Christy, thank you. Wonder if there's room in courtroom 25 to add chairs. Well, that's a good question. Hopefully, Paul can expand on that a little bit again. Sean, will this be on your channel as well for Gavin Fish?
I'm going to do it. I'm going to zoom. I'm going to click it. Yes, it will be. It will be.
So there you go. Just go to Sean's channel then, so you can do
Yeah.
that. 7 p.m. Easter. So there we are.
7 p.m. Eastern.
Karen Barrow's me, and I definitely appreciate patience. Yeah, absolutely. Happy to answer any questions. I hope that wasn't aimed because of the FBI question. Obviously, Sean's answered loads of questions on FBI today, so hopefully you can take a look back.
No, I mean,
but yeah, happy always to answer questions. People, any questions, ask. Go through. Thank you, great success. Love that. Wants to keep viewers they better up the entertainment level. Still no forgeries. Yeah, maybe 6. We don't sure. Thanks, Murph. Thank you for no worries. Thank you guys. He read my comment. It's hard. You know what? The stream is hard, man, to keep up with comments. And also, some of your comments don't pop up on my streams because I'm on StreamYard. So it depends how you read them. Gavin Fish. But he's just announced that he's going to stream it too. Sean's going to stream it to his channel so you can watch it there as well. Okay, everybody, great girl. No matter what she did, she's not guilty. I mean, yeah. Braintree. Okay. Link for those needing an easy way to click. It's in my description box, Ghostry, for Sean's channel. It's in the description box. Going through the motions. Thank you for covering this. Good. Thank you, Casey. I was on rewind. No worries, Elisa. Right. With that, let's finish it. I don't think there's anything left there. No. There you go. Thank you, Murph. Right. My outro is you, Sean. Obviously, 9 seconds of it. So, everybody, thank you as always. But this is what I think about this trial. Hopefully, come and join us tomorrow. Go watch Sean tonight. Come and join us tomorrow around 8:30 Eastern, 8:45 Eastern. And yeah, we'll go through from there. So, with that, everybody, thank you very much for your patience. Thank you for the love. See you tomorrow. Take care.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.